Yo guys, what's up? We are back again with another stream, another game, and I hope you guys enjoying your day and done with your meals. Hello there, we are back with World Finals Day 3 finale episode, or you can say finals. And let's see who's gonna get this to the stage. अभी बज रहे हैं गाने वाने. Who won 2021 वाला ये सब आप जाके वोटिंग कर सकते हो. दिस इज द लास्ट डे एंड इफ यू वांट द स्टिन एंड हैवंट गॉट येट then this is the last chance to get those things. Okay, wait. And we are 28 more subscribers away from 2.3k. Can we hit it? Let's see in today's one. हेलो भाविन. पता है, मैं अगर अपने लाइव में फाइनल लिखने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि फाइनल्स, तो वो नहीं लिखने दे रहा है. फाइनल जैसे ही लिखूंगा स्ट्रीम वो बंद कर दे रहा है. देखो अब मैं फाइनल लिखा हूँ, ट्राई करते हैं. ठीक है, एरर दिखाने लगता है भाई. क्या ही करोगे.
It has all been coming down to this once again at Disneyland Paris in a packed venue. I'm ready, set, and I couldn't be more excited than to do it with you, Teddy.
Man, it's a privilege, again, to be here at the World Finals next to, the incredible Ready Set. It's been crazy already in the two first days, but now this is when things get even more interesting. Wow, I mean, we got insane matches lined up for you. Can't wait to get into it.
It's what it's all been coming down to. So many matches leading up to this. A bit of a bracket recap as well as we've gotten through those first 8 matches in the past 2 days. And man, have they been exciting, but it's been a lot of 3-0 victories, some very convincing matches, but it's all going to get that much closer today as we move into the quarterfinals and we blast through this entire bracket in one day to crown our Brawl Stars World Champions.
Yeah, this is what good
No final is showing in the title. Final लिखने दे रहा है. They are giving me the option to write the finals, but if I writing finale, ना भाई चालू ही नहीं करने दे रहा था. बहुत टाइम लगा मुझे, मतलब 10 मिनट लग गया उसको कन्फिगर करने में. भाई क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या आ रही है. फिर मैंने देखा जाके कहीं कोई कॉपीराइट वाला तो नहीं आ रखा है. देखा तो कोई कॉपीराइट वाला कुछ नहीं है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. स्टिल यूट्यूब वाज नॉट अलाउइंग मी टू जस्ट go for it. They might be confusing with the FIFA because they don't want FIFA to be exploit, though that is why they are not giving me the option to go with that thing.
And last but not least, Stripe Gaming NA versus SK Gaming. That is, at this point, one of the El Clasicos of the BFA.
Hello, Patasu, Karthik or KN. Give me what?
Money as well. A $1 million prize pool here for the Brawl Stars World Finals, and $400,000 go to that first place team. that is going to be awarded when we crown our world champion later today, and that is going to be insane. Headed into what we expect for the outcome of these matches, though. We knew that SK and Tribe is going to be a close one, but it looks like we have some similar predictions.
Wow, all right. Well, for the three last matches, three last quarterfinals rather, we are all going STMN, Tribe, EU, and SK Gaming. Interesting take here. But I mean, it seems like the first quarterfinal
भाई जीटा को ज़्यादा लोगों ने वोट नहीं किया है ये भी ठीक है.
Split decision, especially when it comes down to Reply Totem. Seems to be a bit of a divisive team here. However, what we can expect is amazing gameplay across the board. But ZETA Division 1 really going against them with Reply Totem. And you think Totem is going to take it. These are the Brawl Stars World Champions as well. But I can't knock it. We have to see it played on the battlefield as well. And we'll see who gets those predictions right as well. And of course, we want to hear from you guys as far as your predictions as well on the event platform, event.brawlstars.com. Make sure you interact with the stream, win some prizes. There's a skin. I think we've been doing pretty well on our predictions, so we got the skin already. However, we want you guys to get some in-game goodies as well and interact with the stream. We also want to know how you are reacting to some of the things that are going on here. Please share your experiences with us on TikTok, hashtag BSWF22 to share your experiences with us, and we can't wait to see what you guys have to offer.
Yeah, exactly that, because we have a live audience here. We can see their reactions. We do want to see yours too from home. So excited to see how and what everyone thinks about the World Final so far.
Well, I mean, we have only a...
Some people still have expectations from Totem. It's a good team, bro. ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब one sided होने वाला है, but हाँ.
What do you want to say? Just go ahead and say it.
Man, this is a grand final. This is a grand final, but before the grand final. So incredibly excited to watch those teams play. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Et allez, c'est l'heure de notre premier match de la journée, le premier match éliminatoire, le premier quart de finale. On en a beaucoup aujourd'hui. Et ce premier, évidemment, comme nos casters l'ont dit, il est très important. C'est de grosses équipes. Ils ont fait des bonnes entrées ce vendredi. Et c'est le moment de les accueillir. La première équipe, évidemment, fraîche d'un 3-1 vendredi. On était là, ils étaient prêts. Ils sont là pour prendre le titre. Ils font partie des favoris.
Hello, Cheese Boy.
Ils nous viennent du Japon.
What do you call a sleeping bull?
Tout ce que vous avez à dire, c'est
Bulldozer. वाह 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 वाह. तालियां 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 बन जाएं. Wow, wow, Cheese Boy.
ZETA Division 1, do they really need any introduction? Shitetapo, Kenji, and Moyogoku, two world finalists on their team, one world champion from last year being Shitetapo. Kenji also making it to the world finals last year with Queen Nai. Moyogoku, this is his first world final as well, but they've set a high bar and a lot of expectations, taking 4 monthly finals in their regions as well. Just a star-studded team with a lot of expectations preceding them.
Yes, and if you guys are thinking, well, you know, the World Finals, that was a year ago. Well, they won MSI. That was in June. They got first place there as well. They just have incredible results across the board. Last year, no one saw it.
Whom you guys voted for?
Came in as big favorites for this World Final 22.
Well, let me counter that, because MSI was several months ago as well, nearing that 6-month mark as well, and their opponents have been looking great in those last 6 months as well. Reply Totem, an absolute powerhouse. Let's welcome them to the stage.
Et oui, on est là pour les adversaires maintenant. Ils sont du côté européen. On a Europe contre Japon cette fois. Ils nous ont fait un match plein de rebondissements. Le vendredi, il était très plaisant à voir. Et cette fois, ils ont un très, très, très gros client. S'il vous plaît, un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Reply Totem!
Some of the local favorites here as arguably the strongest team in EMEA. That's Maori and Joker forming Reply Totem. They got 4th place in 2021 for the World Finals. They did not quite qualify for MSI, and they won 2 monthly finals this year in the EMEA region. They do have some veterans with Maro and Maori that
Ding,
didn't get that
ding,
fourth place
ding,
last
ding,
year.
ding,
But Joker,
ding.
he doesn't quite have that level of experience, and yet he is such an incredible talent that, I mean, a lot of people want him to be the best player of the year. But for that, he he needs to help his team win Worlds.
A lack of World Finals experience, you would never expect this, seeing Joker at just an eyes glance or even after several moments of observing them. As soon as Joker joined this team, it's as if it revitalized them and directly pushed them right into the spotlight in EMEA, going several months without suffering a single match defeat versus any of the other top teams as well. It is insane. It's never been done before in Brawl Stars. As of late, they haven't managed to continue the domination. It is sort of impossible to even make that happen. However, they might also be able to defeat the seemingly impossible of taking down ZETA Division 1. Once again, high expectations for both of these teams. I think higher expectations for ZETA Division 1 though.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you know, they are the current champions. When it comes to World Stars, they have achieved nearly everything there is to achieve. The next level they can reach is going to be to win a second World Final. No team has ever done that. No team has ever been in 2 grand finals. Well, you know, this is still quite a bit away from now, but that will be decided today. And the first steps to make that happen is going to be taking down Reply Totem, which just by itself is already a challenge and a half.
It's ridiculous, and they are out here to create Brawl Stars history in getting 2 World Finals victories in a row. It's going to be a tall task because Reply Totem is not the only team that will stand in their path. There are more to come throughout the day as well, but like you said, this might as well be a grand final because of the caliber of both of these teams. It has been an extremely stacked upper bracket, to speak specifically as well. And to see these 2 teams face off so early is a little mind-boggling.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys have been looking at social media in the last couple of weeks and saw some
And here we go. The first one is gonna be Jam Grab.
Sometimes ZETA Division 0 is also up there too, but looking at you guys at home, 61% of you are gonna be voting for ZETA Division 1, 29 for Reply Totem. We'll see who gets it right as our bands are coming through here for double swoosh. We'll see Janet, Crow, and Max banned out by ZETA as Totem take out Poco, Stu, and Carl. First big bow now from Reply Totem. That's an interesting way to go.
And I think it's also a little bit less unusual when you see that they've also gotten rid of Stu. Stu at LAN, he's very, very powerful and definitely a favorite for Reply Totem, but they didn't feel like going for the first pick, interestingly enough. Here are the picks from ZETA Division 1, though. They're going with Penny and B. And with B, you have to be breaking open these walls. Not as popular of a pick on double swoosh, in particular because you have to combine it with wall break. And I think it might be quite straightforward for Reply Totem to go ahead and pick those out, but this could be a trap late in the draft so that Reply Totem is forced to run some of these short range and more wall breaky types, and then ZETA Division 1 can counter it out with the final pick.
They're gonna go Gene. I was kind of thinking whether they would dare to do so or not, because Bo is a perfectly fine jam carrier.
Buster.
Double down and take the
Yeah.
play Bo on the lane, make it happen, and we'll see that Buster as a final pick, which is a brawler that's still a little bit of a question mark. It's rated quite highly as of now, but to be fair, most teams haven't quite had the chance to, you know, see the full extent, the full potential of that brawler just yet.
And he's going to rely, I think, a lot on those bushes. This is one where I might expect to see a Colonel Ruffs or something like that. It's definitely an East Asia favorite. It's also great at breaking open some walls. It comes down to, are you able to get those supers out fast enough? But of course, this has to be something that Reply Totem are aware of because they decided not to get it for themselves. And here's the Colette, actually. Where does the wall break come from? It's got to be Gene and it's got to be Bo. However, this could simply be a new approach to the map that we have not seen before.
It's a very interesting draft on both sides, to be fair, but I think the ideas are just a little bit more traditional on the side of Reply Totem, whereas for ZETA, well, you'll have the Penny Gen carrier.
And first match, here we come.
Playing that left lane and Genji on the right, but there you go. Quarterfinal number 1 between ZETA Division 1 and Reply Totem has now officially started, and it's going to be the poking game early on. Try to get some early supers and put those vision gears at work.
And they got to be very, very careful about this right side as well. Buster is a looming threat, but he just doesn't seem to be hanging out on that right side, and ZETA Division 1 certainly expect him to be more fighting the side of the left at the moment. Maori also being very, very cautious. Here comes Maori on the right side. He has that speed here as well to get forward extremely quickly. A super for free. Shaitampo gets it close.
What was that?
In a blink of an eye.
Wow. Very dangerous.
Shut down by
Wow! Very dangerous!
They have covered the whole area now.
in that area. Murray has still yet to get a pull. Is going to unlock one now. Shitampo popped a gotcha. And the pull connects onto Moyagoku. Going to open up the right side just a little
Got
bit.
the 8.
Kenji now on 8 gems. 1-for-1 trade on the left-hand side, which is going to give some control to Reply Totem. The problem is that gem lead on the side of ZETA is just so massive.
It's colossal, and they even have a turret down now, which is going to get them that much more control around mid. If Maori's position is revealed, it's going to start firing down on him. He's going to be forced away from mid. Here come the mines from Joker. Kenji's going to need to bait these out. He also loses a lot of bushes, and down goes Moegoku on the right side. Maori also picks
Just
up
need
a
one.
gem. Top having a lot of his shots reflected. Doesn't even have enough health to push in versus Maru as well. Vengeful Spirits coming in as well, keeping Shitetampo and Kenji low. And now they've been pushed all the way back into their own spawn, stacking up in what seems to be a death dot, but it could be coming to get them as Reply Totem continue to stuff them back in their own spawn.
Yeah, the gems are still spawning. A pull connects from the side of Totem as Tempo gets shut down. Moyagoku on the left side wants to clear things open. Maru shuts him down, and Tempo still has a super, wants to clear him up, but is being very careful with this push. They are playing those wiggles. That's going to be a countdown secured by Reply Totem, but it's only a 1 gem difference. It does spawn on their side. A super from Tempo. He goes down, but Kenji is able to equalize. He's so low HP, but that's still going to be another countdown initiated by Reply Totem as they find gem 11.
Mine's down on the left side.
Nice.
Zeta 1 can't really bait these
Nice.
Joker is running tripwire. They have to be cautious about these. Also another
Oh.
up, and the
Nice.
blue team now taking back this lead, but Reply Totem are just
Oh,
so
bhai.
behind. Only one
Zeta
team
ka matches, bhai.
spawns right next to Maori. Perfect timing. Maru also denying the gotcha from Shitetampo on the right side. Shitetampo has none left.
Oh no, 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 no.
Oh my God, and a huge pull. Reply Totem, they've taken it back, and the countdown begins.
Incredible pull from Maori. He popped off just 2 days ago, and he's here again, providing for his team and securing game number 1.
GG's.
An absolutely mind-blowing.
Zeta is not good in gem game, right? Yes.
Did not even
Correct.
realize what happened.
एकदम correct बोला रे.
Wow, Maori again, man. He's
भाई गैजेट क्यों नहीं यूज किया इसने?
these world finals.
मोएगोकू ने स्लो डाउन वाला पूरे यूज कर चुका था क्या तीनों?
But after this game, it's too close to call.
बी का स्लो डाउन वाला गैजेट.
First for Zeta Division 1, then Reply Totem, they reeled it back, they stuffed Z1 back into their spawn, and this time Z1 have to flip the script. They have to do the same to Reply Totem. It's going to be very difficult with Buster looming in the bushes at all times. A big problem also for Zeta Division 1 was we repeatedly saw Shitetampo getting his gadgets denied by Maru. Maru's not going to be fooling anyone with that super, though. Does manage to push in, and Joker also closes in to get a little bit more damage. Gotcha popped. Maru, though, stays alive, but Reply Totem have gotten away with a lot of gems.
Yeah, good work there from Totem. A beautiful super from Tempo, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade. Gem lead still slightly in favor of Reply Totem. 3 now in their advantage. But Mari has a pull. Kenji needs to be careful, and that pull is going to connect as well. A quick elimination as Maru secures the kill. And yet, Zeta Division 1 still have a decent bit of control, able to keep getting some gems in the mid, trying to catch up.
I'm surprised to see some of these pulls hitting as well, because Z1, they're playing 2 gene counters here as far as the pull game goes. Maru, though, on the right side, pops that super. He's also slowed down a little bit. Looks like he'll be safe and sound for a little bit longer. Moegoku gets 1 shot, no slow. Shitetampo also trying to deal some damage on the back lines, but they have to deal with the Buster on the right side. Maru finally falls. That's 1 kill for Zeta 1. 2 more along the way. They gotta get these gems off Joker. Here it comes. All the gems topple onto the ground, and Maru picks up a couple of them. That's not good. Another kill as well for Shitetampo. Zeta Division 1, though, they're only 1 gem in the lead.
Yeah, it's a very small lead, but control is looking much better for the Japanese side of the map, as they are getting to 9 now, 1 away from a countdown, but they do have a gene pull onto Maori. We saw what
No.
earlier. The turret is there to block any incoming pulls, will get deleted, so no longer have that safety net on the side of Zeta Division 1. The super from Tempo, but he gets shut down. A 1 gem difference now as Reply Totem are close, and another pull onto Kenji.
Beautiful stuff so far on these polls. I don't think a single one has missed from Maori. The guy is going crazy, but he still needs to stay alive. A little bump there on the mine from Shitetampo. Joker also still looming on the left side. Here's a countdown for Zeta Division 1, but they're only one gym ahead, and it's quickly taken back by Reply Totem. Joker around the left continues to push things back. Another set of mines go onto the ground, and Shitetampo does manage to avoid them, but so many bushes have been lost, and Reply Totem is just...
Oh yeah.
What a use of the super! Zeta Division 1, they have to be pushed, and someone has to go down for Reply Totem to take it back.
He stole that gem with the Colette Super. Maori is in trouble.
Oh yeah.
Gets shut down, and that is gonna be game.
GG's.
Division
Oh bhai.
1. That means what? Just in this first set.
Interesting.
Get here.
Did you see the gem spawned right as the game ended?
I missed
Picked it
it.
up. He picked it up, but it was too late. A millisecond too late. In Reply Totem, they did the math, but it was just a little bit off, and it cost them the game.
Wow, what an incredible first set already. But let's see who ends up taking it, as first gem was picked up by Moya down in the mid, and Joker gonna be matching that, as Maori will be playing his Gene onto the lane so far, and with great results against Genji here, Gadget will be popped, but the barrel will be dealt with quite easily by Maori, and Genji is left low HP and forced to fall back.
Maru still on the right side. He's waiting for this next super inch. Tampo's not biting.
Arre wah.
Super destruction on the right side, and he continues pushing up the right as he looks to close in Joker and Maru around the left side. Moe Goku also patiently waiting with the super. Maru, he's trying to stick close to his teammates, relatively so that he can get that super for free. Destruction of Tampo on the right side. Now Moe Goku retreats to pick up a couple more gems. This has been domination on the gem count. Joker's gonna have to be the saving grace. Pushing up on the right, 3-man.
बस उनको इससे बचना है भाई.
Tampo's back. He's looking right for Maru, but Maru has a super now.
माओरी से बचना है बस, और कुछ नहीं करना है इनको. उसका सुपर वेस्ट करो, सुपर वेस्ट करो उसका. नहीं, हर बार का वही हो गया भाई.
Topple to the ground, and Zeta Division 1, they've lost every last one of them. Reply Totem are one gem away from taking it back.
Maori has done it again.
अरे भाई, obviously.
That's gem number 10. They are split amongst all three players, so a bit of a weak countdown. If Zeta Division 1 can find just a single kill, things might get turned around, but a beautiful Buster Shield here to tank the left side. He knows as well that he can afford to take a couple of shots from Genji. Is it gonna be enough?
No. What a waste.
Shuts them down, but the Reply Totem.
चैंपियन जैम ग्रेव इज इंटरेस्टिंग.
I need like a million
थ्रो किया भाई, जेटा ने थ्रो किया मैच.
because you were completely
ऑब्वियसली तुम्हारे पास पूरे 8-9 जैम्स हैं, तुम्हें तो और पीछे ही रहना है भाई.
been so close off of just the first set. The clutch pulls hit. The gem spawning just at the last second and just a millisecond too late, costing Reply Totem one of those games. They bring it back. Not a single pull missed that entire time, and here it is. Tampo once again up that right side. I mean, we'll see just exactly how that went. That was just beautiful. That's picture perfect. Just textbook right there.
Yeah, Maori has been absolutely.
बी जीन के सामने ओपन में लॉल.
World Finals. Yeah, I think we're gonna see the moment you were talking about, that final gem that would have tied things up. Look at that, the tempo ceiling gem number 12, the one that would have tied things up. Reply Totem still managed to get to 11, and just a little bit too late, Joker picks up gem number 12. That would have been the tie, but time is time. As soon as the match is over, it's over.
It's been so close every single game, and even on the stats as well, but one team definitely does take the cake here. The superior stats belong to Reply Totem. I mean, more damage, more kills. We can't sleep on this guy. He's pretty much the MVP of his whole team right here, as well as on the damage overall. The Colette was putting in the work, and had the game been just a half of a second longer there towards the end, he would have been able to clutch up.
चलो on to the next one.
That was an incredible opening set, and we got plenty more to go. Moving on to Hot Zone, it's gonna be Ring of Fire for our second map and mode. My goodness, ready. I wasn't ready. Oh my god. Off the bat, we are gonna see the loot picked up by Joker on the side of Reply Totem. Might get traded around in just a bit. Just to go through the bans real quick, we'll see
चीपू भैया ले लो.
Totem banning out.
Go with the squeak.
Oh man, you don't know how happy it makes me to see Lou here. The NA vibes and full force, but this is EMEA vibes now. It's very clear. It's it's very clear that Lu is good here. Well, okay, well, we'll make it that much clearer, or rather Reply Totem will, if they are able to make this one pop off. ZETA Division 1, though, they get the Max and the Meg as well. This is a pick that I think is slept on a lot, but has been banned out more times than I think many people have expected in the World Finals so far, especially when it comes to Ring of Fire. Combine that with Max, really any East Asian team with the Max, they're gonna go crazy.
Meg is an absolute trend. In the last couple of weeks, we've seen it really just resurge. I don't know if it was being kept, you know, hidden for a while, or if the slight buff that it had recently really motivated players to get back at it. But it's been doing really wonderfully well lately. We'll see Buster and Gil to complete the comp from Reply Totem, and I like what I'm seeing. They seem to really want to utilize that Buster.
Yeah, it definitely also looks like a Max sort of counter comp, right? Let's try and slow things down. Lu as a first pick is going to be quite effective for that. You just have to make sure that you actually hit those shots. It's sort of hard to line them up sometimes if an enemy is dodging you really, really well. And of course, Max is going to be going really, really fast once she gets that super up, and Meg is going to be difficult to face. Here's a Crow as well. That's going to be good for diminishing some of the health that Buster has to offer. It also can fire over his shield with the super, but I don't really know how much of a valuable strategy that's going to be. This one's a tough one to call because we don't often see Buster in competitive, and we don't often see Meg in competitive either. This is like a World Finals exclusive.
Yeah, both teams, they are bringing out their wildest comps for this one because they know just how closely
And here we go.
they are, how much of a threat they are to each other, because both teams, they only have one thing in mind, and that is going to be victory. Let's find out how Hot Zone goes down. So far, a couple early tags from Kenji that were on point. A slow onto Joker could result in a kill, but some good body blocking will save the day as Maru comes through with a shield to secure some percentages for Reply Totem. But I just don't know how sustainable that Buster strategy really is. Wow!
Evidently not very sustainable as Shetapo takes the lead and now firmly plants himself on the left side. Here comes a swing as well. No damage onto Joker or Maru as he's pushed away by the super of Joker. Another super popped by Maru, but he's all slowed down. He will be able to get onto the point, but not for long. Shetapo lays him to rest. Joker remains alive just by a smidge, but Shetapo, Kenji, despite being reduced to low health, remain alive. Kenji also goes in for a kill, destroyed by Maru, but this one is so clear cut on the scores so far. ZETA Division 1 are ahead by a massive margin.
Yeah, this is going to be a complicated one. The tempo very aggressive there, gets knocked back by Joker, but really, this is just such a significant lead for ZETA Division 1. I don't know if Reply Totem can recover. They are trying to get some more control, and Maru using that star power to get his shield back, but it's been a bit of a challenge so far for Totem. Not really able to find much of their groove in this game.
Well, now they do have that loose super down. It's going to be forcing people off the point, but they still got to deal with Kenji on the left side. Maru also is reduced to very low health. Really can't compete with the range of Shetapo. It's the final push in. It looks like ZETA Division 1, they have to stay alive here. 1-2 destruction. Maru does get the kill, but he falls to the poison and the damage from Shetapo. It's a ZETA Division 1
GG's.
with the
Come back.
The Buster just was not it off the beginning. They got almost no value off of that super.
What a response from ZETA Division 1, and what a good draft as well. I'm not overly convinced by the Buster so far here on Ring of Fire. I think in double swoosh it was doing fantastic, but here it's been struggling a lot more. The shields are very useful for sure, but they only last for so long, and you just don't really have the range to threaten your opponents besides that. That's why they are going for a wide flank on the right side, try to change the execution a little bit and find another game plan.
Well, Maori, he was left high and dry on the top side, taken down in a 1v2. Down goes Joker as well. Maori's the last one surviving, tries to use that super, but you can't block the attack. Shetapo picks up the kill, and Reply Totem is still, they've only managed to make a scratch on that point. 1% taken so far, and now they'll try and freeze things up, make things slip around a bit, but ZETA Division 1 are already preparing for the counter onslaught.
Totem need a miracle to save this set. It's not a draft that seems to be going too well for them as Kenji jumps in, gets a lot of value, but does end up going down. That will feed a loose super, so freezing off the bottom side of the map, we see the Wiggles from Moya on the max.
Yeah, we've got to love the Wiggles. That's an East Asia Max exclusive. Here comes a little pushback on a Shetapo. He stays alive. Yeah, must be spinning because that was a bit of a waste. He's also close to getting that super too. Here comes the damage. Moya Goku pops a speed as well. They're laying right into Reply Totem. No kills just yet, but you don't need kills. You just need the power of will. And the power of Will to stay alive at mid. Shetapo, he's left high and dry. 1-2 kills for the guy. Needs another. There it goes, Joker. And he's now gonna become a creature of the bushes on the left side, lurking here for as long as he can.
The tempo on the max shuts down Reply Totem once again. It's a closer game, but it's still very much ZETA Division 1 with the lead and Maori left in a
Oh, nice.
just the one.
Easy peasy for ZETA.
With a quickly secured set to tie things up.
And the little shots from
Oh,
Shetapo
yeah.
there towards the end. That's
Nice
confidence
one.
right there. When you can walk all over your enemies and slap them up with some attacks from Meg Super, that's fantastic. It's got to be a good feeling as well. And what a way to take things back after Gem Grab every single Gene Pull hit in set number 1. And that can make you feel kind of amateur when you allow that to happen, especially when you're playing B and you're playing Penny as well. 2 brawlers that can block it out. ZETA Division 1, it looks like they've gotten back in their groove, but less specifically on the battlefield. But
भाई मैग ने तो बैंड बजा दी उन लोगों की.
I think there are some interesting ideas in what Totem brought to the table here on Ring of Fire. Because, yes, the Buster is not really going to get a whole lot of damage, right? Because he's just non-stop too far from the action. But those shields, they will help the Lu, for example, to, come forward, get some free shots, and then get that super down, which will disable your opponents from getting in the zone. But ZETA just really didn't play into that. They gave them the space whenever the shield was up, and then pushed back, and there was just not really enough utility on the side.
Just 5 kills, and here even one player is having 4 kills.
The tempo that is highest both in damage and in kills.
And that hurts on the side of Reply Totem. I mean, maybe we can turn a blind eye to it. 0-2-3 on the kill count. And while it is hot zone, it's not all about kills. You do need to play for control. And getting kills is a great way to, get someone out of your way, send them back to the respawn, and make sure they are not contesting you on the objective. But it looks like in the draft, in the gameplay, on the stats as well, it's all clear cut.
Now we are back to the best of 3 because it's equal for now. Let's see how it goes. Still in our polls, 62% for ZETA Division 1 and 38% for Reply Totem. Nice.
The max pick brought in by Reply Totem, a wise one, because you don't want to leave it to ZETA. It escaped through the draft process here, but the following brawlers did not, as Griff, Gil, and Surge were banned out by Totem. ZETA banned out Ruffs, Penny, and Buster.
It's a good thing they banned out Buster. I think they just had a feeling that, it's definitely going to be picked by Reply Totem, and also probably pretty wise here on Brawl Ball as well. There's a Crow as well, just the instant response to the max pick. Now, when it comes to Super Beach, how well is it going to do? He doesn't have a whole lot of health. He does have great mobility, though, and if they start to shape the map to their will, he might be able to do quite a bit better as well. But when you start off with a max pick, that's very, very bold, because Max, she's pretty straightforward to counter. The counters are not really banned out.
हेलो इशू BS YT गोल्डी किसको जिता रहे हो भाई? हम तो चाहते हैं ZETA जीत जाए, ZETA डिवीजन. बाकी देखते हैं जो जीत जाए भाई. हमें तो मजा आना चाहिए बस. मैचेस तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग चल रहे हैं. बाकी देखते हैं क्या होता है.
Gonna be following up with an Otis brought to his team. And I definitely like Otis here. I think on Super Beach it's an absolutely viable pick. One of the more standards one here as well. A bit less original perhaps than the Crow, but one that's very effective. A mute at the right timing will shut down an offense, shut down a defense, and give you a lot of win conditions.
And Fast Splatter could be pretty good for getting.
सही है, मैं भी. क्या बात है, बहुत बढ़िया. इसी बात पर
बोलो जुबां केसरी.
बोलो जुबां केसरी.
Versus an Otis and a Crow, they must have thought that, we'll go for the max first pick. First of all, because it's ZETA 1 that we're facing. We do not want them to
Hello Power Gamer, how are you doing?
They're just that confident that they can make the max Poco work. Really, the only way for them to finish this off is gonna have to be.
Hello Krishna, how are you? Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna. हाँ, इनने तो अपना इमोट भी खतरनाक डाल रखा है. प्रोफाइल पिक. वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. अरे बोलो जुबां केसरी. अरे मेरे में तो प्रेडिक्ट करने का शो ही नहीं कर रहा क्योंकि स्टार्ट हो गया ब्रो. अब आप लाइव ही कर सकते हो. जैसे जैसे मैच आएंगे आप तभी कर पाओगे. अब 1 घंटे पहले तक आप कर सकते हो वेबसाइट पे जाके. नहीं तो फिर अगर एक बार स्टार्ट हो गया तो जैसे जैसे मैच आएंगे आपको तब तब सेलेक्ट करना पड़ेगा.
the pace of the game with her max speed.
Zeta team is OP, but Joker is pro player god. Let's see how it goes. For now, it's equal. It was best of 3, but now as both of the teams are having 1-1 points, now it gets down to best of 3. Let's see who wins.
And Zeta Division 1, they are certainly well equipped for a good offense if that is the case. Reply Totem, though, they're certainly wanting to play aggressive here, and it's going to be countered out as best as Zeta Division 1 can. Already, some damage dealt on both sides, more dealt to Reply Totem. Big pinch on a Maru, and Maori around the left side tries to force things forward with Joker, but they're stranded. Kill by Shtetampo. Maori, he's surrounded in a 1v3. It's
Nice.
in that matchup. Zeta Division 1 now have to push this forward. However, is their health pool going to lend itself to success? Well, Maru, he has a super that he can use. He needs the right moment, though.
Yeah, Maru actually dodged that super.
Is it a goal? Is it a goal?
Now as well in a good position, but still going to be somewhat complicated. He goes for
Oh!
Oh my goodness, how did he just 1v2? I don't think he can score it. He's still going to attempt it
Ah, very
and
close.
catches the ball.
Bhai, very close.
That was incredibly close. And another super from Shtetampo finding the value. Maru goes for the super and elimination onto Kenji. Aggressive positioning from Maru. The pass, the shot, and it goes in.
Beautiful.
Nice goal.
Plays and
Nice goal.
Reply Totem. It goes
Have
show
to
you
say,
you don't need to win the
it was a good goal.
slot a ball in the goal. You just got to run it up one of those lanes and have your teammate in the optimal position. And Carl, he's equipped. Here comes the speed as well. Immediately denied by Shtetampo, but he's on very low health. A little jump in. Oh!
And oh, GG's. That was quick. That was quick, guys. Back to back.
This is crazy. Zeta Division 1 just looked so much better in the beginning. Shtetampo was popping off. He nearly scored a 1v2, which was incredible by itself, but somehow Reply Totem, they managed to turn things around and hit them hard with those 2 quick goals. Let's see if this next game is going to be similar, if Zeta Division 1 can find a solution to what Reply Totem have been throwing at them.
It's close call after close call with these guys. Reply Totem, they're really only getting these goals by a close call. However, Maru, he's in position to get this one again.
And GG's. Easy goal. Excellent, guys.
Joker slots it in, and this is a completely different narrative from what we've seen in game number 1. So much more dominant for Reply Totem, and already a speed in. Joker, he's got some nasty ideas. He's going to be denied by Kenji and Shtetampo. Now it's a 3v1, but 2 very low brawlers on either side of Kenji. It's not going to be enough. A pass to the left side. It's a lightning fast game so far, and it's already tied up.
Some hesitation from Maru, whether he should gadget there or not, but in the end, that is going to be the goal for Zeta Division 1 that ties things up in this game. Joker, again, trying to see if a play is possible. Beautiful knockback from Shtetampo to secure that elimination as Joker gets jumped on, but still manages to find the kill either way. Moyagoku gets pinched by Joker as he struggles to close out that fight against Maori on the left-hand side, and things seem to even out for now.
Shtetampo also, he can slow down one of those supers from Joker if he pops a super at the right moment. Here it comes, and they're not really intending to push Shtetampo, but he is on very low health. They can sneak around the side. Not a whole lot of value gain there from Reply Totem off that super. Meanwhile, on the left side, Maori's getting good damage. Good stuff from Shtetampo too. Down goes Joker. We got to see the pass. Maori's trying to get it. No, it's enough, but here's a super up to Kenji from downtown. There's the goal! And Zeta Division 1 to take game number 2.
Zeta Division 1 are ice cold. They still managed to turn things around and tie things up here in Brawl Ball, and now we are all even. 1-1 in sets and 1-1 here for Super Beach. Moyagoku is playing aggressive against Maori. Joker takes a lot of damage, still goes for the pass. Maru has an advanced position that could be the goal, but Kenji shuts him down. Joker still finds the kill, lines up the shot, and gets it deep into the net as Reply Totem, again, 20 seconds to find a goal.
Clean stuff for Reply Totem repeatedly, though Joker, he's trying to replicate that. He knows that he can get this mobility in here. Here comes the super, little gadget up by Maru. He's in position, little fumble there on the pass, though. Moyagoku can silence things. Shtetampo and Moyagoku work together. Maru gets a kill, it's a team wipe on both sides, and it's up to Kenji to establish the back line once more.
He is gonna get that ball repositioned and try to slow things down while his teammates respawn. Maru going very aggressive with that super, not sure what the value there was. Shtetampo going towards ball, has a super of his own, but gets stacked up very heavily. Needs to be careful about how he proceeds here. Is able to heal back up a bit. Wants to get that aggressive positioning. He moves forward and oh! It still goes in. What a shot from Stetempo.
Sneaky stuff there from ZETA1. Cover up the path of the ball by using an IMS attack right after. It's not something that we see very often, and maybe something that's not completely intentional, but still looking clean. Little kill there in close range as well as Maru falls. A 3v2, now a 3v1. It's up to Joker to clutch this one, or at least buy his team some time to respawn. And back comes Maru, but no gadgets left. He doesn't have the mobility that he needs so badly. Stetempo also has a super. Things are closing in. It's not looking good. Pass to the right. Joker clutches it, but Moya Goku picks it back up, and ZETA1 takes set 3.
What a turnaround. It seemed like that was it. Like Reply Totem, we're gonna take that third set. But ZETA Division 1, out of nowhere, reverse sweep. And what a way to do so as well. And can we just appreciate the phenomenal performance from Stetempo so far? He's been playing at a whole other level.
Oh my gosh, I just cannot wait for the stats. But look at this, I mean, just replay after replay. This was a sick one though by Maru. Sneaky around the left side. It's just a goal compilation here, and every single one is just mind-blowing here. Clean stuff from Joker as well. They're really using every trick in the book to get an elimination here.
Wow, unbelievable series so far. And I have to admit, man, Stetempo has done so much for his team in this set. Reply Totem played phenomenally as well. But I have a feeling, ready, that this one is going all the way.
I have a feeling too. I mean, given how close things came just in set number 3, even in set number 1, it was a draft diff in set number 2, right? We've gotten that out of the way. However, every other draft has been so impressive on both sides. It's been so close. And Reply Totem, I think they actually put up a very good effort versus ZETA Division 1 on ZETA's strongest mode. However, the stats, they tell a bit of a different story. Stetempo with a whole lot of damage and kills, but Moya Goku also has been stealing the spotlight a little today.
Yeah, 10 kills on his side, absolutely phenomenal performance from him too. And overall, what a close set again. This is such an incredible series already, and this is just a quarterfinal match ready.
Well, Pit Stop, every single time you and I have been together here on Pit Stop, it's been a Nita pick, and you know what? I'm actually ready to count it out this time. I have a feeling that, oh, there it is, Reply Totem's counting it out. There's the Nita ban. It's, once again, I want to reiterate, it's good versus tanks, we just haven't seen Nita into tanks. Okay, explanation, ramble over. Here comes the rough from ZETA Division 1. They've also gotten rid of Penny, Bonnie, and Surge on their side.
Yeah, the second pick now, or first for the side of Reply Totem. Try to deal with that roughs or go towards other ideas. You don't necessarily need to counter out the roughs very early on into the draft. One of the better counters would have been Calm, but they banned it out on their side. There are plenty of ways to go. As you mentioned, you can bring tanks on this map. That's absolutely an option. Max is always an option. There's not really a single map where Max is not playable. I think throwers are still something to be considered as well, especially Barley. I think on Pit Stop can put in some solid work. They're gonna go Rico, which is an idea I like. I mentioned it yesterday when they picked roughs on this map. It's just a great way to not only deal with the roughs, but in general have a lot of nice angles, whether it's on the safe or on your opponents. Just a lot of ways to deal damage to your opponents while they can't hit you.
Well, the only thing on my mind right now is Barley, because Barley could be great versus Colonel Ruffs and his sandbags. It could be great as a last pick, and it's an option for Reply Totem. ZETA Division 1, they could go ahead and pick it up themselves and risk getting countered. They could also decide that they're going to counter it out themselves, because Colonel Ruffs, he can still break walls, right? We cannot forget that. Here's the Otis again, and they seem to love this brawler playing into Max. It worked well in the last set, and it could work well again. He also gets very solid damage output on that high safe too, and that's not something that you can ever count out. They have one more pick left, and not a whole lot of time to get there. What are they going to combine with the Colonel Ruffs? Where are they going to be placing? Oh man,
wow.
Probably not the buzz right off the bat there, but this is a super aggro pick. It's going to be giving Maru a lot of trouble.
Taking a page out of Reply Totem's book, really. I mean, buzz on highs, that's all Totem, but they will be the ones.
Hello, Mahesh Bola. TTM well played, yes. But ZETA is going good.
Let's see what this this final pick is going to be from Reply Totem, as they need something strong, and it is going to be Barley, which is a brawler we have very rarely seen recently, but this is the map to bring him out. Obviously, we'll need to play incredibly careful around the walls, because if the buzz gets anywhere close enough to hit a pool, that is going to be a free kill.
I believe a lot of it's going to come down to the early game, because Colonel Ruffs, okay, you know, we've been over this a million times. He's great at breaking open walls with his super, and that's probably going to be the main counterplay to Barley. The faster he can get those supers out, the worse Barley is going to be. However, what do you do versus a Barley that has speed? That allows him much better mobility to get in versus your ZETA Division 1, though, already giving mid a solid shot, but taking serious damage, especially onto Kenji. Meanwhile, Shetapo, he goes for the super, no value. And here's a speed onto Barley. Maru and Mari plan on laying into this safe.
Yeah, beautiful kill onto Shetapo from Mari and Maru, playing it out together. Shetapo going in with a gadget this time around, nearly falls actually, is very low HP now, and Mari is not quite able to get the connection, instead goes down. Still a little bit of a lead in favor of Reply Totem. Joker with a super finds some connections here and there, but nothing too substantial, as the pull from
Oh, bhai sahab.
secures
What a connection. Oh, bro.
and he's low HP, but he's still alive, and that's pretty much the name of the game for Shetapo.
Mari, he's got the aggressive super and clearing out some area. Shetapo, though, has bad intentions around the right side. It's going to be denied for now. Some walls broken open. Good
Oh, nice shot.
lots of damage on the safe. Kenji connects as well. A little pinch there versus Mari, has nowhere to go, but he still sends Moya Goku to this early grave. Reply Totem, however, are operating at a heist safe damage deficit. And Shetapo and Kenji are both forced back. A good connection of the silence on a Joker, and in fact, it's going to cause him to fall. The super, yeah, it's not going to give too much to Joker, though. However, still get some damage in, immediately denied by Shetapo.
Oh.
Damage lead for Reply Totem, as they now have to fall into defense.
Yeah, a very small lead now still for ZETA Division 1, but they got better positioning. Shetapo has a super as well, and we saw earlier, over and over again, how much value he finds with them. Kenji could go for a mute too, that would single-handedly take someone out of the fight. Kenji connects a mute, finds the kill on the other.
अरे दो वेस्ट हो गए गैजेट.
With that pool, but it should still be enough to cause a lot of damage, get it all the way down to 11%. But look at this, all of Reply Totem are near that blue safe. This is their chance to get a massive amount of damage. They need to close it out right here, right now, because a pull
Nice. Nice.
aggressive, and it's gonna get turned around, and ZETA will secure the win. It looks
Oh.
like they will do just that with just a couple of seconds left. They need a miracle for Reply Totem.
It's going to come down to whether Mari can pump out a lot of damage, but it's looking quite unlikely. 1, 2, 3 shots on there. It's coming close. 16%.
GG's. Nice, good one. हेलो गेमर बॉय डार्क. यार मज़ा बहुत आ रहा है. ब्रॉल टॉक का मैच मस्त.
It's a match point and
भाई मज़ा तो बहुत आता है भाई, मानना पड़ेगा. खासकर मुझे ZETA के मैचेस देखने में बड़े मज़ा आते हैं भाई. ZETA's मैच आर ओपी, बना देते सबको टोपी.
Or Improbable, letting them just get out of their hands. Let's see now, as they face a match point, if they can make anything happen.
Nice.
Joker, full suit, the tempo off the bat. And
Nice.
wow, a one-on-one trade in the mid is exactly what ZETA Division wanted, as they still have the positioning. The tempo was able to get a good angle to get it super. Now
Nice.
the walls opened up, but somehow not a single kill. He's the one going down.
here comes the speed in. Joker has to run it up mid. Not a whole lot of angles to shoot there. Kenji is avoiding a lot of damage along the way. Mari's trying to get something versus Shetapo, and on the right side, Maru falls. Mari's going to commit to this safe. He's got to get a lot of damage pumped out. Not a scratch on Reply Totem safe just yet, but a whole lot could be coming in. Moya Goku, Kenji, and Shetapo in tandem all focused it down, largely ignoring Maru as well. Shetapo takes a lot of damage and provides a lot of value, but meanwhile, on ZETA's safe, they're still taking a heavy beating. In fact, it's getting close. It might even be exact at some point on the percentage.
उसको छोड़ दिया माउरी के, जा तू करते रह अटैक.
Situation, but Maru's solo HP gets muted as well, and Kenji shuts him down. That's a lot of damage on safe. This could just be an
GG's. Woohoo.
ZETA Division 1
Hello Panther plays Brawl Stars. What's up?
to the semifinals.
An insanely close
And with that, ZETA division goes on to semis. Yeah.
ZETA Division 1, a solid victory for the guys, and a seriously good approach by Reply Totem. Really only one set
Nice
there
one.
had me scratching my head and asking questions. Everything else insanely close. It did not pan out in the end for Reply Totem, unfortunately.
Absolutely so. Yeah, the hot zone was the big blunder, right? That was a free set, just a poor draft on the side of Totem, and one day we'll be regretting. Robo,
भाई
where
साई
all
टेम्पो
things
क्या ही
gone,
खेला with the
they just went
buzz.
for the side of
He
Robo.
made it
Because
buzz.
Division 1 by all means,
Nice
they
one.
lost that one, but Totem choked and made some mistakes, gave away another set, and there was no recovering from there on.
Yeah, really just a few blunders made that.
Hello, cool. What's up?
Tampo as well. So much value for him. That's what happens when you kind of take the reply totem strategy and apply it for yourself. No buzz for you.
Now STMN versus Team QSO.
They run with it. 10 kills as well. It might not be the objective, but when you're continuously eliminating the Barley, the Rico, the main damage dealers of the squad, it's a huge dent in the potential output that Reply Totem had to offer.
Yeah, this was nearly as close as it can get for 3-1, right? If you remove just that free set of Hot Zone, that was a phenomenal series, and I almost wish that we got to see the best of 7 between those two teams that we will have for the grand finals, because I feel like, some different game modes, some different conditions here and there, it could have been a different story.
I would have loved to see a best of 7 too. I really wanted to see some more Reply Totem in Zeta Division 1 going head to head, but Zeta Division 1, they definitely have to be feeling pretty good here as well. And we got to decide an MVP. Of course, we asked you guys on event.allstars.com. Okay, it's Shitampo. It always is Shitampo.
Shitampo.
Tell them to vote. They know exactly who to vote for here already. It's Shitampo, no hesitation. He had highest kills, highest damage, pretty much in every single set, and by far.
I mean, this is one of those instances where I say there's, a correct answer, right? Just like all the other questions on event.brawlstars.com, it's a multiple choice. Okay, you click Shitampo, you win, have your points, have your this and that, and, get a little bit closer to that skin.
Hello, Manas. कैसे हो? Welcome back. Hello, Gaming with Apple. Where is your chapel? Come on, guys, do drop a like. And I hope you enjoyed the match of ZETA Division. मजा आ गया भाई.
That we say is inevitable about Brawl Stars.
Yeah, well, giving a look at our bracket here. Next up, we'll be watching STM Man versus Team Queso, an EMEA versus NA matchup, which we always love to watch. We will later on also have Tribe Gaming EU versus Zeta Division 1's sister team.
बोले भाई ट्राइब गेमिंग EU खेल रहा है क्या? हाँ भाई खेल रहा है ना. ट्राइब गेमिंग EU वर्सेस ZETA डिवीजन 0 होने वाला है इस मैच के बाद. थर्ड मैच बोले तो. ओ भाई, who will win? STMN 61% and Team QSO 39%. And in our voting, exactly same is going on. 60% for STMN and Team QSO 40%. Nice. Streamlabs उठ जा. Streamlab उठा ही हुआ है. और कितना उठाओगे?
Looking really spicy. That's a rematch after MSI and one that got very contentious as well. A whole lot of
ट्राइब EU ही जीतेगा. देखते हैं क्या होता है.
Of course, one winner came out on top, and we have that to come. But still, STMN versus Team Queso is coming up now. When we talk STMN, a lot of expectations.
Hello, Rajdeep. की हालचाल?
For Team Queso. However, their opponent on day 1, it was not really as stacked as Zeta, or rather as STMN's opponent, right? STMN, they faced the #1 seed in LATAM South. AQM took a handy victory as well with a 3-0. When it came to Team Queso, they also got a 3-0, but it was versus Stalwart Esports, which was frankly not as strong of a showing, unfortunately.
No, it really wasn't. I feel like both teams are coming from incredibly different directions, because STMN, it's kind of a miracle they're here in the first place. Yeah. They had to absolutely pop off in the NA and LATAM North monthly finals, the final one, which they ended up winning.
STMN. Yeah, let's see. $400. उसका 10% भी दे दो हमको, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. हम तो उसमें भी खुश हो जाएंगे. राजदीप पहचाना. पहचान कौन? पहचान कौन?
I cannot wait to see what they have to offer today. Damascus, take it away.
Et oui, en effet, on est prêt, on allait voir la foule. Est-ce qu'on est chaud ici? C'est que le début de la journée, le premier match était bon. On va lancer le deuxième match. Et un petit NA contre EU. On aime bien un peu la rivalité outre-Atlantique entre l'Amérique et l'Europe. Et on va commencer par accueillir les représentants américains. Un max de bruit, s'il vous plaît, pour STMN!
STMN, do they really need any introduction? Bobby, OG, and Czar, Fade filling in for Sands. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it to this land, but definitely supporting them from home, both in chat and in spirit. These guys are just some of the powerhouses of North America, and it seems like they always come back at the last moment to clutch things up. We saw it in the Snapdragon Pro Series, where they came back pretty much by a miracle on their own accord. It did not fare so well for the two teams that were not able to go to the LAN, which led to STMN making it there. But when STMN was there, they completely owned the competition, taking Tribe for a ride in that grand final and taking it all in the end.
Yeah, STMN is a team that has always been somewhat in the middle of the pack. Never really been able to be the top team, but also never on the bottom. In the World Finals 2021, they made it.
टीम में 3 प्लेयर होते हैं, तीनों को 303 और 1 लाख आपका। बात तो सही है, इतना तो बनता है मेरा।
Team Queso are ready to join the stage.
Leurs adversaires, évidemment, ils sont européens, ils représentent l'Espagne. C'est les 3 joueurs qui sont là pour faire voler leur drapeau le plus haut possible. Est-ce qu'ils vont être capables de gagner leur premier match de la journée?
कौन है तू? गेमिंग विद एप्पल।
The all Spanish roster, Team Queso, that's Javi Navarro, Ale SSJ, and Boss. Recently,
आज मैं लेट हो गया था,
as well as
कोई बात नहीं।
Maxi left.
ऐसे वाला एक प्लेयर तगड़ा वाला शायद गलत शो में आ गया है, उसको कुश्ती के शो में जाना चाहिए। हाँ, वो WWE में जाने वाला था, बट थोड़ा बॉडी में थोड़ा पिकाचू ज़्यादा हो गया था, इसलिए तो यहाँ आ गया।
Plays pretty much dead last. They did not qualify last year for the World Finals, and
ये टकला कौन है? कल ही तो बताया था भाई, जॉनी सिंस का चचेरा भाई है। फिर भी पूछते हो, शर्म नहीं आती? कितने बार पूछोगे?
07 they
याददाश्त कमजोर है क्या तुम्हारी?
Pro Series Season 2, where
तुम्हें भी इंजेक्शन लगवाना पड़ेगा।
against every single top team in EU.
Including their former teammates as well, which had been released playing for FA Panafresh too, which can never be a great feeling for Team Queso when you've rearranged as well and brought on a new member. Boss, though, this is a big story for him because he almost went to Worlds last year, I believe, under Bunker ROG, and unfortunately was dropped from the team just a few months prior to qualifying for Worlds and making it there. Now he's finally on the stage. He's in the
दोनों टीम में एक रेसलर है।
take a victory. For
गलत
CCN,
जवाब।
it's going to be a struggle
एक
because
टीम में रेसलर है, एक टीम में सूमो है।
for them, likewise, just in general over the last several months, we always have to give credit where credit is due, right? A victory in the May monthly finals in EMEA is a big deal.
भैया की चड्डी बनियान घूम गई थी, दूसरे की लेके आ गया, फिर टी शर्ट वगैरह तो मिल नहीं पाई, तो बोला यार बनियान में ही चल देते हैं।
Maybe it's just growing pains. We have to see how they perform. It's good.
एक्चुअल में द थिंग इज दीज टीम्स आर फ्रॉम नॉर्थ अमेरिका एंड अमेरिका में ये सब कॉमन है। ऐसे ही आ जाओ भाई चड्डी बनियान पहन के, कई दिक्कत है।
See, actually, in just a little bit, but on the casting desk, we were pretty unanimous on this one, and we all sided with STMN. Much love for Team Queso, don't get me wrong, and they are a team with a lot of potential, some great mechanics and ideas, but they've still struggled a decent amount to put them into proper execution and actually find a winning game plan for them.
Team Queso, they're facing a very confident team, one that is known to simply pop off at lands. And I think really my focus here for STMN, it's got to be OG. Usually he plays on, you know, but not the greatest of Wi-Fi, pretty
ट्राई गेमिंग यू में शायद टॉम खेल रहा है, वो मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर है। अच्छा, शायद क्या खेल ही तो रहा है, कल भी तो खेला था।
Everyone to kind of focus down on OG and see how this guy plays at LAN. I think he might be the strongest LAN player on the STMN roster.
He had a great performance 2 days ago here as well. So I absolutely think you're right. That
Lex Gaming.
You know, a lot of eyes that are going to be on him just because of how well his form has been, and one of the eldest players in the competitive scene. And not saying that as in, you know, too old to play, but he has a lot of experience, and it is incredibly valuable to own that stage, have that
प्राइमन को खेलते हुए देखो?
teammates and
हाँ, देखा है।
feel like they're in a safe place because the nerves and the pressure always hits you on that stage, and you got to make sure that the boat stays afloat.
Pretty much, and I mean, STMN, they're all naturals up here on stage. Team Queso, we of course need to see how they perform at LAN as well, because we haven't gotten to see as much of them in a LAN environment. And as we've seen in previous days, sometimes that can be a huge factor. Of course, the matchup is always a big consideration, but simply being present at LAN, we saw from Raconic, it definitely comes into play. Are you experienced in this sort of venue?
I'm not entirely sure here of my sources, but I think there is a chance that Team Queso has a 0% win rate in LAN. Because, I mean, their only LAN in the BSC was MSI, where they lost their in the first round. And SPS, that was the day after, where they, I believe, also lost in the first round. So, yeah, it's not been too glorious in LAN for Team Queso, but they've worked hard this entire year to get to this point, and I'm sure they'll give it their all. 62% of you guys at home side with Stamina for this matchup, and I don't blame you. Layer kick is where we kick things off, and we won't be seeing any Poco, Squeak, or Max as STMN banned them out. TQ banned Gus, Brock, and G.
I was gonna say,
Aloo tikki.
here it is, the first pick from STMN, and this is always a pretty safe brawler to go for, especially as of late with the new gear that gives his super even more health than Tick has on a normal day as well. Team Queso, now they need to respond to this, and they have the last pick, so they can counter it out with something like a Sprout. But STMN, they
इससे पहले वाले मैच में खेला था क्या? हाँ, I guess.
They might even opt to try and counter it out. Here comes the penny on the side of Team Queso though, and in close range she'll be able to do very well.
अच्छा इसमें पूछ रहा हूँ ना ना इसमें नहीं खेला इसमें इधर कहाँ से खेलेगा
which they're pretty well known to go for at times. Team Queso also pick up the Otis, so they are doubling down on the defense.
Yeah, I like the ideas here on the side of Team Queso. Think there is definitely some potential, but Tick is an absolute threat at the moment. I mean, just that new gear, getting an extra 1000 HP on your Tick heads is so much value. It takes so long to shut them down. There's pretty much just no brawler that can one-shot it now, so wasting always multiple ammo on it gives you quite a bit of control, and if it connects onto you, you are going down more likely than not, especially at a pro level. But their second pick is gonna be Janet to take the action up in the air, but they do have 2 picks in a row here, so their final one for Stamina will be coming in just a second, and we'll lock in their comp.
Likely no intentions of breaking open walls here, especially with Brock out of the mix. They could
रैंक मैन आया है खेलने के लिए जीटा डिवीजन की तरफ से अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं कर सकते भाई जो खेल रहा है वही खेलेगा ऐसे बीच में तुम रोस्टर थोड़ी चेंज कर सकते हो
Here's the Ash, and how is he going to make it into the enemy spawn? It's not like he really has like the wind at his back with Max or anything, but Team Queso, they must have known this was coming too, because they picked up 2 brawlers that are very good versus tanks, especially Boss. OG, maybe his plan is to always have that super at the ready when he decides he wants to push Boss in particular, but Ala SSJ will still be able to handily take out those rats with a lot of penetrating damage from his main attack. Javi on the Carl can never complain. Of course, that's going to be fantastic versus Tick in close range, but it all comes down to the aggro plays, and Bobby has switched onto the Ash. We really are in for a ride from the side of STMN, and Team Queso, they have to respond effectively.
Well, that jump in for
Oh, nice.
here, and off the bat, Bobby already was first blown, and a 2-star lead, actually 1 star rather, as Team Queso picked up the blue one initially. Javi does somehow survive that engagement. Not exactly sure how they let him get away with it, but Bobby
भाई साहब
knows that Team Queso owe him a death, and he went to collect it in the mid.
And already some walls broken open on that left side too. It's going to force Czar maybe into a different area. A little turret down from OG, quickly responded to by the turret from Ala SSJ, which is going to be out of reach for a good amount of time. Javi's also ready with the super. He could be taken down by someone. Cornered in here. The rats as well. Could be a team wipe if Boss doesn't stay alive. OG might have to go for it. Czar also needs to stay very safe. Almost Bobby, but he uses his last gadget.
Nice.
We're only a minute and a half in, and Bobby, he's already out of gadgets.
Everyone was so incredibly low HP on the side of Stamina, and yet no one went down. 9 stars now in favor of the North American roster. Bobby going aggressive, has no more gadgets, so can't quite heal up like he used to. Navi wants to go
Boom.
aggressive. That is going to be the first skill. for
Boom.
TKO. They find another, and suddenly the gap is not quite as wide as it used to be. It's only 5 stars.
Let's also observe the way that STM is playing here. They're playing extremely defensively, but that also means that Team Queso pretty much always has them on the back foot. There is an extremely important differential here, though, which is that Team Queso, they're behind by 5 stars plus the blue star. They need to get a kill onto OG and someone else because simply Bobby and Czar won't cut it. And that turret's also going to be stuffing them into the back lines. 15 seconds to go. Bobby takes the aggro. He's determined to push the back line back, but he can't get to the turret in time. Javi's also very low on health. A little explosion there on the left side as Boss continues to be pushed back. Bobby also silenced.
Boom.
Goes down.
Boom. Boom. GG's. Easy peasy for STMN. मतलब बाद में भी मैच है ना ZETA के उसमें खेलेगा. ऐसा नहीं होता भाई. बाद में अगर कुछ दूसरे टूर्नामेंट में खेल रहा हो तो बात अलग है. ऐसे बीच में किसी को नहीं घुसेड़ सकते.
Well, unlike the last game, STMN, they don't immediately go for mid, and it's going to give that early game lead to Team Queso. Now we get to see this game from a different perspective, with Team Queso primarily playing defense. Well, that didn't last for long. Okay, SSJ goes down. Bobby claims a kill. Yeah. A little correction there from Bobby, too. STMN, though, they still have the lead. Boss on the left side, unfortunately not able to get that kill. OG on the right as well, now swapping lanes with Czar. And things are getting a little bit more stalematey as STMN don't intend on falling back to the back lines, back to their respawn as quickly as in the last one.
Yeah, here's the thing. Bobby keeps somehow getting into 1v1s, which there's pretty much no brawl here on the side of Team Queso that is going to win those. Bobby single-handedly just secured already 8 stars for his team, and that's a problem. Team Queso, they need to stop giving him those freebies and play together against him, play the team fights, and so far have been way too spread out and playing lonely.
And Bobby off of this is going to go extremely aggro. He's still going to find himself on offense and actually gives a lot of stars to Team Queso. Meanwhile, also Javi is deeply in. Does get cleaned up by the guy with the broom and the trash can, but still, Team Queso find themselves at a deficit. 4 stars this time. They have the blue star on their side. They need to take down either one or the other, just 2 of these enemies in order to get the advantage. Bobby also pops a gadget just now. He still has 1 left to use. Czar also with the super on the right side, quickly taken down by Javi. A good kill onto Bobby and STMN.
1 point lead only.
Now, and they're still on defense with only 20 seconds left.
There's only 1 star in it, and that could go quickly as Bobby is quite low HP now as well. Czar on the right hand side pushing back Javi, but Javi deals with the thick head. This is the final push here from Team Queso, and this could be a dangerous one for his stamina as Czar ends up going down, and that might just be enough as Javi is trying to heal back up. Team Queso was a 3-star lead.
Oh, tied for now. Next match में महुदक ना गुरूर.
Team Queso this time. They, I think, picked up on the issue, which is that Bobby, he's allowed to get in these 1v1s repeatedly. I think we also saw Bobby go needless.
STMN would win. अभी तो देखते हैं.
It had to be a little bit of confidence that sort of got to his head because he went completely alone on the Ashe. You cannot afford to make these kind of mistakes in a match of this caliber, and it's also led us to a tied up set for the first one.
Well, let's see how things move forward from here on. Bobby trying to contest that mid area. The blue star again picked up by Boss. Quite easy if you have a call, obviously just go for a gadget and you can just pick it up freely as you're the first one to arrive anywhere near that blue star. But the spawn trap,
Come on, Aloo Tikkies.
set up as Boss goes in to open the situation up. Boss finds one, the other one was picked up by Javi.
Hey,
The second, and
nice one by the card.
Brilliantly played here from Team Queso as well. They knew exactly how to pair those abilities.
Whom you are supporting? ZETA. वैसे इस मैच में तो भाई STMN को हमने वोट किया है.
Safe position. Here comes the tick super, goes right for SSJ's turret. Bobby also is getting kept back pretty effectively on the left side. Boss trying to eliminate the turret, popped down by OG. STMN, they're at a serious deficit here, and Team Queso, they lose Javi on the aggro. Still, he'll be responding in just a moment here to keep up the defense, and he has a super at the ready to deny any possible aggression from Bobby. They're not looking to switch up the lanes, though, because they would have to forfeit a little bit of positioning here to do so. Here comes the tick super and baits a lot of shots out of the enemies, but still, not going to bait out that super, not going to bait out that silence from Javi.
Only 25 seconds remaining. They need to.
For STMN, they're waiting for the last moment. They still only need 3 stars.
Yeah, that is actually quite a big ask because Boss is the only player that will provide them unless they get a double kill. Ali SSJ is low.
Oh,
B
oh,
is still
oh.
alive though. V gets pushed but goes for the mute. Bobby's gonna go down. Wow! Wow! What a shutdown again!
And with that, Team Kyoso wins first one.
Momentum shift from game number one to game
Nice.
number two. Even for the most of the game, it looks so firmly locked in the hands of STMN, and then it's ripped back in control of Team Queso there towards the end, playing defense so effectively the entire time. As soon as Otis had super, there was no hope left in the world for Bobby to do anything on the Ash.
Yeah, that was an incredible opening set from Team Queso. That first game was so dominant by STMN. It just seems like afterwards, Team Queso really started to find their groove, find their team synergy as well with some good team plays and dealing much better with the aggression from Bobby in the first game and in the most part of the second one too. Bobby was just wandering around, getting kills left and right, doing a lot of work, but
भाई कुछ ज्यादा ही जोश में आ गया एस्टीवन को क्या हो गया अभी तो एक हुआ है भाई बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है अरे अरे बस 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 भाई बस 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 कंट्रोल कंट्रोल मुन्ना कंट्रोल
I mean, pop off, right? Still, let's look at the stats. I mean, it was a pop off through and through, especially for Bobby.
भाई सिर्फ 2 बंदे को मारा इतना खुश हो गया भाई बंदा इतना जोश में आ गया
Giving us a great show.
एल SSJ
Team in, though, some respect
जस्ट गॉट 2 किल्स एंड इतना जोश में आ गया क्या हो गया भाई
for victory on their side.
मिर्ची खिला दी क्या किसी ने
They worked for a little bit
मिर्ची खिला दी लगा दी क्या किया उस बंदे को
to it, and were ultimately able to pull it back.
हेडफोन तोड़ने में आ गया भाई बंदा तो बोले "यार, तोड़ दूंगा साढ़े
one-sided that first game was. The next two were much closer, but Team Queso played phenomenally, and this is not the start that SCMN were hoping.
SCMN would take the revenge अरे अभी तो बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है भाई अभी
Stamina to take this match.
2 और जीतने हैं
Number two is gonna
उनको अगर करना है तो
even things out, but they need to start by having a good draft.
And of course, Crystal Arcade, one of the newer additions into the competitive map pool. Again, we've seen it a little bit earlier in the year. We took a break from it, and now it's back for the World Finals. And this map, it can be a little bit confusing at times, especially when we talk about the lanes. But mid, it's wide open. You got to get rid of some of those long-range dominant brawlers. Ruff's a very early pick here from Team Queso. He's going to be good for those side lanes, can reflect those shots. Pretty much the objective here is to just chip away your enemy and get some of those power-ups onto your teammates, especially those at mid. And one good candidate for mid has already been banned out.
who won in ZETA versus Totem है ZETA
STMN
खिला दिया उन्होंने उसको पपीता
passed him just yet.
Yeah, I think
1 by 3-1 पहला साइड जरूर रिप्लाई टोटम ने जीता था बट उसके बाद फिर मौका ही नहीं दिया ZETA वालों ने उनको पपीता खिला खिला के मार दिया
phenomenal brawler that can open up walls, that can
इसने तो वर्ल्ड फाइनल विन कर लिया हाँ भाई वर्ल्ड फाइनल विन कर लिया उसने तो 2 किल करके भाई उससे ज्यादा किल तो उसके बाजू वाले ने किए 7 किल तो उसको उतना जोश नहीं आ रहा 2 किल करके इतना खुश हो गया भाई बंदा
also kind of, was a
गलती से अगर MVP बन गए तो भाई ये तो
Yeah, unfortunately.
वहीं कूद के मतलब गड्ढा कर देगा
The game, and for a while he was just completely on the top of the meta, just nothing could beat him. And now that he's been nerfed quite a bit, it's hard to estimate exactly where he finds himself in this current meta because at times it's gone great, at other times it's gone terrible. Here's Ash, and that's basically the next best thing to what OG has to offer here, but it's not really that common of a pick on this map. I imagine the idea is going to be lock yourself in the enemy's backlines. STMN, they might even opt to just blow them up with Griff's gadget.
Yeah, it seems like Team Queso just want to give SCMN a taste of their own
Oi.
medicine, or maybe even just show them how it's done. You know that they have the better Ash out of the two teams. We'll see how that goes down. It will be the final.
if he have 0 kills then he would break the podium tablet and
counter,
headphones
just, to make sure they
देखते हैं क्या होता है
deal with the Buster and have the range over pretty much anyone else.
मुझे तो लग रहा है कि अभी कुश्ती करने लगेंगे बोले ये कैसे कैसे चिल्लाया बे तू रुक मैं आ रहा हूँ दे दांत तोड़ो
As is, both on range and also just just on brawlers in general, Bo is going to be the last selection from them. Of course, you can get some good upsets on your enemies. You can also break open walls, but they're going to be completely outranged by the B. I don't see this going well for ST Min from a range standpoint, from just a brawler 1v1 standpoint either. It's going to have to come down to OG sticking close to his teammates, getting free supers as well, because once again, I don't really see him getting any supers off of the enemies, as they can very effectively keep him at range, with the exception of Boss.
Yeah, this is gonna be a wild one. Let's find out how things go down, as we'll see a bit of a stack up on both lanes. Queso more heavily on the left, but Javi adapts to join the fight against Bobby and OG that were on the right side. Bobby getting some good positioning and pretty much just securing the right lane for his team.
As long as no wall break makes it over to that area, then he'll be doing just fine. And even if that's broken open, he can migrate over to the left side. But here comes the first super, and Ruffs is going to be looking for that wall break. So many bushes lost. Bobby can still get a pretty good avenue towards the back lines with a bit of a swish at the back line. Yeah, we get swishes in Gym Grab, even if it is Crystal Arcade after all. ST Min, however, they're looking just about the same as Team Queso on the gym count so far. Boss has been doing a phenomenal job on the left side, might I add.
अरे भाई क्या डॉज कर रहा भाई बंदा, मान ही नहीं रहा.
For a very long time, though, finally went down, but it doesn't lend itself to too much success on the left side as OG now starts to push in.
Yeah, good slow onto Zar, but not really any sort of follow-up. So far, gem lead is small, but in favor of Team Queso, and now Javi is going to be buffed up as well. OG needs to be extra careful in the mid area.
Zar on the right side also trying to face versus Ala SSJ, who's all powered up. Javi also has a power up from Ala SSJ. He's going to be hitting 4 KPs. He's got to be careful. OG's going to fall victim to it. So Ala SSJ gets
And with that,
kill there at the end as well as Bobby falls. And this one's a runaway victory for Team Queso unless STMN can somehow upset them on the back lines.
Yeah,
GG's.
it's going to be a tough countdown to interrupt as Bobby and OG are able to...
Easy peasy for Team Queso. भाई अब वो तोड़ने वाला है स्टेडियम.
They are starting to really
दिखाओ जरा, दिखाओ, रिएक्शन देखना हमें.
move here in this quarterfinal match. It's 3 games in a row now, and
और स्ट्राइकमैन प्लेइंग.
from picking up a
ना भाई नहीं खेल रहा है, कहाँ से खेलेगा?
Else on this.
नहीं, स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर पुश देयर ट्रॉफीज विद देयर ओन टीममेट्स, राइट?
STMN are somehow able to hang on to those
हाँ,
points for
और किधर करेंगे? उन्हीं के साथ खेलेंगे तभी तो प्रैक्टिस होगी अच्छे से.
They're going to be coming down. Bobby, he's not going to double up with anyone on the right side this time. He's going to be looking to push in versus Ala SSJ. He can peek around the walls pretty effectively, but already wall break coming in. So many walls lost. Bobby trying to get some damage in. A victory also for Boss as he takes down Zar. The left side is broken open too. It's going to be a runaway for Javi if the wall breaks keep coming.
Boss pushing forwards will get shut down this time around. I'm not sure if opening up those walls is something that is in favor of stamina.
No.
Because the B is just going to have such wide angles to shoot at, and so far, I mean, at least in the previous game, that was a massive advantage, I would say, for Team Queso. Now as well, OG low HP, but still they do manage to clear things up on the side of SCM and keep that man advantage, and OG falls back to heal up. There's a mine near that gem, and OG cannot really commit to pick that one up. Still a 3-gem lead in favor of Team Queso, as Zar does find a big pickup onto Boss on the left-hand side.
We're seeing some pretty good dodges also by STMN. I guess that's the counterplay to be when she has so much damage. There's a super thrown in as well. Zar, though, not going to be getting really anything off that. Some lane switch-ups attempted on Team Queso, but STMN reacted just as well. Smangle's found by Ala SSJ to Bobby. He has no shield left. Gets dominated on the left side by Javi. Boss likewise falls, but it's still really more or less just a tie on the gym count. Javi, he's looking for a left side angle. Is not looking too successful so far. OG snatches that 8th gem and places some mines down as well. Now Boss is going to look to bait these out as well. Zar around the right side looking to pinch in from the top side too. It's going to come down to whether Javi can connect some of these Bs, but it's just not coming out here.
Bobby so incredibly low, but he's still alive, and that shield is big. Turnaround as well. As he
Nice.
SSJ.
Oof, comeback or what? Hello, Zach.
Boss falls to Zar.
Zach Sunrise. Hi, hello there. What's up? How are you doing? Because you know randoms very well, lol. Yeah.
Not at all what I expected, but it's land. I guess you can just dodge out B when you have 0 ping versus the other. And great
Randoms are always legendary.
It all came down to counterplay. It all came down to counter mechanics because the draft, no, it did not convince me even a little bit from STMN. Wall break here, outrange here. B just existing, I guess.
But that's the genius. I think, of
You
Team K's
are
right?
powerless.
Big plus side off the bat though. A big kill from Zar on the left, Bombi dominating the right. But that's the thing. If Zar opens up the map,
Oh, nice.
he kind of needs to against Boss, right? But then on the other end, Avi on the B
Nice.
gets to have a better playing field too. So it's challenging to find a bit of a compromise between the two, and you need to be very selective with which walls and when you decide to take them down. Zar will open up the right side as Boss did transition over to that side of the map, and V is able to find a nice pinch to take down Bobby. Zar should be falling to Boss here, and he will fall to Javi instead. It's 2-on-2, but one that favors Team Queso ever so slightly, just control-wise.
Javi also waiting with his high-powered B, not gonna make sure to hit it though. OG also trying to occupy mid. Some more gadgets coming in from Al SSJ. That was his last one to get a bit of area control. OG though is dodging out things very effectively. Gonna try and avoid the slow. Bobby ends up falling victim to it. Javi, despite being just a shred of health left, still manages to escape, but Zar falls on the left side. He's got to field the attacks from Boss. A little heal from Bobby is going to keep him in the game too. However, Team Queso, they've pushed up so far into STM in spawn. It could be a gift, it could be a curse. Boss, he's trying to make the last use that he can out of this positioning. Last treat coming down. It's going to be picked up.
Boom.
Boss, no, never mind. Javi walked over, but he already has one. Gems toppled to the ground on the back lines as well. And Team Queso are just one gem away from running back with the countdown.
And GG's.
There it is, countdown locked in. Bobby gets taken out by Ale SSJ, and this could be 2-0 in sets unless Zar and OG can do something about it. Can they shut down Javi? Zar now in a 1v2 supply drop to the
And with that, Reply Totem is leading. Sorry, Reply Totem not. Team Queso is leading with 2-0. Woohoo! It's gonna be a turnaround. मेरे को रिएक्शन दिखाओ भाई. तो मुझे लगता है असली विनर कौन होगा? Brawl Stars is gonna be real winner.
Already leading into set number 3 with a massive advantage for the underdog.
This is unbelievable because yes, all the odds are
इतने सारे लोग देख रहे हैं भाई. पैसा आ रहा है, पैसा.
coming into this one, but I've been telling for a while.
Are you Indian? Yes, Jack Sunrise. I am Indian.
They have terrible performances at times, but they do have that pop-off potential, and in the past they have popped off.
ना हमको कुछ मिलने वाला है ना तुमको कुछ मिलने वाला है. असली में तो सुपर सेल को मिलने वाला है.
Absolutely popping off.
Great lane play.
खुद ही सोचो, अगर कोई कंपनी
on both teams. However, Team Queso, I think, really stole
$1 million
for me, especially
प्राइज मनी दे रही है.
getting those early
अरे 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 भाई 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 भाई, यही तो रिएक्शन देखना था.
SSJ.
That was the reaction. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Pretty good stuff on both sides, but
भाई तो पूरा
really takes the
तोड़ देगा. I'm also streaming. Nice, good to know. Zach Sunrise.
Pumping off on the side of Team Queso as they are a very united team, and they are playing very well as a team so far today. Let's see how out in the open goes, because stamina, they need this one, or it's the end of their journey for this year.
Exactly, and just one game really stands between them and a potential match point.
ये
They
भी
could
सही है.
be facing.
Yes,
Team Queso
everything
are
is
one
right.
away from going on to a match point
ये
for
भी सही है,
themselves
वो
in
भी सही है, वो भी सही है और ये भी सही है.
semifinals. Ala SSJ starts us off with a Brock pick, and for out of the open, this is a pretty popular one. You're able to break open an avenue on the left lane. Also, Brock, he's simply really good right now. He was always running.
Come on guys, do drop a like, subscribe.
But with
Yeah.
reload gear, he pumps out tons and tons of damage, and we cannot forget about
विन हो गया क्या? हाँ, 2 सेट से आगे चल रही है 0-2 से. अब
unexpected kills, but this is an STM class.
सिर्फ
Piper.
एक ही मौका बचा है STM के पास. अब हर मैच उनका डू और डाई है
Is probably the
और टीम Queso को सिर्फ एक ही सेट जीतना है.
let's be honest. But when it
क्या?
comes to duels,
Are we gonna see once again a turnaround match just like ZETA Division 0, which was yesterday? Like they have
when it comes to those one
been losing at this moment, like this only 0-2 they were behind, but reverse sweep then.
I mean, it's definitely going to be shining.
They won by 3-2.
Also, I think a great addition to the side of STMN, because against a pro like Brown,
So is it going to be happening with STMN as well or not? We'll see in just few minutes. Oh, Game Boy Dark.
insane movement speed that it
Win हो या ना हो, 1000 तो हो गए. अरे अरे 1000 तो हमारे भाई पहले दिन ही हो गए थे.
Gets pretty hard countered by Max, and I think that this is sort of not like a double-edged sword type of deal, but it definitely is multifaceted. Not only is it going to be good versus Brock, but it's going to be great for getting rid of a pick that would be valuable for the enemy. Otis is going to be the choice from Team Queso, however, and this is a strong one pretty much always. Fat Splatter is great for locking off a lane. He's going to be great for denying a potential aggressive brawler from a last pick for STMN. We see that Fang is not banned out, and he's a pretty popular pick here in Knockout. Really anything aggressive, I mean, it's what we kind of expect to see from STMN. It's sort of what we have to expect of a last pick as well. But also notice that we haven't seen any thrower bans yet either.
Yeah, well, we won't see a thrower on the side of Team Queso as we'll lock in the bell instead. So 2 sharpshooters as well as the Otis for Team Queso. Now STMN, they have some more options. I mean, they would have loved, to be fair, to go for Eugene, even though it was one of their own bands. But they have other ways that they can go around it. They could even go something like Poco, perhaps, or something tankier and more aggressive. You mentioned Fang earlier, that could be on the menu, or a thrower that you also mentioned. Tick is going to be a phenomenal one at that, although it's not necessarily the easiest map, I think, to bring a thrower to.
Yeah, especially when you're facing Brock as well, because he'll be breaking open those walls that you need so desperately to survive. So as long as Brock can be kept pretty well at range, he won't get additional stuff from his supers, but he still has his gadget. He still has Rocket Fuel to break it open for free. One of them's going to be used to, okay, get him through spawn and get a faster rollout and get mid faster. However, it's going to be valuable versus Tick, and it's also going to be good for locking down some kills at long range if they are really in a pinch here. Tick, just all around good, but we already see the wall break that's going to be eliminating some of the bushes that he needs to survive.
All right, let's see as we get some walls taken out of the picture by LASSJ. He wants this map to be wide open and wants to play duels. Zorn takes a bit of a beating early on, but needs to make sure that he stays in the mix and comes back to the action after a couple of seconds of healing.
Zarn on the right lane also having a bit of trouble fielding these attacks. He's kept very effectively at range. However, he's bobbing and weaving and dodging these attacks.
It's like playing with Aloo Tikki is not that much good right now.
Kill confirmation from Bobby as well. Now reduced to a 3v2. Zar's thinking about using the super. Here it is onto both Bobby.
People are very much good with those practice thing.
A little pop in there by Bobby.
Oh.
And now it's been reduced to a 1v1 between OG and Boss.
This is going to be a difficult one. Boss can deal with that tick head, and now they need to find up close. OG needs a miracle.
Like I said, Aloo Tikki is not that much good.
On the verge of match point.
And with that, just one match they need.
When they had SSJ completely locked into that right corner, but no, SSJ clutched up, and I think the bag was kind of fumbled there by STMN. We keep on seeing these blunders from the guys too.
Nice.
But they do start things off with a kill on the boss early on. Bobby is still marked up though. Can't afford to take too much damage, and SSJ has his aim locked onto these back lines, as there's not an easy water there. Wow, beautiful from SSJ, but perfect timing from Bobby.
Yeah, he was left in a 1v3. Does find Bobby actually, but Zar should be able to clean up, and he will do just that. STMN
20 रुपीस दो, एक राज की बात बताऊंगा.
to use as well.
अगर 20 डेली का 50 रुपए देते हैं भाई हम. दिन में होता है गिव अवे डेली. अगर आप इंटरेस्टेड है तो दिन में आइएगा. डेली गिव अवे होता है दिन में. और अगर आपको ज़्यादा चाहिए 300, 150 और 100 रुपये, तो उसके लिए आपको डेली आना पड़ेगा और पार्टिसिपेट करना पड़ेगा हमारे लॉयल्टी रिवॉर्ड्स के लिए. I played 3 matches in Fortnite and got 7th in all match. I'm actually playing Fortnite and watching Brawl Stars. Lol. Wow, bro. Multitasking or what? Playing with the teammates or the randoms? Wasted. Is it gone? And with that, they have gone to the semis and STMN is out. Bye bye, tata, bye bye, goodbye. Gaya. I'm going to school in day. Okay. Can't do much then that with final chance. Final chance for them. Either win or go home.
To lock themselves into the semifinals.
Well,
Team of 3 and 1 random. Nice. Good going still. If you're getting 7th position
to keep
back to back, kinda good.
from Bobby does connect, but not really any sort of follow-up. And
I also play Fortnite, but with the randoms only.
that's about all they get from it. As Avi's an awkward spot, Bobby really wants to go for the peak on the side. Does catch him, and he finds the double tap. That is going to be a big pickup, as Zar is low HP as well. Boss finds one, nearly finds two, and Zar is still trying to survive on that left side. He
Eh, 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 eh.
How do they turn those around on Team Queso? Oh,
Final, and most final chance now if they want to go on further.
From Team Queso is off the charts. Here comes Bobby though with a little wall break that's going to help them fall back quite a bit easier, and they're really going to need an early kill on the Javi with the homemade recipe. But Zar is still taking a whole lot of damage here. Has to fall back, has to look for the diffs. There's another kill on the boss as well. Ala SSJ is left all alone, looks for the super, needs to hit these shots, but is not able to
Okay,
do so.
that is also cool.
As
Still,
one round away from being defeated in the quarterfinals. They have to take it back now, otherwise it's a Team Queso victory.
yeah, they did bring 3 supers over to this final round, so they have everything they could dream of utility-wise. Boss gets tapped by Bobby as well. So
look at that. How easy it is to dodge X attack if you know where it is gonna
energy elsewhere. As
landing.
Bobby still trying to find some
That Brock just
on the left side.
defended himself just by not moving.
Rather low HP also needs to address things carefully from here on. As we saw earlier how dangerous Bobby can be on that pipe.
Well, OG on the back right has that super ready to go. If he can get some shots baited out of enemies, he could throw, but it looks like he's saving it for the last second too. Zar also really needs this speed. Bobby with really the
Poison clouds incoming. Oh, that's a kill. That's a kill.
Bobby, but it's not over yet. We've seen how Boss and Ala SSJ can pop off in the final seconds. Here comes the
And
takedown onto Ala SSJ.
oh,
Boss goes down, and we're going
oh,
As the
oh.
done,
Is it going to be a turnaround?
another match point, so they're far from being out of trouble so far, but they are still in it, and that's what counts. The dream is still out for Stamina. Let's see if this is going to be their final game of the BSC season 22, or if they manage to at least claim a set in this series.
OG on the right side once more, trying to back things up. It's much smaller of a choke point on that right side as well, and it's forcing Otis back quite a bit. Boss almost gets tapped up there by Bobby. Some damage traded out between Bobby and Zar as well from that reflected shot from Boss. Still though, Zar having a lot of struggles in these long-range matchups. Here's one shot from Boss.
Look at that. How easy it is to dodge
Still no kills
X attack.
yet, though, and Javi has also managed to plant himself in these bushes. He's forced to back up, and as he continues to get tapped by OG. Still no supers yet this game. Zar is going to get the first one, but he's marked up. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, he can't overextend. A couple taps will be enough to take him out of the picture.
Oh, and
Connection, but himself is very low, and eventually Zar gets eliminated. Javi does full as well, and Bobby is
oh, nice. Oh, nice. Wow.
the double connection
How they survived
in the round as
with the 49 health, bro.
that first round.
That's only round number one. Still one more to go. Team Queso, if they get 2 rounds in a row, they'll be heading on to the semifinals. No one is out of the woods just yet. OG, though, with
Nice.
help, as Demon have a slight advantage in this round right here. He has that super that he can use for a whole lot of pressure. Bobby, though, is pushing up very, very aggressively. Could get punished if he's not very careful. Boss also has his super at the ready to mark up.
I don't know why they don't use the Tix super most often, because it's very easy to charge the super again and again with the Tix.
No kills just yet. However, Javi has fallen back quite far.
That much long range.
They might look uphill for a pinch.
Connection from Boss onto Zar is quite low.
What is the strategy behind those things? I don't know. Because it's very easy to actually charge the super of
Right now, Zar is so
Aloo
low.
Tikki.
He's still up though, and slowly but surely the gas is going to be
And yeah, nice.
takes down Javi, and now
Nice. Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one. And good one.
the follow-up, alias SJ goes
And then GG's finally they got one set. And it's 2-1 for now. हेलो विग्गू भैया, कैसन बा? आई एम वाचिंग एंड नॉट चैटिंग लॉल. Kick super cuz at last it will be useful. But you can charge the super each and every second, na? Because it's a very long range to just charge it.
Team Queso looking revitalized in a form that we have
Never mind. They just got one set for now. Still, they are on the verge of dying if they lose one set.
Quarterfinal have been delivering so far as
10% win.
still in a fantastic position, right? But Stamina, they are not all that far behind.
But if we look at our poll,
We will go to fifth
स्टेमिना के विन चांसेस नीचे आ गए भाई. Vote has been switched from STMN to Team Kyuso. Cool.
Far away from the finish line. The pressure that has been relieved now is only temporary because a single game and it's a match point straight back into Team Queso's hands.
Exactly. Only 2 games stand between Team Queso and victory, and they have at minimum 4 opportunities to take those. It's gonna be extremely close. And Team Queso, they gotta be feeling proud as well about their performance in knockout. While it wasn't a win,
बॉबी का पाइपर देखो उसका स्ट्रीम में भाई साहब. हाँ पता है. He is good with the piper.
a whole lot of DPS.
But it's not a solo game mode, na?
Set, however,
Where you can just have all the things done by you only.
151 DPS. We saw this guy go
It's a team game.
on his matchups. Neither team here are slouches at all.
Oof.
Absolutely so. I mean, both players are doing what they can to secure the victory for their teams. We are going to be seeing some heist action. This
Safe zone.
for Team
Get to the safe zone.
Traditionally has been a bit of a disaster. In the BSC, they have a 25% win rate compared to SCMN 62.
It's nothing like out of the ordinary for STMN on the win rate of Heist. However, for Team Queso, it's the supreme outlier, right? Like you said, 25%, it doesn't look too great. However, Safe Zone, I think they have the right idea.
ब्रॉल बॉल और बाउंटी में वो पाइपर के साथ मोर्टिस को भी
In a
मारता रेंज में वो भी.
shocked if STMN thought they would be able to draft that brawler for themselves. Now, it's on Team Queso's side. However, 8-Bit, the counters are fairly straightforward. You simply have to outrange him and be able to fall back and get forward, back up again very frequently. Also, wall break is going to be totally instrumental, and it's a good thing that STMN did not ban out more than one wall breaker because they're going to need it. 8-Bit needs those walls up.
Now Bastion win because
Is the only thing that
always they are coming to quarters and one semis and going back.
As easy. He can if he has the
Let's see how it goes for them.
is that the damage booster is just placed down behind it, and you never get the chance to get close enough to drop that piggy bank and open up
Nani.
the map that you really want to open up, so the damage booster is exposed, so that position
ZETA is
just
undefeatable,
stronghold for your opponents to
especially
really
Saitan
perceive
Poe.
that. They'll go
He
down
got a wall brawlers.
I think is
भाई उनका मैचेस देखने में बड़ा मजा आता है. जीटा चाहे 0 हो चाहे 1 हो,
is not
जीटा का मैच देखने में मजा आता है.
safe zone.
और मैं तो उल्टा ये चाहता हूँ जीटा वर्सेस जीटा देखने को मिले.
but we can't really knock it.
मजा आएगा.
Still great for getting some long range kills, but it really relies on having wide open area because that shot, it needs to move very far out and then close in again on your target. Here comes the Colt actually, and we've seen this before from Team Queso as far as wall break. It's not the most convincing, but I think it's quite slept on. It's one that only appears on this map because wall break, it's essential. Otherwise, you cannot play the right lane from your team's perspective.
चल कुश्ती वाला प्लेयर जिता दे. देखते हैं भाई क्या करता है. इस बार पता नहीं जीटा 0 और 1 क्यों हुए. लॉल हैं जीटा 0 और 1 क्यों हुए. अरे भाई फायदा देखो ना.
Much the name of the game.
मिनिमम अगर वो लोग हार भी जाते, अगर जीटा 0 या जीटा 1, तो भी उनको $15,000 तो फिर भी मिलता. लेकिन वो टॉप 8 में पहुंच चुके हैं. अब उनको मिनिमम 30,000 तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा. मतलब 60,000 तो आ ही गए हैं अंदर, और उसमें भी वो टॉप 4 पहुंच चुके हैं. ठीक है, एक जीटा की टीम तो टॉप 4 पहुंच भी चुकी है, तो मतलब वो ऑलरेडी $1 लाख के पास तो पहुंच ही गए हैं. नुकसान क्या है? मैं तो ये सोच रहा हूँ अगर ये आज इस बार जीत गए वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स, तो अगली बार जीटा 1, 2, 3, 4 भी लेके ना आ जाए. बोले चारों टीम तो हम ही खेलेंगे भाई. पहले के 4 रिवॉर्ड तो हम ही को घर लेके जाना है.
Is left up on the map. Will be able to find a
रैंक 30 कर रहा हूँ. इट्स इजी. अच्छा
good solid
Good.
win for the end. He doesn't really get free kills in close range, but
Beautiful.
it's not what Carl is all about anymore. Still gets great mobility with his gadget, and he can get in a great position. If he's left alone on top of that save, he pumps out massive DPS. Here comes the mid play, though. It's going to be OG on the nanny at mid. The wall breaks on their respective sides. Bobby now getting rid of that right side wall. It's still being held back pretty effectively by Javi, who now migrates over to that left lane. And Boss is also taking a beating. He can't really dodge out the shots from OG, and it is
Oh,
gonna be
nice.
taken down quite early on. STMN continue to push forward, but Javi will not really let up on this right side, and Bobby's having a bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's the thing with A-Bit, right? It's gonna
Oh,
struggle to
good
dodge
shot.
those call shots from far, just because it's so slow without the damage boost.
Oh my
OG with the
gosh.
TP gets the pickup on the left side, and some nice connections on save. And wow, that is a dominant way to kick off the fourth set, as already Stamina have a 50% lead.
And Zara also got the takedown onto Brawler on the right side as well. Javi went down, and that's going to let him return to the fight more effectively and make it so that STMN doesn't have to fall back. Already half of the save taken down as well, and it's not a great look for Team Queso with that turret being left out in the open, immediately disintegrated. Solid damage coming in from SSJ and Boss, but they have to sacrifice a lot of health to make it happen. Zara also pushing towards the enemy side, opts not to get too close to that save, instead trying to fall back to that mid fight a little bit earlier.
Nice.
An attempted block
35%.
Boss on the tank, but OG still managed to slip some damage through. 35% remains for STMN to squeak out a victory here. Team Queso, they put forth a respectable effort, but the 8-bit is just not what it needs to
उड़ के चले जा.
OG is offering out
उड़ के जा उस साइड पूरा स्पॉन हो जा.
fantastic performances ever on that Nani pick, just getting 3k hit after 3k hit at max range. Wow, what a couple of plays from OG, and the rest of the squad is doing their work as well. Team Queso looking a little bit better here, starting to close the gap damage-wise and have some control and some merit to their pushes, but OG is going to go for the TP, and that is going to be a nice pickup from Zara. Zavi is going to fall to Bobby on the right-hand side.
Team Queso, they're really just trying to fling themselves to the safe here and hope that they can out-DPS things. Bizarre, he's locked himself in the back right corner. He's going to be ignored by Javi, or maybe not. He's sort of returning fire, but this looks like a clear victory for Zara unless Team Queso get crazy DPS. They haven't even touched the safe. Here comes the first bits of damage.
Hey,
Zara takes it.
easy peasy.
TMN got the first game victory.
Cause low health.
Pushing us to a fifth and final set.
One game.
आप कौन सा टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? जीटा को. जीटा 1. Zeta 1 plays very well.
As they struggled in this match, but
Cause low health and he can teleport into deal damage. I'm sorry to try as well. Always chica bye.
off the bat, OG was a couple tanks down in the mid against Boss. He's been killing it, and this is just a counter matchup that not a lot of people would think of.
If Team Queso wants to win, they need to switch the lane. Lane switch करना पड़ेगा उनको.
Quite effectively, a bit of a different wall break approach taken by Bobby this time as well. Javi gets some solid damage on that save. SSJ also laying quite a few bullets into that save. 18% dealt already. Good kill as well by Bobby. SSJ pinched from all directions. Still managed to get a little bit more damage on that save, and a very solid start for Team Queso. In fact, 30% damage dealt already with what seemed to be not too much of an effort from Team Queso on that left side. Cole just pumps out so much damage when he's allowed to even get a few taps on the save.
He absolutely does. Bobby gonna go for
Nice.
the kill onto Bobby.
But not got any damage.
And even though Bobby is left in a 1v2,
Good one.
low HP SSJ,
My favorite player is
find either kill
in you is Tom.
Team Queso to find some more values are going
Oh, very low.
gonna be going out as Bobby also falls, and Javi has a chance to get some damage on save, so does SSJ, and he's been juking like never before, but eventually a shot from OG catches it.
Boss also throws down the turret in a place where he knows it's going to be relatively safe. It's going to come down to what OG can offer in order to get rid of it. He has so much speed and so much damage as he stands in the nexus of that, of that turret. Bobby now breaks down the right side. Here comes a super in from Zar. 1-2 kills. SSJ is the last one surviving. Good dodges from Bobby is going to keep him alive. Some damage trickles.
Come on, 82%.
For STMN to offer an advantage over what Team Queso has contributed to their safe. And they're still pushed back to mid. Once again, really defensive positioning of that turret from Boss. Here comes the super in from OG. Not going to be a kill onto SSJ just yet, but he has pushed things back. Here comes the damage. Missed silence as well by Javi. But now OG is the last man standing. 1 kill. Got to see another on Javi. There it is. And he has a super ready to go. But he's determined to block things off at mid and keep the control.
जा उड़ के जा, अंदर जा, अंदर जा, अंदर जा.
Damage on the side of STM and the super from Bobby finds a connection. Boss and Ali in the defense. Is it gonna be enough? It is.
43, nice. GG's.
Stamina Esports bringing it back all the way
Oh.
to set 5.
Uh-huh. Now it's 2-2. Back to
It was just a split second away from being a team
best of one now.
with that behind us though. Such a close game.
प्लेयर्स को पसीना निकल रहा है. अरे वो बंदे को दिखाओ भाई. LS क्या नाम था इसका? ALXJSSJ क्या नाम है? LASSJ. उसका रिएक्शन देखना भाई. मुझे
Knowledge though that
पहले 2 मैच के तो देखने के बाद मुझे लगा पूरा स्टेडियम तोड़ देगा बंदा.
getting a 25
I want to see his reaction.
heist in the BSC. That's very low. That is very, very low.
They definitely didn't play it bad. I think they took a little bit too long to adjust and make the right decisions. And that first game was pretty much just offered to Stamina. The second one, it was close. Those close encounters, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. But when you give a free game away at the beginning of the set, well, you don't get the chance to make up for it.
ओ भाई स्टेमिना OP.
There's an OG as well. STM definitely getting the crowd riled up in the background as well. Just fan favorites here. Whoa, 13 kills. Someone tell OG that it's about getting damage on the safe, not on your enemies.
Yeah, well,
Now
he
Stamina will
had
lose.
so much value on that Nani pick. I think it was
Let's
a
see.
genius brawler to bring to the table on the side of Stamina just because of how you outrange the 8-bit and he can't dodge your shots at a far range. So you can poke him, you get big, fat 3k hits at a mid to close range and just so much utility across the board. A wonderful idea of a brawler to bring to the table in such a heated moment. But now, ready, we are all evened out. 2 sets for each team and this 5th and final will
कुश्ती वाला मस्त खेल रहा है. He is my favorite player. ठीक है भाई.
And it's going to be
His name is OG.
Beatles in definitely a contentious map. Hot zone. What
And now it is do or die for both the teams.
sometimes see those 99% clutches at the last moment. First pick goes over to Stamina. They banned out.
जो जीता वही सिकंदर, बाकी सब खाएंगे जाके बंदर.
Penny and Crow all out of the question. I don't see a Buster ban, and I don't see a B ban either. So do we see the Poco mixed up with a tank? Not quite sure yet. It all comes down to how this pick phase goes. And the first pick from the side of STMN, it's gonna be Otis.
Yeah, what worries me a little bit here is that, well, obviously Stamina comes into this 5th set with a lot more, just a lot more momentum, right? They just won 2 sets in a row. They are potentially about to reverse sweep Team Queso, but this is arguably Team Queso's best game mode. At least statistically this year, it's Hot Zone where they have found the best results. And I mean, it's, between double and triple the win rates that they
खत्म
have
टाटा
in
बाबा
this
गया हो जाएगा
high
इस स्टेमिना इस मैच में.
damage here.
ऐसा क्या?
Bell
देखते हैं.
is gonna be the answer to SCMN's Otis. I don't mind it. I think Bell is a very viable pick here. Not necessarily the flashiest, but one that can have some good value, whether you decide to go for some trick shots here and there, or will place down some nest eggs for a bit more of a defensive
ओटिस कौन लेता भाई?
mid-zone.
अरे ओटिस इज गुड ऑप्शन ब्रो.
It's a safe
बढ़िया है ओटिस.
and both teams are really trying hard not to get outdrafted.
कल जीटा ऐसे ही जीती. हाँ भाई कल जीटा ने ऐसे ही धमाल मचाया था.
To a sub-opportune moment, then you have to pick
उनका भी 1 घंटे मैच चला था, जैसे इनका चला ही जा रहा है, चला ही जा रहा है.
particular brawler. We've
उनका
also
भी ऐसे ही
seen
चला था.
how nasty Javi can be with the B. Pretty much the entire year, this has been a favorite for him. It's comfort pick, and I mean, lucky for him, it's very, very meta right now. And this is also a brawler that I mentioned that came to mind because it's a very strong counter to any sort of Poco ideas, and we have not seen a tank pick just yet, or really anything that's oriented in that direction. When it can be a
2-2 ओ
serious
भाई.
game changer on
ओ भाई
this
मारो
map.
इसको, मारो
Also gonna be
इसको, मारो
considering- wow,
मारो इसको.
I don't hate it, but Brock, he really does struggle in mid-range.
Yeah, he kind of does. I think they want to take some more control of which wolves will be destroyed or not. Because as of right now, depending on what Stamina would have gone for, Team Queso could have potentially just got the Brock as the final pick, open up the map with it, and then you have 3 sharpshooters on an open map, and that's more likely than not gonna be GG's, right? Especially if you have a B Annabelle that can also deal with the tanks, and this is a brawler that I feared
Buster.
to the table because Buster in dueling Beatles I think can be quite a threat, and Team Queso better be prepared to deal with it.
He's very frustrating to face versus even then, and you know, even if he doesn't end up working out, it's not going to be a pleasant time for Team Queso even a little bit. Still, they have abundant options on how to deal with him. He might just be the strongest tank at the moment, however. Got to be thinking of those tank counters, and I don't know if Gale's really the way to go because he struggles on the range matchup, but it typically is the most straightforward way to deal with it. Pam,
Wham, here comes Pam, but it's not a good option.
He is going to be taking a lot of damage and potentially having his ammo sucked away.
बस्टर के शील्ड के सामने इतने सारे अटैक छोड़ना अपने ऊपर ही पत्थर फेंकने जैसा होगा.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of the PAM idea, at least not off the bat. Maybe they know something I don't, but what I
चलो मैं डिनर खाने जा रहा हूँ, उसके बाद आऊँगा. ओके.
final set between Stamina Esports and Team Queso, winner takes all.
ओ ये
On the right side is already getting it started versus Boss. A kill already flying across the screen. Ala SSJ falls, and S-Teamin begins to set themselves up. And Bobby, he got slowed down by the honeypot for just a moment. It is actually going to work out pretty well for Zar on the right side as well as he gets killed. Down goes Javi on the left side. A little silence on Ala SSJ. Zar looks for the final shot, but Brock struggles in mid-range. We already knew this. A little super to the backside to get some damage on Boss. He's just one hit away from getting taken down. Early rocket fuel popped as well, but where is he even going to place that? It looks like he was going for the kill and got a little trigger happy. He does go for just a normal shot there, but no more wall breaks are available for Zard for free. Here's the reflected shots from Bobby. Solid takedown as well. Very convincing lead for STMN.
Yeah, I don't really know what the idea was from Team Queso. I feel like if you go for those sharpshooters, you want to open up that map, especially if Buster is left open. Just not a chance here as Bobby just blocks access to the mid, has perfect range for that area, and Team Queso, to my eyes, completely messed up that draft.
Great pinch there from Javi around the left side. Ala SSJ and Javi are both setting their sights on mid now as OG could get taken down. No, denial from OG. Zar continues to take down the right side. There's no coming back for Team K, so right now, this game, it's done and dusted. It's going to STMN, and it's a match.
easy peasy मैच पॉइंट पे आ चुके हैं STMN.
Match point opportunities
मैं बोला ना भाई, बस्टर के सामने वो भी इतने हाई अटैक वाले ले रहे हो भाई बंदे, खुद ही को पत्थर मारने जैसा हो गया.
full on reverse sweep are getting a match point of their own. One game is all it takes to lock in their spot in the semifinals.
We saw what happened last time.
और सबसे अच्छी बात यह है बस्टर के साथ कि अगर वो अपने टीममेट्स के आसपास खड़ा है तो उसका सुपर तो ऐसे ही चार्ज हो जाता है.
Team Queso got adapted, and already Team Queso, they pushed up pretty far on the right side, dropping down a nest egg. Zar doesn't look like he's going to be venturing too close to there as he tries to get it done at long range. Little healing turret popped down by Ala SSJ. That's going to be a great early game value. Still though, Team Queso, they're a little bit cautious about moving onto mid. Bobby getting some of his ammo sucked away as well. Ala SSJ definitely giving him a hard time. OG on the left side manages to get the kill versus Javi, however. And Ala SSJ is
अमारो अरे अरे शॉट भाई,
two bags
ओ शॉट भाई.
Zar as well. And Team
ये भी फाइनल मैच में जाने वाला है ऐसा लग रहा है.
Opening up that left side so far seems to be favoring Team Queso more than anybody else, as they have an aggressive stance now. Is that healing station still doing work? Eventually, it's gonna get taken care of by Zard. That gets a shot through the wall. A kill from OG on the left-hand side. Ali SSJ should get shut down, and indeed, after
Finally, they got in the middle.
some follow-up shots, he will fall. And this is a chance for Stamina to start catching up.
Super popped by Bobby around the left side as well, reflecting some solid damage. Ala SSJ tries to take him
ओ
down.
भाई
Very low
क्या
health.
डैमेज दिया है.
To OG, but he's still on super low health. Ends up getting tagged up around the corner by Boss. Ala SSJ and Boss are relatively safe here, but OG and Zar are coming for him still. They make sure to stay in very close range versus Zar, pushing him off that point. Takedown onto OG as well. It's a 3v2. Zar has to stay alive. Good takedown from Bobby. Good reflections from the guy as well. Takedown onto Boss. Javi has to get the slow. There's the kill.
Oh, yeah.
Countered out. And STMN look to equalize the capture percentage on the point now.
Huge plays from Stamina, because now they're taking over the lead and we're getting so dangerously close to the finish line. A damage, a healing station that gets shut down incredibly quickly. A kill from Zara. Bobby takes down the
With that, there goes to the semis.
Stamina are going to the semifinals.
ओ ये रिएक्शन मार साले को, जा मार साले को, थोपड़ी तोड़ साले का, थोपड़ी तोड़.
Away from victory, fully reverse swept a game victory in the first game of set number 3, and then fully taken back in a
थोपड़ी तोड़ साले का भाई.
TMN. What a comeback
ऐसे रिएक्शन दिया था भाई उसने. कि बस जीत गया भाई।
But this is the strongest ever showing that we have seen
एसटीएम बोलते ये
phenomenal, especially in
यो
the two first sets.
बेबे।
Even afterwards, it's not like they got stomped in the three necks. They still were absolutely competitive, but stamina, they just built up so much momentum and they were unstoppable. 3 sets in a row for the full-on reverse sweep. That has got to be one of the biggest turnarounds in PSC history.
and by a large margin as well, because this was insane. Just never before seen stuff, and it looked a little bit grim at points for STMN, even after they started getting that momentum going.
Yeah.
Those first couple.
अरे 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 अरे
Just look at the reaction from the guys as well. Definitely crowd pleasers.
ओ भाई क्या चल रहा है? अरे भाई साहब
Can't even tell, you know,
मजेदार मैच चल रहा है भाई साहब। बैक टू बैक 3-2 कर दिया है 2-0 से पीछे होने के बाद, कल की तरह जीटा की तरह। क्यूसो भी लाइक क्या से क्या देखा था, कैसे क्या हो गया देखते देखते, क्या से क्या हो गया देखते देखते। अब मोस्ट इंटरेस्टिंग मैचेस, ट्राइब गेमिंग ईओ वर्सेस जीटा डिवीजन 0।
a phenomenal show. We'll see if you guys agree. You guys go, Bobby. He still had a very good showing too. I mean, whether it was the Piper earlier on or the Buster towards the end, he was also absolutely fantastic today. It was a team effort. Zart absolutely has his moments too, and I think a special mention to Boss from Team Kaisto that really had some games that he popped off and did a huge amount of work for his team.
This new addition to the roster makes me very optimistic for Team Queso in the next year, because an addition to the team, a huge roster swap and breakup towards the end of the year, that's disastrous, right? That really downplays your team synergy, and to see them actually play so well on the world stage versus such a stacked roster as well is absolutely impressive, and I hope to see what these guys accomplish in the next year. With that said though,
Stamina won, yes, STMN won.
Finals, well, they'll be facing Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, that is true. That is going to be a challenging matchup. Totem couldn't quite do it, and most people that thought, you know, that any team that could beat Zeta, it would be Totem. It wasn't. This time around, Stamina, maybe later on today, will be able to make the dream happen.
I mean, we can only wait and see. We're only halfway through the quarterfinals. Yes, we're halfway through the quarterfinals with 2 matches out of the way and 2 stellar ones as well. We saw some upsets that we didn't necessarily expect. A really strong showing from both Zeta 1 and Reply Totem, as well as STMN and Team Queso getting extremely close there. I have expected actually a double match point.
Well, guys, we have someone very special here at the Brawl Stars World Finals. It is going to be our game lead, Frank Ark. Take it away.
When is final match? Is it at 1 a.m. Indian Standard Time? Nope.
Brawl Stars, Frank is here. Frank, it's
5 matches are still remaining, so
let's get stuck in. I've got to say, you know, it's
if every one match is taking half an hour, so in 2.5 hours this thing will be over.
of the arena, and how you've been enjoying the show so far.
It's been absolutely amazing. I mean, the audience has been amazing and loud and cheerful. Yesterday was just perfect.
ट्राइब गेमिंग को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ पर जीतेगा जीटा।
I know that you
अच्छा,
are a competitive man.
ये भी ठीक
I
है।
know that you keep up with everything Brawl Esports. How have you been getting on over at event.brawlstars.com? Have you been getting them right? Have you got the Rage Quit Tara skin? And if it went wrong, where did you lose out on your predictions?
I've got one wrong so far.
Just the one.
Yes, and that was yesterday, of course. And there was a 50-50 chance.
Wow.
Sometimes I feel like going there and watch it live.
Again, it has been the most competitive
Sometimes,
for Brawl
I,
Esports.
sometimes कोई बात ही नहीं है। It needs पैसा,
For you, and has there been
nothing
a
else.
particular player that has really stood out for you?
Yeah, for me it was Emir. Just having 7 monthly finals.
बट मुझे ज्यादा मजा तब आएगा वहां जाके देखने में जब इंडियन टीम वहां खेल रही हो।
Insane. For me, the
हमारी
team so
कोई
far
टीम ही नहीं है भाई।
that lost today was Totem. This redemption arc of having a bad start of the year and then showing up here, you know.
भले ही वहां जाके टीम हार जाए, बिल्कुल रद्दी खेले पहले ही मैच में बाहर हो जाए, लेकिन वहां पहुंचेगी तो देखने जाऊंगा, नहीं तो क्या ही जाके देखना भाई,
The last monthly
यहीं बैठ के देख लूंगा।
we had Dogstar Lobster almost qualifying I think is absolutely insane.
I, for one, fully agree. Just before we wrap up, recently we've seen
It need paisa and me broke.
roadmap going into
Same
next
here.
year. Is there anything that I can squeeze out of you before we finalize things? Any sneak peeks for those watching at home?
I personally have no sneak peeks for you, but if you're viewing this, you should stay tuned until the end.
Well, that is an incentive to stick around if there ever was one. Well, 2 quarterfinals down, 2 more still to come. You are not going to want to go anywhere. We will be right back after a quick break.
People often ask, how can I still become a world championship winner?
इतना लंबा मैच चला जी, सब लोग चले गए हैं चाय कॉफी पीने के लिए। आप लोग भी जाओ चाय कॉफी निपटा के आओ। Collaborate with some YouTuber that we can build a good esports team representing India. कौन खेलता है भाई? एक बार बताओ, ब्रॉल स्टार्स सर्च करने पर इंडिया का मतलब लगाने पर फिल्टर कितने ही लोग तुमको स्ट्रीम करते हुए दिखते हैं? कोई नहीं खेलता भाई। वहीं अगर तुम फ्री फायर डाल दोगे तो 1 लाख स्ट्रीम चल रही होंगी, 1 लाख। फ्री फायर या बीजीएमआई बैन होने के बाद भी तुम बीजीएमआई पबजी डालोगे ना, या वही इंडिया का फिल्टर लगा के, कम से कम 10-20 हजार स्ट्रीम तो चल ही रही होंगी। 10-20 हजार बंदे तुमको दिख ही जाएंगे स्ट्रीम करते हुए, भले ही उनकी स्ट्रीम पे चाहे 1 बंदा हो, चाहे 1000 हो, चाहे 20 हजार हो। ब्रॉल स्टार्स कोई नहीं करता भाई। सर्च इट योरसेल्फ राइट नाउ। मुझे पता है भाई, मुझे सर्च करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
Able to squeeze much out of Frank there in that interview, but I tell you what, there's plenty of goodness to get squeezed out of these next couple of quarterfinals, man. What a matchup. Nothing better than a reverse sweep here, but we're far from done. We've really eliminated a lot of the expected one-sided matchups, I think, at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is where it really.
Hello Pradeep, I am playing stars.
Are so exciting.
Nice.
So close to cool, and as you heard from Frank himself, not getting every prediction right, and I think that is going to be very much the story of today. We're going to see more upsets, no doubt about it.
So we've just seen STMN take down Team Kaizo in a hair-raising reverse sweep. Now we get Tribe Gaming EU going up against ZETA Division 0, then after.
अरे भाई साहब,
Oh, it's a bit of a
विन परसेंटेज देखो, ट्राइब 52%, ZETA 0 48%।
always 1-1 in tournament appearances as of late. That's going to be an incredible matchup as well. Let's talk about our predictions so far.
Half almost, yes.
Indeed. So far, you know, a bit of a stumble for you there with that reply totem game. Myself and Ready Set though, clean as a whistle.
Yeah, you're looking good, no doubt about it. It was going to be a match for me that could have gone to the 5th and final set. It really, really could have done. But ZETA Division 1, you know, many people crossing in the corridors saying to me, what's going to happen with this team?
Yeah.
Who has what it takes to take them down?
Yeah, you know, seeing that other game just now, there's a question of STM and Ready for that ZETA Division team, right? Of course, the
Very
16
close
teams in
voting.
Division 0 lurking in
Yes.
that lower bracket, also threatening
Very
to be
close.
dominance here. But Tribe Gaming EU looked incredible here. Big shout out to Ryan, of course, community manager at Supercell.
In our personal voting, that means in our channel, which voting poll we are having right now, 64% for Tribe Gaming EU and 36% for ZETA Division 0
Getting extremely excited.
with 11 votes in total. Let's see.
And I think we should start talking about Tribe EU a little bit there.
Break आ गया, yes.
So on paper, their
दिव्या,
series
break आ गया।
against Zest looked fairly good, but in every set they dropped around to this Zest team who
इतना लंबा मैच चलेगा तो ब्रेक लेना ही पड़ेगा ना।
top for me a standout on this Tribe EU team.
He had all the carries in the pocket yesterday, didn't he? He really.
बाकी आप बताओ क्या मजे,
This is where I feel like Tribe would sometimes have faltered actually, but they were able to pick themselves.
कैसा जा रहा है संडे?
They had the
How's the
advantage
Sunday going?
and get the job done.
I mean, you're watching the Gus and Amber play, especially on Hot Zone, right? Seeing Tom just walk up there, play with confidence, play aggressively.
फ्रैंक कितना अजीब लग रहा था।
I mean, again, I think Frank pointed it out here, right? 40 teams winning monthly finals.
ऐसा लग रहा था कि भाई WWE में आया था भाई साहब फ्रैंक, उसकी कुटाई कर दी गई, कुटाई। Can't we contact Brawl Stars India and discuss this about it? About what?
Et on est de retour ici à Paris, au milieu de la foule cette fois. Il fallait que j'aille au milieu des fans. Est-ce qu'on est
अरे ओजे कैसा दिख रहा है भाई? ऑरेंज जूस गेमिंग है क्या है भाई? क्या हो गया? मेकअप अच्छे से नहीं किया क्या इसका?
jeté au milieu des fans de Tribe? On va la faire en anglais, les gars. We're gonna switch to English real quick because we're doing every language out.
पहचान भी नहीं आएगा भाई, ऐसा लग रहा है कोई डुप्लीकेट बैठा दिया उसका.
I mean, you know when I'm here, right? You guys know I'm here, right? You know it.
Drive for the win!
Tribe Gaming
esports team represented India. उसके लिए तुमको ब्रॉडकास्ट इंडिया से डिस्कस करने की जरूरत नहीं है, वो तो कोई भी बना सकता है भाई. यू जस्ट नीड टू विन 15 विन चैलेंज. मंथली चैलेंज जो आता है उसमें 15 विन आपको करना है, उसके बाद आप आगे प्रोग्रेस कर सकते हो.
Of a big monthly final win in October and have continued to assert themselves yesterday against Zest in a 3-set sweep. Tom, of course, lifted the BSC trophy in 2019 and is looking to add another to his cabinet. With 5 grand final appearances,
आपने जीटा को चूज किया. यस
they have been the most
Yes.
consistent team in the EMEA region this year.
Bernard's a superstar player in Europe. They brought him in from STMN halfway through the year because they knew he was what they needed to take it.
Yes, penalty and Tom, let's go.
Coming out from the
Woohoo.
EMEA region, a proud history this region has. They expect glory. Let's see if they can get it from their opponents about to come.
Évidemment, il faut bien deux équipes pour faire un match. Il faut un adversaire. You need an opponent to make a game. And of course, we're here for the competition. Make some noise for ZETA Division 0!
ZETA Division 0, no first hand, just what it takes to achieve greatness. Tensai and a Chappie are the
Yeah.
world champions.
मजा आएगा बिडू.
The icing on the cake
जीटा हार जाएगा बोले भाई. अरे you try to connect them and get the list of players qualified for the monthly finals and we can go ahead after that.
they face.
उसके लिए तुमको इतना डीप में जाने की जरूरत नहीं है. उनकी अगर तुम
Gaming put them to the
लिस्ट में जाओगे, अगर तुम खुद का ई स्पोर्ट्स टैब अनलॉक कर लेते हो तो यू कैन एक्चुअली सी किस चीज़ के मैच कहाँ कहाँ हो रहे हैं, कब कब हैं, स्लॉट्स दिखते हैं.
As their sister team went on to represent their region and ultimately win the tournament. And Zeta Division 0 were barely just behind that one team, right? They had 3 monthly finals of their own. These two teams split the region. You know, I'm sure you love to see your teammates go and succeed, but I'm sure a big part of them wanted to be on a stage like this. And now they're making the most of it. It was an extremely close game against Chasmat Gaming BR. They got put to the absolute test and they almost got put to the sword. Today, they're going to hope to be a little bit more stable as they look to secure a semi-final berth.
Exactly. Many teams have told me that they feel like Zeta Division 0 has been the stronger of the teams between the Zetas this year. But yesterday we saw a couple of cracks. And that is something that I'm sure Tribe Gaming EU, looking from the sidelines, are looking to exploit. Ultimately, for me, it's still Zeta. They've still dominated the East Asia region this year. And for Tribe, I know for a fact that Drage is one of the most intriguing players actually on the Tribe Gaming EU roster for the simple reason that he likes to network a lot within that region.
I mean, I saw him hanging out with Tatampo the other day. You know, for a guy, obviously there's a language barrier to conquer in that regard. Drace throws himself into that challenge and he made fantastic friends with so many of these guys. Again, he's pretty close to them. So he's probably starting to develop an understanding about how these guys think, maybe what the mindset is from this region. And look on that stage. One of the biggest notable differences for me is that there is not a 4th person standing behind that Zeta Division 0 team. They do not have a coach. They do not think they need a coach. These drafts, these strategies, they come from the players themselves. Very self-sufficient. I wonder if that
Hello picked Smokey Zeta. अरे Zeta OP guys.
that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, for Zeta Division 0, sometimes it does help to just be there left on your own devices, you know, able to have a bit more, you know, team speak and have things a bit clearer and a bit more concise. They are a very well-rounded team in the way that they just approach in a very disciplined manner every single moment that they have. And again, yesterday, I think many of us were surprised to see them just struggling a little bit. But what we remembered was the fact that they endured it and turned it around towards the end.
Yeah, I think the fact of the matter is it's much more likely that we underestimated what Chazmat Gaming Brazil would be able to bring. But these are exhausting games. These 5-set series really take it out of you. So this team's going to have to hope that they've had a chance to rest and recoup, because the guys that played their first round of 16 matches right on that day one, they had a whole day to sit, to watch, to strategize, to prep. For these guys, for this Zeta Division 0 team, they come in now and say, right, well, we've had the one night, that's all the time we're going to have, and they're going to have to make it count out here on the stage. And Tribe Gaming EU is one of the most frightening teams in the entire world, let alone on this side of the bracket. We've just seen an incredible matchup. We thoroughly expect this one to be just as close, Ark. We're about to jump right into game. It's going to be Canal Grande. It's time for Bounty.
And all Grandes. Let's go.
Get themselves prepared. Look at that poll. 52%.
Love that.
For Tribe Gaming EU, 48%, just shy. For Zeta Division 0, it's going to be one of those maps that getting that early high ground is going to be so important, and Carl is available. I wouldn't be surprised if Zeta Division 0 pick it first, or if they don't, Tribe surely going to want to snap that one up.
Right, now it's not just Zeta Division 1 that we've seen really carpeting that particular brawl.
Manu is still leading, lol.
Of value out of it. Whether or not it's paired up with something like a Gus, Carl is still a force to be reckoned with, and he's locked in first.
Well, I'm not surprised, but again, Tribe have now a chance to respond, and obtaining that blue star, obviously such a crucial moment, especially in the
Tom bolte.
and they have found out Eve themselves, and that would have given them a bit more space to maneuver here on this particular map. But Gene gonna come in, Tribe, and I do love that particular brawler, so rounded, isn't it really? Having the healing.
Otis. भाई मोस्ट पिक्ड ब्रॉलर है ओटिस, देखा जाए तो हर मैच में ओटिस कोई ना कोई ले ही रहा है. Tribe.
And we are starting to see a couple of these genes pick up that gear, get a little bit of extra length on that magic hand. People underestimate, I guess, how much, like what it was, a quarter, a third of a tile can mean, but it can mean all the difference in those situations where it is win or die.
Janet.
Locked in here by Zeta Division 0.
We saw earlier today Reply Totem really utilizing that talk to the hand gear. I mean, that was a moment where if they were not running it, they would not have got that all-important pull against Zeta Division 1.
Yeah.
Janet going to come in now, and again, a great thing to have, ultimately to scout the bushes, to be able to feed back information to your team, and that's where the battle for me is always won, actually, in Canal Grande. If you can have that mid-ground, then more often than not, you can just try to hold it until the very end.
And often overlooked about Janet is that, drop the base is really frustrating. Of course, it's in like rude sands in the way that it will reveal
Roofs.
within its
Roofs.
effect. That includes those in bushes. Kuru now going to be the last pick, of course. The Rafts gets brought in by Zeta Division 0. Really well-rounded composition here. They've got access to wall break, they've got a lot of survivability, they've got Tensai if he does end up being the gem carrier, can get out of trouble. Now we saw Zeta Division 1 really use their card forward. Eliminate opponents, of course, on bounty and get those key stars. Squeak here for Lenar. That's an interesting one.
It's going to be a tough one, but not if they keep that control. But over time, as those sticky syrup gadgets then take their toll on the map, it's going to be something where you can't always lock down that lane. You've got to have a really early, good game in that.
And here we go.
You've got to keep that control, and that's going to be a tough thing if they lose control.
As expected, flying hook means a Chapi gets to snatch up the blue star to start us off here. Tom trying to apply as much pressure as he can on the Squeak. Can he have as much of an impact as he did yesterday on his Gus and his Amber and such? Definitely a question to be answered. Drage likely has the vision gear here as he'll be able to reveal Tensai's position for a little longer after connecting. Tensai is keeping at arm's length, and when here comes a Chapi protected pirouette. Looks good. Starts getting exchange here, but it's going to be Zeta Division 0 with a comfortable lead, and Lenar needs to be careful here.
Wow.
What?
Lenar survives that Chapi.
Okay.
Quick to the uptake there. He had to be, but interesting stuff because Carl has been a real issue.
Got the kill.
Division 0 phase, but they are starting to shut it down. But look at this lead, 11 stars and the blue star now with Zeta Division 0.
That's like a free elimination there from Tensai as he flies over the map, able to drop one down on Tom. Pretty punishing here. Tom still has some of those gadgets left, so that sort of really high peak of Squeak's efficiency and effectiveness in the early part of these rounds is still available to Tribe. And now we'll see the map split, which is not great for Tribe. They need to find a way to cross the divide, and the range limitation of Squeak here might make this a bit more challenging. Drage hoping for another magic hand.
Great residue from Tom. Kuru is caught off guard now. now. Can they get the takedown? He's half HP and Lanan coming now in. Oh, but he's managed to avoid that super in such a beautiful way. And Tribe is struggling to get these kills finalized.
Lanar almost overextending there.
Oh, nice.
Might get muted, but he's still able to find the shot. A Charpy playing up close and personal here. He's got to respect the damage from Drage, but Kuru is there to assist. A Charpy backs away. Had a package for Kuru there, but they split, so no extra damage. And 13 seconds left in the round. Tribe had to make the play.
Yeah, Drage needs a pull, but he already wasted one previously to this, and it's going to be a very tough thing to retake Tensai, though. It's going to come down here, and that'll be Free Stars Kuru as well, potentially here.
mad.
But the Blue Star is still in favor of ZETA Division 0, and they will take the first game.
ZETA retains. अच्छा भी opponent में है.
Tensai, you see, very low health. Comes across the map with that
ZETA supporter spam ZETA in chat lol. By the way, ZETA represents which country?
can get in the way.
Korea.
Longer to find our main star carrier. Once again, a Charpy straight into the middle. Blue star in hand.
Korea. Korea.
Tensai, just a little bit
Moria re, papa Korea re.
position does go down, actually. Blue Star
अरे अरे अरे.
back into the hands of ZETA Division 0 as Tensai there with the pickup keeps them with a healthy lead of 2 stars.
Drage getting some healthy poke, but he's not ready for Kuru
Oh.
coming from the bush here. Tribe definitely looking a little maladroit right now. A little unstable through this middle part of the map. What do you make of this squeak pick here? Of course, residue is so important when it comes to collecting these important eliminations, but it's not been enough so far.
Far better when you've got the lead and having your opposition coming in off the spawn to just delay the onset, really. But Tribe need to retake here, and they've struggled a little bit in this mid area where, again, many of the battles are lost and won. Chappy has super now as well, and a flying hook here.
Oh.
Again, he could get easily a double here. Drake just lost
अरे
it.
वाओ.
Needed. He could go in to finish the
अरे वाह भाई.
You've got to
वाह भाई तुमने मौज कर दी भाई.
they've got the utility, and they don't even
ट्राइब की बैंड बजते हुए घर पर.
It's mad, isn't it? That a Charpy can
और हम देख पा रहे हैं जो हमारा वोटिंग है वो 50-50 पर आ चुका है. जो पहले सपोर्ट कर रहा था ट्राइब को, अभी क्या वो जीटा की तरफ हो रहा है?
as ZETA Division 0
50-50 पे आ गए हम अपनी पर्सनल पोल्स पर.
magic hand available. Tensai the one with the
ओह वेस्टेड.
he'd love to
मैजिक हैंड वेस्टेड.
Too low. Kuru, Tensai able to pick Drage off. It's going from bad to worse here, Ark. Let's not sugarcoat it.
Yeah, we need to see more connections with the magic hand, because that really can be such a huge game turner. Kuru here low, but utilizing the sandbags wonderfully so there. And look at this, Drage not able to do a thing there as Kuru and Tensai close in. 20 stars.
अरे 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 2 against 22 भाई.
You go down this first
Look at the score.
absolutely dominated by ZETA Division 0. Any echoes of the close game
2
they had yesterday
for 28.
totally dissipated.
2 for 28. 2 for 28.
Play of dominance.
और जीटा डिवीजन के परसेंट हो गए हैं आगे. नाउ जीटा इज हैविंग मोर वोट्स फॉर द विन इन आवर पर्सनल पोल.
A fire growing, and that is always the perfect start on the world stage.
So what do you make of the draft here for Tribe Gaming EU? Because they really seem like they have troubles answering the call, and also the roughs, the constant presence of pressure from the roughs here. Even Lanar on that Otis is not able to collapse onto these side lanes, and there was a moment just here where Tribe had the lead, but a Charpy just comes out of nowhere and equalizes. This from Tensai is so scary.
Yeah, we need to see again more magic hands.
जीटा वन द सेट. जीटा खतरनाक खेल रहा है. अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई जीटा बढ़िया खेलता है भाई. जीटा मैचेस देखने में मजा आते हैं, तुम मानो या ना मानो.
That brawler on a map like Canal Grande, it's really commonplace to go in to grab that blue star with the flying hook. So I would like to have seen that just banned.
Why OJ don't play?
Probably hoping
He is not a competitive player. He's a content creator.
clearly it's just something that ZETA Division 0 are thriving off the back of. I mean, look at these.
हेलो अनोनिमस. यार लेट हो गया, कोई बात नहीं. आइए, स्वागतम.
Tribe Gaming EU.
स्वागत है आपका.
At this moment in time, not a single kill. 10 takedowns for Tensai.
भाई साहब 10 kills by Tensai.
Tom is a player
हद.
deserved, right? Fair
यहाँ इनके टोटली 6 हैं, वहाँ एक ही बंदे के पूरे 10 हैं भाई.
sort of maybe get too excited here. So in this sort of
क्या हुआ फर्स्ट 2 मैचेस में?
low energy state
स्टेमिना वाला मैच बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग पूरे 5 सेट तक चला, क्योंकि वो 0-2 से पीछे चल रहे थे, बट इन द एंड दे वन बाय 3-2. सो वो काफी बढ़िया लंबा मैच चला.
But we can show here from the casting desk. It's such a
और
great thing.
फर्स्ट में तो जीटा इजी पीजी 3-1 से जीत गया.
Be the thing that Tribe needs.
और अभी चल रहा है थर्ड मैच, जीटा वर्सेस ट्राइब EU.
sisters, fathers, mothers, cousins, everybody here.
And for now, Zeta is leading by 1-0-1.
Players can absolutely hear will still find its way in. Tom
ईव लिया गया है.
here first.
अभी फिर से जीटा जीतेगा इस वाले मैच में, ऐसा क्या? चलो एटलीस्ट जीटा टीम को देखने मिला. अरे भाई जीटा भरी पड़ी है, दो जीटा की टीम है भाई. ट्राइब वुड बी एलिमिनेटेड, आई थिंक सो. अरे 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 अरे
From SK Gaming, right?
अरे अरे अरे
Semantic, I think, sort of towards the
अभी
top
तो
of the
शुरू हुआ है भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
money on that diagonal. So that is available.
और रिवर्स स्वीप किया उन्होंने. हाँ भाई कर दिया.
Clean pick here from Zeta Zero to follow up the Janet.
Well, healing is always a great thing to have in knockouts. Longevity, ultimately getting towards those later stages and not doubling down too early on the early game. You've got to be able to have a bit of both there in your arsenal as Tribe Gaming EU look to pick up something more to add to this eve.
There's a snowball element to this as well because if Zeta Division do win that first round,
यार मेरा ध्यान से निकल गया कि आज जल्दी चालू होगा.
Gene super available, completely changes
No
the
problem with that thing. Hello there, what's up? Welcome to the stream. You have written in Russian, I guess.
Again, this was such a key pick.
I don't know, is Russian or something else? But yeah, welcome to the stream. Can players be substituted after every set? Nope.
No knockout around because of the
Nope.
spooky pop gadget as well. Beautifully timed plays we saw. We could see potentially another sharpshooter to join the mix here. Buster though gonna come in and that's gonna be an aggressive thing and a big statement now that Zeta Division 0.
ये तो easy competition है Zeta Zero के लिए.
Something to note here on the side of Tribe EU. Obviously, Eve Super can have some sort of niche.
It's not like the
her utility
one person is having advantage.
side of the
Both
map is
are
gonna
having
help the Tribe Gaming crew are looking
their own thing. Tribe U गोबर है इसलिए ड्रेग हग्गू,
feel like Zeta
especially ड्रेज हग्गू. अच्छा
something else with a decent
ये भी
amount of
ठीक है.
range. There's a lot of sharp
Let's
shooters
see.
on the board, like you sort of pointed out here, but yeah, it's always a question of how you answer Buster. I've seen Ash do really well against Buster, but it's very
In our
dependent on
personal
whether that
poll,
is gonna make any sense or not.
Zeta is now 55% having a winning chance and Tribe Gaming EU is having 45%.
Doesn't have that shield ready available.
Cool.
I think as well we saw there Otis potentially
And here we go.
as well.
Let's see.
So, having the fat splatter to lay it down in the bushy areas to then try to seek out and destroy those coming the other way. Tribe just very slow to make sure they got the count ready, but they've failed to notice on the right hand.
Oh, बच गया.
Mid now, so
Tom just got.
buffs are going to come in really handy on the side of Kuru.
Tensai knew exactly where he'd find Tom. Heads beelines to the bottom part of the map, forces a gadget use out of that Eve there as well.
बहुत लो, बहुत लो, बहुत लो.
Comes out, but is removed pretty quickly. Dre is still a little bit
And gone.
That was a fat splatter to prevent Lenar from going up to the top of the map. He's picked off now. Not a great start for Tribe EU. Dre's and Tom, they've lost the lion's share of their durability. How do they fight their way out of this one? Kuru doesn't
Gone.
Now he's going towards it.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, the perfect start.
Lol, we can underestimate Tribe EU for sure. Zeta will dominate them.
Deny the supercharge.
गया, खत्म, finish, टाटा, bye bye.
In those early stages, as you rightly mentioned earlier, so by trying to deny that, it gives them the best possible chance. Drake has his super, Lenan has his, but they've already got to start to bring this back with momentum. Could get on top of them.
Tom gets his hatchlings. They're going to head straight in Tensai's direction. Hit a couple shots, but really doing very little to furrow the brow of this Zeta Division 0 roster. Dre still maintains that super. Lenar needs to be very judicious about how he makes use of montage here. It could be make or break in this round.
Yeah, especially because Tribe need to wait this game out as well. Buster is going to struggle in these early moments, and
Shot.
they're coming in now, and just like I love that the bait there from Kuru, just trying to
Flex the
ruffle
super.
the feathers of Tribe Gaming, and they're not falling for it just.
He can pull. Kuru is super spin charge. He can pull.
As well, be able to push everything back, but what is going to be the response?
I like a fat splatter on the ground, though it means that
Oh, very low, very low.
Here they use montage, but for what? How do they capitalize on the extra control they got on the map? They shield Lenar, they want to send him forward, and they catch a Charpy. That can't have been expected at all. Magic Hand comes out, but
Ah,
to my head. The Fates don't want to listen.
but they have saved their super.
Fantastic stuff, and so many in the crowd there just erupted. That is what they needed, but can they secure this game? Ultimately, it comes down to this round as to who takes the first one. Tensai has got that escape route there on the side of Janet, and look at on the top. We're seeing Lenan having to just consider his position there as a Chappie closing in, but now thinking better of it.
No fat splatters left for a Charpy here. So no real way to put that extra pressure on Lenar, maybe force him downward. Tensai, though, of course, has crescendo again. Kuru flashing that super again and again. A constantly looming threat, but last round it didn't get the value Zeta were looking for.
Tom has got the egg as well. The hatchlings could be coming into play. A beautiful spooky popper there. Tensai to the front of it. Low on HP, but the magic puff's coming in now. Lenar with a shield, trying to find the position.
उड़ जा उड़ जा उड़ उड़ उड़.
Can Lenar get away? Drace tries to body block with a crescendo.
And that's it. Woohoo.
Explode off the flank from the Otis. And it will clinch.
ZETA onwards से ZETA 0 होगा फाइनल्स में. भाई मुझे तो यही लग रहा है.
Explosivity of this squad, you know, it's just like
इससे जो CMG ने टक्कर दिया था ZETA 0 को. हाँ भाई मजा आ गया था कल का मैच में.
need to get done and blink and you miss it stuff. Tribe have got to get back into this game. They've had some moments here, which is more than we could say. First set, but it's still just a bit of a struggle to round these things off.
Get a shield on Lenar, take space with that montage, get value out of the rest of your brawlers longer range damage. Okay, immediately
Oh, bhai.
the base gets removed. Zeta really hoping to try and put the squeeze on Tribe early.
Oh no 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 no.
Going to be used by Lenar, but he has to back away at Charpy, threatening. Tom has to use the gadget, but Tensai locks him up.
Dre just so low, but this is where Lenan is trying to help him out. He does need to stop shooting and start healing, honestly, because it is a 3 versus 2. You cannot forget that. Zeta closing in.
And GG's. Very easy peasy. वसत लेके मार रहे हैं ये लोग. अरे अरे अरे.
When they have those gadgets up, right? Like Fat Splatter.
Practice makes the man perfect. Oh भाई.
They take space away from you. You're a team that wants to group up as Tribe, so you're already naturally giving up a lot of ground. That is not what you want to see. Drage gets picked off there by Tensai, and this has gone all wrong for Tribe. Hatchling's up here for Tom. He wants to push up, but Tensai just knocks them aside. 2 versus 2 here as Lenar has the durability. Tensai's low. Now Tribe have the advantage. A Charpy will be allowed to breathe, but for how much longer?
Well, Lenan and Tom can take their time here. They'd like to get some utility.
He needs to charge the super only.
But also not feed in to the mute. It's such a strong mechanic for Otis and can really make a big difference. I feel like it should still be trying to take this one, but we've seen crazy things occur in Knockout. You cannot count this one out. There is still the Fat Splatter also, and as they're bunched together, it could be some value there to be had.
A Charpy can create a virtual 1 versus 1, even in a 1v2 with that mute here, so allowing him to build that up would be devastating.
And supercharged.
Caught in the gas, yeah, he knows it's over. I think he's just gonna
बस उसको सुपर चार्ज करना था. वही किया उसने. He just charged the super.
Very, very crucial moment because this round could determine a game for Tribe or a set.
Look at that. They know what to do. They just change the they just change the scene here.
What Tribe did in the round.
बोले अच्छा बेटा तुम ये करोगे. We are coming from different side now. कर लो तुमको जो करना है.
Investment that just didn't quite pay off for Tribe.
Tribe thought that they had the read on Zeta Division 0. They couldn't have been more wrong. Now they're going to suffer for it. Dre's low. Hatchlings will not be coming out. Tom now wants to try and play the diagonal here, but he's going to be outranged to some degree. Lenar, shield plus super, pushing up. Tensai, he's seen better days. Here it comes, the pinch on towards Zeta Division 0, and they get Kuru. Tensai, what's going to be left of his team when he drops back down to the ground? He's able to get Lenar.
Oh.
Still a 1v2 as Tensai has it all to do.
Beautiful pinch there between Drage and Tom, and the perfect moment to do so. Now Tensai low, and it's looking good. But when he gets super, not going to happen. Drage will get the final blow, and Tribe start to find themselves once more.
A little bit of a blooper at the start of that round, right? Lenar tries to make a cool shot with that montage. Says, I reckon I know where they're going to be coming from. Maybe we can get some free damage and catch someone out. They have to play fair in the end, and it still works out. Even that use of Janet Super, of course, crescendo across the map. Really not enough for Tensai. It all comes down to a final round here.
Tom is really starting to get some really nice connections there. Getting that early start and just positioning moving forward. So, oh, look at an early takedown there. Tensai was the victim. So 3 versus 2, Tribe yet coming back, just regrouping up and just, yeah, you've got to take these moments slow. You've got yourselves that early lead. Don't lose it.
Definitely not expecting, I think, Lenar to be sending shots his way amongst those bushes. Underestimating the amount of damage that was bound to be coming his way. Kuru building a magic hand could be huge here. He and a Charpy can quickly collapse, but it would absolutely precipitate an all-in from Tribe if they tried. Tribe not likely to try and give up this early advantage that they have. Playing it safe though. Lenar around the corner, a Charpy, he'll trade with him, but Charpy tries to take a fight, he cannot win. And Lenar punishes.
And again, just stay clear from Kuru. Don't give him that magic hand before the next round. Just try to get that takedown there as Gas takes its toll. Now we are in for a real treat because Tribe, with the help of the crowd behind them, are already starting to make this work a lot better. They cannot afford to drop this set.
Again to the right-hand side for Tribe this time. No premonition from them. Tensai able to avoid a bit of that poke in the middle part of the map here. Kuru wary of Lenar, who is encroaching rapidly across that top side of the map, and Tom's getting full value, of course, out of that extra Eve utility. There's a lot on the line here for Tribe. They'd love to even up the series now after a difficult first set. Both these teams unwilling to give an inch.
Kuru now with the magic hand, just off the back of that shot there. Oh, but a lovely spooky popper yet again for Tribe, and the takedown is swift. 3 versus 2, and Tom now just going to heal as well. But one pull from Kuru, and it's all level.
Lenar gets a barrier here. They're looking to go forward. Trade's got caught. Montage gets thrown out, but they can't trade. Tribe find themselves in a 2v2, and they weren't able to get any value back in that exchange.
A tough spot, a really tough one for Tribe, but it's... Oh, now the gas comes in, though, and Lenar can then go to the right, but the magic hand comes in. The left lower as well, the heals. Oh, but the mute Tom has got to take the forefront of this. Oh, Kuru! Beautiful stuff! ZETA Division 0 turned it around into their favor against all odds.
The Gene in the 1v2. That is absolutely stupendous. As ZETA Division 0 now give themselves a real shot at taking a second straight series away. Tribe have to recover from this and quickly get their ducks in a row, otherwise this one's going to slip through their fingers.
Well, look at this in the top of Chappie, yeah, just starting to creep round. Fast Splatter as well, looking everyone down. Now coming in with a shield, and I think that is the perfect time for it, but Magic Hand is available there as well. We can't count that one out. Tensai, though, has got to be a bit cautious. He's been getting a bit low. The hatch will be coming in soon for Tribe.
They're going for Drage. He might be caught in the corner of the map here. Kuru has Magic Hand up as well. They'll be able to read Drage's position. Kuru's flashing in. He's in trouble. He gets sucked in. Lenar trying to follow up, though. It's not going to be enough at 3 versus 2, and it's all gone wrong for Tribe. Tom, the 2019 champion, Tom the veteran, now in a 1 versus 3 for the set.
The 1 versus 2 in terms of world champs, isn't it?
ZETA बना दिया इन लोगों ने इनका पेठा.
We'll take it.
2-0.
Will they secure it in a sweep, or will Tribe start to fight this one back because Time Mover is running out?
There can be no denying that Tribe have absolutely improved over
Thank
the
you.
series, but
Thank you for what?
they're going to have to improve to
Welcome to the stream, though.
Sweep is a must. That is not something you want to have to deal with. SCMN are able to do it, sure, but it takes a lot out of you. It's a long day for all of these teams.
Yo, Tribe Gaming.
That for me, that's the backbreaker.
Tribe Gaming is gaining the votes once again, but still, it's on 50-50.
How close you really came to it, isn't it? But again, ZETA Division 0, oh, that calculated squad with such discipline, such reserved characteristics that don't require big boisterous body actions and loud shouting to make their stand. They just do it all through themselves and their thumbs and their skill. It just speaks for itself.
ZETA Division 0 looking across at the bracket of their sister team having already advanced. Here's that moment. The mute, of course, the posthumous mute coming out from ZETA 0 as it was a Charpy to connect that one is what allows Kuru to get the 1v2. Stunning stuff. Here are the stats as they stand. Both teams really competitive. I thought Drage looked very, very good on the Gus right. It's very hard to predict just how much burst you risk taking. If you're about to get hit by that 4th shot, Kooky Popper comes in. All of a sudden, you're taking twice the damage you thought you'd be.
Yeah, it's a brawler which we've seen a lot in the East Asia region, and Drage really just showing us how much value you can obtain from it. It's been a staple diet almost for ZETA, so I think it was smart as well for Tribe to pick that one up. And it's a tough thing now for Tribe because they were so close to making this all evened out. Now with 2 sets down, they will have to rekindle some magic. Often this year they've been the victim of a lot of reverse sweeps themselves by being in the lead and then having their opposition turn it around. Well, today it's looking closer, like they're going to have to start to learn how to do that more so themselves if this one keeps going the way it seems.
Hello there. H2O Brawl Stars, what's up? Welcome back again. 3-0 incoming. Let's see. Most probably it's 3-0 with the performance ZETA is going with.
Getting a chance to go up against a team like ZETA Division 0 is something that, of course, equally excited about and also pretty scared of. This team brought the consistency in that EMEA region. 3 monthly finals wins, 3 second place appearances. It's kind of the team that has everything in Europe, but everything may not be enough. Let's see now as we head into Sneaky Fields.
It's a very aggressive game mode, as we know, and Sneaky Fields just seems to bring even more of that out of the mix, with so many options in terms of brawlers and metas to consider and try, but not taking any chances. Banning out the Nita, not the first time we've seen that today. Banning out Surge and Max as well. Quite like those ideas, because Surge ultimately can just gain so much power off the back of just the assassination from the bush. Speaking of assassinations, Crow being banned out, the ZETA Division 0 as well as the Otis and the Buster.
Yeah, Surge also is extra frightening now because it's not just a matter of randomly like blinking forward. Obviously, Power Shield makes him excellent, really durable, a great 1v1 brawler. I like the M's lock in here, of course. It's going to be very, very important to try and keep tabs on where your opponents are. Caustic Charisma will light up ZETA Division 0 if they're standing within that area of effect. Information is everything on Sneaky.
You for UA or Putin? I am for Modi. I am only for Modi, bro. Not for Ukraine or Putin. I am for Modi. Thank you so much.
Got the chance. ZETA now coming in with something of their own. I like Carl here myself.
What do you think about Gene with a vision gear on this map?
It's a bit of a tricky one because it's definitely characteristically of them to do so.
Sure.
It can just struggle a bit if you're aggressed, you know, but it can also deflate those moments. It can be a great thing to have in terms of goal scoring opportunities as well. Janet, yeah, and we've seen it in every set so far. And if it ain't broke, you know, why try and fix it? But then combining it with the Carl, I just don't know whether it's just simply a case that Tribe Gaming EU are not banning out some of these really heavy hitters that ZETA are just so dominant with.
Yeah, Carl is obviously going to be a problem here. We've not really seen that many teams have a great answer to it. Teams have tried Daryl, teams have tried Ash, teams have tried highly durable, sort of good close range damage brawlers to deal with it. But it's less about the Carl. And it's okay, so if you counter the Carl, quite likely you put yourself in a bad position against the rest of their brawlers, right? Because you're often dealing with long range or, you know, sharpshooter-esque type brawlers. You have the answer to Carl, you often don't have it against your opponent. So the Gale here, decent answer to that tailspin all in.
Yeah, I feel like Gale here is a great thing in Brawlball to have. Ultimately, you know, in those moments where you are under pressure. If they're able to lock that into play, then they can
बोलो ना.
ZETA Division 0 of a goal and Ash. I love that here. We've seen already today, you know, with STMN just demonstrating the push potential of this brawler, going and able just to go head first into your opposition. There's very little you can do about that.
This is an incredibly short-range composition from Tribe Gaming EU. They really want to take advantage of the bushes as much as humanly possible. And Ash is a great answer to Kyle. Can absolutely stand up under that sort of 1v1 kind of pressure. And again, this is a team that, oh my goodness, the Barley! Okay, coming in against a team that doesn't really have the mechanisms to close the gap on him effectively.
We had a little cheer as well from, I assume, the ZETA Division crew as the brawler came out, and I don't know. In Sneaky Fields, in all honesty, but I quite like it. I mean, the Sticky Syrup mix could be the gadget of choice with the Ash, so Trade will have to be cautious of that. But
so frustrated. Look at him. Oh my! A lot of damage already on Ash, and okay, drop the base, gonna make that even more annoying. Drage wants to try and move up here. Brief heal from him, but it's just not enough. He's going to be brought down. Last call thrown out by Kuru, and Lenar gets snared up.
This pass is coming through for Kuru, but Drage just about getting off the line there. Tom, very low and does quickly go down. It is ZETA Division 0 now pushing forwards and starting to lock down Tribe into their own spawn. Drage is just speeding into Kuru as well. It's just actually working out fantastically well as a pick. Considering to go for the ball, thinking better of it, getting Tom taken down, but ZETA are locking everything down.
Tribe aren't ready for this. They were not ready for this last pick, Barley. Even with Chill Pill, Drage does not have the healing to keep him up. There's nowhere that he's actually safe from Kuru. And in the inverse situation, Kuru backs up. Sticky Syrup Mixer, if that's what he has available. Some help from Tenside, you name it. ZETA Division 0 have it. The ball's stuck in that corner for the time being, but a Champi doesn't mind. He takes down Tom throughout. Caustic Charisma. A Champi not quite healthy enough to convert the goal here, and Drage needs to pocket it.
Yeah, they've got to slow this one down, haven't they? Tribe are just trying to get out of the spawn, but they've got to start to work better as a unit to do so. It's interesting. interesting, isn't it, how we look across regions, North America and Latin North would choose a Lu to counter the Ashe. In East Asia, the Barley, and it is working. But if Trage can just start to push through and try to get a takedown, it's a struggle. It really is a struggle for him to do much about this situation.
Tom, now the one suffering the pressure from Kuru, who's been an absolute nightmare. Tensai giving a bit of space here, and that's all ZETA Division 0 need to do. Back up a little bit, play it slow. They know they're going to have their opportunity. It's centered around Drage being off the map. That needs to happen here. The Nara obviously threatening Gale Force at the moment. Sharpie expecting it, but durable enough to deal with it if he's the only target affected. Drop the base again means that Drage cannot sneak up through that bush. They're always keeping tabs on this Ashe.
But it must feel like playing with one hand behind your back. He just hasn't been able to get into the position where he can start to thrive. ZETA Division 0 know that if they were to do that, to leave an open door that Tribe would surely be walking through, but I think it's a wise call just to leave the ball for now. They've just got to survive this one, get into an overtime scenario and try to make something of it there.
Not a terrible move. Tribe first want to try and clear the way. Double Gale Force connection from Lenar. At second super use there, but he's caught in the corner. Overtime comes up at an opportune moment as Lenar's able to pick himself up and walk on away. Tom recovers the ball here. Tensai definitely able to stay out of the range of that gas. But there it is, Lenar's able to pressure him down. Drage wants to move up the map here. A Champion Kuro into defense. Drage is healthy. He wants to try. Oh! He slots it in the bottom left. What a finish!
Easy goal. If they want goal, ZETA wants goal, they need to goal before the wall breaks. Otherwise, it is not going to be easy for them.
There's no margin of error here for Tribe Gaming. They have to win this set. There's no more freebies left. And the strategy was perfect. Wait it out, suffer the punishment, the pain, and then deliver it tenfold. Gonna have to make a repeat of that, and now ZETA Division 0. They're wise to these shenanigans. Maybe they push a bit harder now.
Chappie has got the flying hook, remember, as well, and everyone's starting to line up. He would surely get a lot of value for it. Didn't choose to go for it. Tensai taking the skies now to just try to get everyone whittled down a little bit lower. Kuru left all alone, juking around this wonderfully there as Tom's trying to find him out. Oh, Sticky Syrup Mixer coming down as well. He's still going.
Kuru can't be stopped. Another last call available here. Dre's trying to use that speed gear as well as possible through these bushes. Still going to get pressure down. A Charpy keeping tabs on him. He's gone as well. Twister using that corner to make it so ZETA cannot capitalize on their map control yet. But Tribe are getting taken down one by one out of sport.
I can't wait to see some of the stats of this game because the amount of damage output for this one as ZETA just continue to cycle in all the time, raining down damage. Just whittling away at the HP. Drage, yeah, going to tick away down to 519 HP and somehow still going there. But how much longer can Tribe keep this up? If they're going to go with the same strategies the last game, they've got to take this to overtime again.
Yes, it's going to be exhausting. It's going to be another minute straight of dodging and weaving, ducking, diving, and dodging.
That's a lot of these back to back. Tribe, I mean, coming in, they need a W. They've got to start to get some aggression. They've got to get their utility ready. If it is the overtime play which they need, is more often than not, it's just ZETA all over. Raining it down. Drage in a good spot now, but again, just keeping the ball back.
No sticky syrup mixes left for Kuru now. Drage has a window and opportunity to start to close the gap. Not on this live, though, as Kuru just serves him one up in person. That's nasty stuff. Lenar's going to be forced to back away again. Remember, that ball has not left the back corner. That's part of the plan here for Tribe.
Lenan going down there. He does need to be in the mix for a twister. They've got 20 seconds to utilize it. You can get that bang on top of the ball.
Very interesting. 15 seconds remaining. Bro, ZETA in, bro. I know, bro. Hi, bro. How are you? Mysterious game. I'm all good.
That's double stun. What an opener there from Lenar. And yes, a Charpy tries to move up. This will at least guarantee Tribe a chance to get the ball and start to move it up the map here. The big question is, does Lightning strike twice? Can Tribe get away with this again?
Tensai now will be healing, as he'd love to be able to really help his team with this range and also going into the Chappy. Beautiful takedown. Drage keeping his HP, juking wonderfully. If he closes in enough for a shot, no. He went for the super and thought better of it.
Yeah, gets taken down there. Little Helper's not getting any value. Gale Force here for Lenar, but there's no architecture to knock people into. 30 seconds left here. Caustic Charisma an option for Tom, but he's going to be outranged.
Is it going to be a draw? Is it going to be a draw?
Left in the round, the tension starting to reach fever pitch. It's only Drage now against 3. This Barley still pressuring him out in the open. Lenar thinking about recovering the
Oh,
He's lost the ball. Here comes a Chappie. Oh! Super shot, no connection.
bhai, Sahab, what a goal. Nice one. Nice one. Good teamwork. Good teamwork. Awesome.
ZETA find these angles. It's just like they're building up blocks where there aren't any. It's
भाई साहब क्या ही मैच है भाई. I'm seeing a lot of comments disrespecting Tribe, calling them clown. I am like, why they haven't done anything wrong? Then why so much hate? Bro, this is how the fan system works. It not for just the tribe or anything. Any kind of. Oh yeah, GG's. Now they don't have any chance. They need the ball, and now they will just make the ball in their side. अरे उठा बॉल उठा. अरे बॉल उठा अपने साइड लेके जा भाई क्यों? This is what I was saying. बॉल उठा के पीछे डाल देने का उधर. क्यों इतना भाई? Finally, they got the match. Because they trash other teams after defeating them. You got the skin, bro. Whom you're assuming? Me? I've already got the skin on the first day.
Well, this is an oft overlooked part of Brawl Stars here, especially with the pick and ban phase now. That if you lose that phase, if you get countered, you still need to try to find a way to win. You don't get to just switch up your composition. Now, painful goal there from Kuru. You can see Tribe really on the edge of their seats here. Just an incredible finish. This one was a walk-in. This is when we thought it might all be over. The equalizer was huge. Finally, Tribe showing some of that aggression, showing they actually...
Hello, what's up? Tribe ain't losing tonight. That's not true. Still, they are behind by one set. Bhai, look at the DPS of ZETA.
A chance to breathe here, of course, and for Tribe to try and reconvene around their next draft. They survived Brawl Ball, yes, but only barely. And there's much more series to be played. ZETA Division 0 are still poised to make their way into the semi-finals. Tribe are going to have to dig deep.
I've got to say as well, looking back at the replay, that beautiful pass through, just like got the perfect pass angle off the back of the wall to their teammate on the side of ZETA. It was just wonderful stuff.
Hello Brandon Brawl Stars, what's up? How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are just enjoying World Finals. How's your day going, bro? Wait, Brandon, yes, original, verified, Brandon Brawl Stars.
Tribe Gaming now looking definitely to their coaching staff to give them smooth sailing through this pick and ban phase.
This is the second time Brandon is here. Thank you so much once again for joining in and checking us out. It's 5 AM. Oh, okay. It's 9:20 PM for us right now. We are all good. Thanks for asking. So what are you doing at 5 a.m.? You are also watching the World Finals?
For Tribe. And it is
Hello, Ship Time
I wonder
30s.
whether it be the Rico too. We know that Zeta Division 0 would love the, yeah, I mean,
This is the common thing. Whenever a person comes and he is famous, people just start spamming, I want a friend request from you. How much friend request he can accept, guys? Because there is a limit. Even if he wants to just accept 1 million things, no one can actually accept all the things. Thank you everyone. Yeah, watching. Yeah, okay. Cool. ST1 game was crazy. Yeah, the comeback was insane. So what do you think? Can we expect Tribe Gaming EU to just make those things back, like they are just behind by one set for now?
So I feel like for Tribe, they're going to be very, very cautious to not fall into that trap.
Protective tunes has been huge, right? That invulnerability window is very important for anyone benefiting from that Poco gadget. And then Screeching Solar can really nail you through some of these walls. I wonder what Lenar... Alright, looking to set up on this...
Brandon, account to you, who gonna win?
Kuru is low, Tom's trying to punish him.
Okay, you don't think so? So according to you, who's gonna winning this World Finals? ZETA look too strong. Yeah, ZETA is playing very, very insanely. Good. They have done reverse sweep yesterday as well.
Bit of a Screeching Solar there as well. Chappie's getting to a dangerous position here. Drake's going to have to be very, very cautious. Placing pressure on the 10.
Tensei on Max is God.
Goes down. Now able to advance onto him, and he's got
Uh-oh.
bouncy cast for healing, but no, Tensei's in a tough spot there.
No, 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 no.
Breakthrough, not speed zone here. So when he wants to go aggressive, he can crash through these walls and try and wrest the gems away from someone like Tensei if they're not ready for it.
They are having a good lead for now. Oh, and then he's... Oh, Drage got saved with just 150 health.
Tom, pretty scary prospect. He had the bouncy castle up that forced Zeta Division 0 away. But Tensei eventually gets rid of him. Lenar Drake pushed back, couldn't do anything about it. Breakthrough attempted to be used there, but a Champy stays him off with the salty barrel.
Connection there from Tom wasn't really there. He would like
Stamina beat Z1, ST beat Tribe, ST beat Zeta 0, Stamina beat ST. This is a loop going on. I don't know how much is gonna be turning around this thing.
he's nowhere near the situation with
And easy peasy for Stam. Oh yeah,
Tensei safe and sound.
easy win. Let's go.
Move on to match points.
Tom could not get himself out of the bottom left part of the map to help with that retake, and frankly, Tensei was untouched for the majority of that round. He was forced back for a time by Tom on the right-hand side. Lenar needs to be able to connect with this too. He needs to be able to get to his targets. He's not called an assassin for nothing. It's now or never. Here we go.
A much better start. Lenar already owning that right-hand side lane and putting immediate pressure onto the left as Drage and Tom just working to get that pinch, but Drage would need to get that damage booster down. He's going to have any chance of being able to contest the mid and cheat cartridge out if needed. Good taps there from him. Lenar waiting his timer. Tommy's
Here we go.
a little bit more here.
Good pressure on Kuru. Screeching Solo used there. Lenar able to withstand for the time being. Let's go for Tensei. It's going to send Kuru careening on a collision course with Drage, who tries to use the cheat cartridge to get away. They're coming for him. Drage can't get back. Kuru finds his mark. Tom will try and ward him away, but Kuru seems largely unperturbed. He'll drop his gems in enemy territory, though. Lenar wants to go aggressive, but he can't catch Tensei. And Chapi playing a great bodyguard here.
I love that from Tom, taking no chances and leaving the gems to Drage to pick back up. And now look at the positioning power that Tribe have been able to establish here. Bouncy castle again, one more gadget I believe left still for Tom. Trying to get the angle between himself and Drage. 6 gems now for Tribe. Kuru takes Tom down. Lenar has got to push forwards, but he can't. He's too scrutinized, too low on HP. And the tuning ball coming in from Kuru, keep Tensei going in the mid. Let's go, ready for Zeta.
6 to 6 in gems, a couple more spawning in the middle, but Tensei doesn't need to worry about them for the time being. Lenar gets cut down by Kuru. Tom trying to dodge away from these turret shots, and Draze has to set up a very defensive damage booster. Lenar goes in, pressure on Kuru, yes! The crescendo up, and of course gonna go for a gadget pop. Draze doesn't expect it! Kuru sends him flying, and Tom has to look on. Tom's just trying to race Tensei to the other end of the map. Tensei realizes he can't hide any spawn. 10 seconds remain. Try and have to do something now.
Drage goes down, it's just Lenar and Tom, and it's got to be a takedown. Tensei, nothing left.
3 seconds.
It's not
going to be enough for Tribe Gaming EU as ZETA Division
Easy peasy. And with that,
semi-finals.
ZETA goes to the semis.
Heartbreak for Tribe EU. Dre's with his head in his hands for a moment there. His first sort of full year, I guess, on a professional Brawl Stars roster, and he'd hoped for so much more. Such a valiant fight against Zeta Zero. This team have looked frightening every match they've played so far. They almost had this over in 3. The Heroics of Tribe kept them in it. But Heroics just aren't going to cut it against a team of this kind of caliber. That's 2 for 2 on Zeta Division rosters in the semis.
I mean, every month this year it's come down to Zeta Division 0 and Zeta Division 1. It would be fitting.
That was cool performance by ZETA, and Tribe was having a no option to just surrender against ZETA, as we have seen them perform especially very good.
Very, very dominant.
We're running low on European hopes here. Ark, it's been a tough day at the office for the EMEA region. And here are your stats at the end of Gem Grab. You see Lenal on that stew, really trying to do what he could to pressure down a Chapi. Tensai, rather, of course, on that max. Just a little bit too hard to catch. And Kuru was the blunt object. The Poco running it down mid. More often than not, able to put this pressure on Drage, pressure on Tom, make it impossible for Tribe to get any map control to build off of.
Wow, it's dominant, isn't it? Kuru had such a great game. He really did. 8 takedowns, and Dre's struggling a bit to really finalize the kills, hoping for the aggressiveness of Tom and Lenan to come in and pick up when they were on low HP. But like you said, EU hope is dwindling so quickly. I mean, there's a very big possibility that we'll have an entirely East Asia and North
Great performance by ZETA, and with that, I am very much sure if this much going on, ZETA will make 2 more teams in the next World Finals. Like 4 teams will be coming in the World Finals for the next one. Brendan, on what rage do you play Mortis? He plays Mortis on steroids. Mortis on full rage. Imagine double ZETA final. Yeah, I was actually I have said this thing that I want ZETA 0 versus ZETA 1 to be on finals. And this will be insane. Like, they have made World Finals previously, so they have divided their team into 2 parts. If they win this finals, then they will divide their team once again, and we will see ZETA 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on.
Intense stare on his face all day. He's like, man, we will not lose this game.
Yeah, he was asking us what our predictions were, and we were honest, but at the same time, go back to 2021, in that World Finals, the first round, it was Tribe Gaming NA versus SK Gaming. Okay, to be fair, a slightly different roster. Back then, it was Semantic with their Jeton as well, and Skyrex. So we got to bear that in mind, but it was one of the biggest upsets. It was the first match, and no one could believe it. But now, this year, with MSI, we saw it, didn't we? It was such an emotional rollercoaster for both teams. And Tribe, had to try to muster something up in the 5th and final set, which they couldn't, which meant that SK Gaming went into the grand finals to face ZETA Division 1.
That's right, and now, of course, let's have a look at the journey so far from Tribe, because I think we really want to set the stage here. Again, it's a rivalry being renewed. SK striking the most...
Japan too strong. Yeah, that's the case.
Navi, they did look themselves. I think that's the safest way to put it. MMA obviously showing up there. Well, we've previously been seeing a slightly different look at that roster. Still a lot of energy for Tribe, because it was important for them to sort of get rid of this Navi team who looked threatening on paper.
Yeah, they looked very, very strong. There's no doubt about it. And many teams were saying just how strong Navi were looking and how much expectations they had of that particular team. But Tribe Gaming NA just made it look very straightforward, very composed, very cautious, but some smart drafts. I did love this Sprout draft in Dueling Beetles. There was just no wall break.
No EMEA in the semi-finals yet. What to do?
It was such a close one.
Yeah, I mean, Navi not really able to do anything to approach was for MMA on that Crow pick. We knew what the idea he was going for, but he never had sidelines. Let's move across and talk about Tribe's opponents in this matchup, SK Gaming. Look, I think they draw probably, on paper, the weakest team here at the Brawl Stars World Finals. Look, I don't think that's being insulting. Raconic had so many issues in order to just even be here in the first place, right? So it was great to see them representing here. SK didn't really go easy on them, at all.
Yeah, not at all. We just saw the same aggressiveness on stage that SK Gaming is so known for. Again, louder than the arena.
Japan mode still, yeah. Yup, so both ZETA so crazy, bro. Yeah. Let's see, ZETA versus ZETA. It's gonna be insane.
So coming into this one, they're gonna have to really go back and remind themselves that this is
Tyrant is going through. That's not true. Every player has their own strategies and other things to do. They are having their own role to perform. You can't actually judge by their performance on particular match. It's a team game, bro. It's not a single player game like you were saying Dredge should be removed or someone else should play. It's about the strategy and the synergy they are having. You can't actually expect everyone to play just insane in each and every situation.
Et on est là, il y a beaucoup de bruit quand même dans la scène. Est-ce qu'on est toujours chaud? Ça s'arrête pas, on est toujours là. Encore un match de ce premier round avant d'avancer dans les demi-finales. Et je crois qu'on va la faire comme tout à l'heure parce qu'il y a beaucoup de supporters en anglais. On va la faire en anglais celle-là. Encore une fois, one tribe fell, one tribe remain. Are you ready for the second one? Tribe Gaming NA!
Tribe looked phenomenal on day two, as breaking the will of Navi is no easy feat, but it was convincing. Zulanas, Livy, Tyrant and Corey have excelled themselves this year, but this matchup doesn't come without its fair share of history and raw emotion. At MSI earlier this year,
Well, last time Tyrant threw semi-final in Siege, but Yoshi is actually better player than Rage. Don't know why Tribe bench him. It's up to them how they feel that they will be comfortable with whom. So it's totally depend on them.
Young gun, that real talent. Corey now moves into more of a coaching, more of a sort of analytical role on this team. Tribe now have an incredible back of house staff. Let us now bring out their opponents in this rivalry match.
Et les adversaires, évidemment, je suis un peu pris en otage, je suis exactement là où les supporters sont là. On va la refaire en anglais aussi. We know what's the next team, right? We see all of them. We ready? SK Gaming!
for SK Gaming, this matchup is their ultimate rivalry. Semantic, Guille, Chaos and Pedro won't be underestimating
Whom to vote Goldirock? भाई मेरे अभी तक जितने भी प्रेडिक्शन किए हैं सारे सही ही गए हैं और देख लो इधर। अरे ये क्या हो गया?
SK Gaming squad have unmatched LAN experience as far as the rest of their region goes, but out here, it's all to be settled. They absolutely wanted to go up against a team like Tribe. He wanted to serve them up 2 consecutive L's. Don't forget, this SK Gaming team is a super team, right? You bring together the best teams in
So this was the predictions I have made so far. I have picked ZETA, Stamina, ZETA, and till now it was correct. I don't know about this one, but I have selected Tribe NA because I was very much confused with that thing, and I have taken the suggestions from you guys, and you have told me to go with the Tribe NA. So I have selected Tribe NA against SK. Now let's see how it goes.
to bring it around and remind us that they've still got exactly what it takes to go all the way here. So much history between these two teams, and you know, again, with the amount of energy on the side of Tribe Gaming NA, combining that with the energy of SK Gaming, it's going to be nothing short of fireworks.
SK Gaming are the last EMEA team remaining in the composition. The last hope of that European region. So proud. A big region for Brawl Stars, the biggest in fact. And this is it. They fly the flag for that entire continent now against this Tribe team. Remember, SK Gaming are also looking ahead of this game. They're looking at ZETA Division 1 saying, we want that rematch too. We want all the rematches. That MSI lost that 5-set series. We want to run that back in 7 this time around. So it's crazy to say that SK Gaming aren't even looking at the top of the mountain across the stage. They're only halfway up, baby.
But it would be, you know, it would be reminiscent of what we saw at MSI if that were the case, and I, for one, can kind of see it. I mean, Tribe Gaming NA's, you know, performance towards the end of the season, it did start to dwindle. You know, it did start to close down just a little bit.
They are really
Poor performances.
rarely Indian esports players, because Indian players are much more focused on money sense, and in money sense they think only PUBG or BGMI slash Free Fire is the thing there they can actually earn. Otherwise, if you know Dota 2 में हम लोगों ने जीता वर्ल्ड स्टेज में, लेकिन उसको कोई रिकॉग्निशन नहीं देता है. मुझे खुद को नहीं पता है कि Dota 2 के जो प्लेयर्स जीते थे वो किस नाम से स्ट्रीम करते हैं, क्योंकि नहीं है इतना ज़्यादा एक्सपोजर. काफ़ी अलग अलग स्पोर्ट्स में हम बढ़िया हैं. फीफा में हम लोग खेलते हैं, ई स्पोर्ट्स की बात कर रहा हूँ. फीफा में भी हम लोग खेलते हैं, लेकिन उसमें भी जो टॉप 3 में होने के बाद भी हमको कोई नहीं जानता है. मतलब हम ही नहीं जानते, हम इंडियंस ही नहीं जानते कि कौन है टॉप 3 में. और ओलंपिक्स में जीता था भाई. ऐसा भी नहीं कि डोटा 2 में हर कहीं जीतते गए, ओलंपिक्स में जीत के आए हैं. ओलंपिक्स ई स्पोर्ट्स में डोटा 2 में विनर रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई नहीं जानता. क्या ही कर सकते हैं. बस एक ही चीज चलती है भाई, कि भाई BGMI / PUBG या फिर फ्री फायर, बस यही चलना है और कुछ नहीं चलना है. Nothing else. और डोटा 2 इंडियंस जीते रियली. अरे जाके चेक कर लो भाई, तुम्हें पता चल जाएगा. वी वर वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस इन डोटा 2, वो भी इसी साल. तो कोई बहुत पुरानी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, अभी की बात कर रहा हूँ. आई होप ई स्पोर्ट्स एंकरेज करें पेरेंट्स इन द फर्स्ट केस. प्रो खुद के लोग ही प्रमोट नहीं करते हैं तो दूसरों से क्या ही उम्मीद करोगे.
I want to point out that Gina Zulan's most played brawler this season. He's 8-2 on it. So really favours coming into sets like this one and snapping up that Gene straight away. You can see why many plays been made by many teams with that exact brawler. And the Ruffs is just incredible. This is very, very powerful. Again, really important to have some sort of wall break if you have a composition that wants to sort of take advantage of that. So that might inform the next pick here for Tribe Gaming NA. Ruff's just incredibly well-rounded brawler. SK are going to get to lock in two, one after another, and yeah, no surprise here. This Otis pick really favoured by them. Gia loves that.
Maybe Bonnie here as well, because SK would love to have something to really go into those moments of weakness. It's a big favoured pick, and with the Ruffs on the side.
A good Gia pick as well.
Yeah.
Wants to go there.
I think Indians should have initiative in Brawl Stars esports also. Pro ई स्पोर्ट्स में पार्टिसिपेट करना इतना इजी है कि आपको सिर्फ एक मोबाइल चाहिए और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. एक टीम बनाओ और बस खेल लो, कोई फीस नहीं लगती, कुछ नहीं लगता. बस ये है कि लोगों को लगता है कि पैसा नहीं आ रहा है तो नहीं करना है. अदरवाइज ब्रॉल स्टार्स में कोई भी पहुंच सकता है मंथली फाइनल्स तक. यू जस्ट नीड टू विन 15 विन चैलेंज जो मंथली आता है. अगर आप उसमें जीत जाते हो तो आपका ई स्पोर्ट्स टैब खुल जाता है.
Having everything opened up for Zulan just to be able to really get his super back as quickly as possible.
Absolutely.
And land it. Got to land those supers. Quick early break from Muslim on the left-hand side. And here we go. The crowd is screaming in the background as Livy breaking up the mids there with the rocket fuel. That's the second one he's used just to allow some visibility there.
I don't think Tribe are going to have trouble getting Zulan charged up here because SK Gaming are trotting across the field right now. Blue Star in the hands of Semantic. Gia making it hard to advance. Is Livy getting pressure down heavily? Fat Splatter there as well to put the Brock out of commission for the time being. Tyra needs to be wary now as Semantic starts to encroach.
They are getting pushed back just a little bit too much for my liking. And oh, that's good taps on Semantic. Ultimately, he is a real issue if he gets into that close proximity in the spawn side area. But iChaos has super as well.
Okay.
Taken down very, very quickly. Tribe know just how much that gear, thick head coming into play. They've got to be really communicative around that situation.
SK back up almost to avoid trying to give Zulan too much charge, but he does have the hand now. This is such a classic way for this to play out. We're in under a minute and there's only one star.
Okay, full push.
K's name. And it's the only one that matters right now. That's the hand. That's the
Full push. Nice. Good one.
You got one chance, you've got to make it count, and Zulan got the connection. The spawn was there, but the time is now on the side of SK, and the momentum push towards the spawn. One singular takedown is all it will take, and iChaos, no more utility left on the gadgets. In fact, there's only just the one left, or a couple.
SK's good comp. Take mid not
They've got to make it.
that appropriate.
Magic Pups keeping the top up good. Zulan has yet another magic hand. Tickhead's going to be taken down as it approaches. As Livy starts.
Oh, nice. One more.
Semantic again gets taken down. Uncharacteristic.
Oh, wasted. Zulan wasted. But still, they won. Easy peasy for Tribe. Is why Zlivy came in place of whom? What a pull.
But nonetheless, the first one, they've got to keep that level of consistency, as we know that SK are a team that when they are pushed into a corner, they really do bite back. An early fat splatter there for Semantic. Moving forwards then for the Blue Star and having that high ground, so important to have. So I absolutely understand.
Oh, yeah.
Want to really establish that early control.
And we know that SK like to slow the game down, right? That's always been their trademark. But that's a real problem when you give Gene time to build up that magic hand.
Oh.
And you aren't in position to try and get a trade or make up for that.
Oh, very low.
Zulan again.
Very low.
Can't be far away from that. Look how low SK are. This is about to get ugly. Avert your eyes if you're squeamish, ladies and gentlemen.
And one kill.
Oh, the connection.
2 kills.
Magic hand followed things up as well. I just felt that's going to be an absolute team one. I think actually SK Gaming got off a little bit scot-free, but they're lucky.
H2O browser and his OP team.
Already now separating
Yeah.
the two teams. But this control has all been with Tribe Gaming. They've been dominating that side of this game, and SK have got to take some of this back, remove some of that control, and start to confirm some of these kills.
Semantic's already gone through all of his fat splash.
Go Tribe. Woohoo. Kori ko kya hua?
Chaos though obviously has a little bit of that available via Bouncy Castle. Rocket Rain again is going to force that Otis back in the mid. Gear dancing around those incendiary fields. As Livy giving him the hot foot now, but it's going to be Chaos going down. Semantic's in trouble as well. He might not realize it, but he bloody well should. Pressure from Tyrant here.
Oh, nice. One more kill.
Job done. 8-1 and SK have almost no.
One more kill. Easy set for Tribe and A
It's happening again, isn't it?
in this one.
Giving an A. Are just looking so
Because these three playing good.
SK Gaming 1 star in Bounty with 15 seconds remaining.
ZETA go.
Have they even got a chance to bring this
ZETA already played well and they won their sets.
unless Chaos
Now they are just waiting for the semis.
Puffs.
Not
Magic
now,
Puffs.
not now. This is all Tribe Gaming an A. What a first set.
Let's go.
What a statement.
Momentum for NA.
Not even within the same postcode are SK Gaming right now.
Is zip zip.
Tribe NA
As Livy new to scrims.
as a whistle. A great opener and again they're happy for the pace of play to be slowed down.
चलो कोई तो ऐसी ड्राइव है जो अच्छा खेल रही है.
Do a couple of traps one too many times.
Otherwise, if both the tribes were playing trash,
Does not
then
deliver.
Trash Gaming should be the name, not the Tribe Gaming.
Which is absolutely characteristic of SK Gaming, but it just didn't quite get the value which they were looking for. It was funny as we were sort of passing Tribe in the corridor. I said to them, you know, SK are one of those teams where you can either choose to play passively like they do and give yourself a chance that way, or you just go super aggressive. It just
As a talent juke so well.
went for the latter.
Zulon OP. Yeah.
So far it's working.
Hello gaming with Apple.
Third on the stage. They're not looking themselves.
We know SK could bark. They were doing it.
Aslevi.
Opponent. But where's
Previously played for CMG and other NA teams.
over the entirety of that bounty set? I mean, Tribe Gaming, it's not even close. It's a steamroll. This is one of the very best teams in the world. The team that stands against Tribe NA more often than not. You see the looks on iChaos's face.
I only saw in Bobby Zulon team in trophy pushes.
I don't know what you had for lunch, Uber, but SK have got a lot of donuts if you're hungry. Semantic, Ki, and iChaos all with nothing to show for themselves. It was entirely Tribe, that whole entire set. And this is the kind of thing that can really throw you off before you even start to get going.
मुझे लगा तो भूल गए.
The way to get into this game, or they might be left behind.
I felt like they had some good early pressure, SK Gaming. There was one point where they...
राज किधर था कल और आज?
Tribe always threatened Magic hand, and they also said, well, if you don't pressure now, we'll just top ourselves back up. Magic puffs and that natural healing, and then we'll come straight at you. Gem grab here, double swoosh coming up. Get a couple of picks that could be really devastating on this map. We've already seen Buster tried on this one in the past. Amber, definitely one that team...
No, he plays very well. That's why Tribe and he signed him.
Go for stuff that's a little bit longer range. So Amber, yeah, looks like she got banned away there pretty much straight away, as did Buster and Pam.
Yeah, I think that, for me, Tribe Gaming and A in the North America and Latin North region really do understand just how much value Amber can get on this particular map, but it's going to leave things open a lot for still some aggressive brawlers, but I think B here is...
Gene mid, OP here.
Really drafting Gene here for SK, I feel. I mean, they would be the ones to normally go for bow. They banned it out.
Amber also good.
Especially off the back of
Amber banned. And they have taken Penny.
They would tend to go with here, but it's going to leave the door so wide open for Tribe to draft in a Gene.
And again, we know that Zulan just loves to do that. He's 9-2 now on Gene in sets, if you want to count that.
Gene Open.
Outside of what we've already seen from them as well in this tournament.
I don't know what's the strategy of SK Gaming. They just left the Gene.
Most played brawlers this season. Definitely likes to go
Genie.
she's really much
वो जो मेरे क्लासमेट्स का सर्वर था ना वो पूरा TNT से उड़ा दिया. बहुत अच्छा काम किया आपने. ये बहुत अच्छी बात करी आपने.
Max coming in, such an aggressive play to have available in the back pocket. Coming in at just
But you is really OP player.
the gems away. Take away all that momentum in one single play. But surely they've got to back this up with Gene now. And Max and Gene, as we know, is like such a wonderful pairing to have. There's almost nothing you
बहुत सुकून मिला. ये वही लोग हैं जो हमारे सर्वर में भी आके बस यही तोड़ा फोड़ी का काम करते थे.
ice cream, isn't it?
बनाने का नहीं, सिर्फ तोड़ने का काम करते हैं ये लोग.
They go with Janet. Okay, I don't mind it. They're leaving things a bit
Still, no one taken Gene.
sort of waiting for this.
Okay.
Do you think they might be trying to
Quite a good thing.
weird and wacky from SK? Maybe if they-
Read on my message up.
they add the Genie, but seeing Gene pick last would
Navi last time were OP due to delay advantage.
penny lane, but could work. Salty Barrel especially, can really get
Because they have played from home na.
running into someone that you don't expect. Maybe they just want to see whether SK's strategy is going to evolve to be that brawler. It could be a weaker idea.
Third.
Come in and
Because normally it's Max or Janet for a lot of teams, right? They take like a really safe, like really decent mid to longish range mid that has evasion, right? Super.
Kawa.
Crow here for SK Gaming. My goodness. Maybe they're looking at what they've seen so far and going like, slowing toxin might be huge. It really sets us up for gear to go in, engage with flying hook, tailspin. If they can get just one tick of that poison onto a gem carrier, that could ruin Tribe's day.
I feel like it's
Gene high risk, high reward brawler.
Tribe giving an A.
Hmm.
Why
Yeah,
bring
we're getting
something out of
lost
the
in the
pocket?
sauce here.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly where you want to bring in those ideas into the world stage and keep everyone guessing.
Can you just outrange this, perhaps? Oh,
Poco.
Don't mind it.
the opposite of what
Okay.
I expected to see there. All right, so why do you think Poco comes in here and how does this sort of interact with the composition from SK?
Well, with the Crow on the other side of things, protected tunes can cancel out that slowing toxin.
Absolutely.
It just stops it.
Crow to counter Max.
Eradicates the gadget's use. I feel like as well, survivability is going to be key for keeping aggressive brawlers like the Max on their side and the Janet in the mix. Screeching solo as well.
Let's see how it
It's gonna be a
goes.
tough one here for SK.
SK Gaming got a lot of work to do to bounce back after that first set showing. Chaos nips himself out there, grabs himself the gem. And we'll see that side lane. Gia versus Zulan. Tyrant versus Semantic on the Crow.
That's Levy trying to creep forwards to get that unfavorable spawn. But it does go into the pocket of Chaos as Gia comes in, does get the help that he needs, but as Levy could not quite connect Eric's shot on it, and he will lose positioning for it.
Yeah, not a huge kill in the grand scheme of the round. It means that Chaos has a bit more mid-control. Zulan wants to push up though, try and continue to be annoying, be aggressive. He actually just lights Gia and Chaos up there with that screeching solo. Gia takes a ton of damage this time, so before he even gets to Zulan, he's scattered out and he's taken out.
Yeah, now Zulan can push forwards as well and get into a very aggressive position. Start to try to gain that early information. The flying hook there is there for Gia, but he won't come out. Semantic with a jump though, and the pickup very quickly observed there from this Livy. Not hesitating to come in, secure that left-hand side lane and have his teammates come back now.
Now Zulan holding onto the super there, just when he thought he'd go down. He's actually able to hold his ground against Gia and that tailspin. The turret puts a wrinkle in things now, it's a bit more annoying. Salty barrel being removed there, Chaos not able to really do anything with it. Tyrant looks like slowed up a little bit here. Semantic not opting to try and capitalize.
7-7.
Gia here is in a great spot, honestly. If he flying hooks in, this Livy is low and they've got to be so careful here. Gia coming in, does get the take.
Oh!
This Livy though, able to follow it up.
Tyrant, he's going for Chaos. Why? As Livy's out of the fight right now. Tyrant also going to abscond after dropping a couple of bombs here, so still no change of hands with gems. Gia able to deal with Tyrant though. Zulan went for a bit of a late
9, but his health is very low.
As SK look to start to tighten their grip.
9-9.
Live set, isn't it? For Tribe Gaming and but that's a nice gem spawn. Chaos though will know it with the salty barrel coming down as Livy just gets out. Beautiful dash, really was. As now Tyrant takes
Nice!
The gems are dropped. SK have got nothing in the pocket.
Yeah, Tyrant was in the air. He probably would have liked to drop down on the gems, but as Livy's keeping that 10 safe, so as long as there can be some map control here for Tribe.
Now they have got 12.
There has to be an answer for Tribe. There's 7 seconds left in the round. They're going to start to encroach here. Zulan comes forward. It's going to be the tailspin from Gia. And Semantic is safe behind the barrier. SK
GG's. नहीं वो बात पे धमकी दे रहा था क्रिएटिव से आर्मर लेके, तो हम 4 लोगों ने उसका सर्वर उड़ा के जो मजे मिले वो टेस्ट में 10-10 लाके नहीं मिलते. वाह वाह वाह, बहुत बढ़िया, वेरी गुड.
So far for SK, a bit uncharacteristically of them, but now that was a great way to start their turnaround potential.
Look, Zulan can't really win this side lane matchup without A, help, or B, his super. If he doesn't have those and Gia's able to close the gap, look how quickly he's built up that tailspin. It's very, very bad for the Puerto Rican on this right side.
Got to remember as well,
Raja.
these two teams face off, it goes to the 5th and final set. Now we're starting to believe that that is truly possible, as it wasn't really the case in the previous one, as Livy be a bit cautious here.
पोको लेने का क्या पॉइंट था, मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया अभी तक.
Sound well out of the range. GA2
What's the point of taking the Poco?
caused a problem on Zulan, who wants to keep the hills coming in for his Livy, so if they can start to really eradicate him from the mix, they can start to
क्योंकि वो टीममेट्स को तो हील नहीं कर रहा है, ये तो दिख रहा है मुझे. वो तो अलग ही लेन पकड़ा हुआ है, हील तो नहीं कर रहा है वो किसी को.
Semantic tries to swoop on him, but Tyrant is ready to receive him as he lands. This allows his Livy actually to get that 2-gem lead, which is not insignificant. Now, if they trade gems one after another, it'll favor Tribe. They'll win the round as a result. As Livy, he's in trouble. Steamrolls him. He is forced apart with the gems right now, but Chaos can come back in and scoop them up. Tyrant is going in. It might be a suicide mission or a Hail Mary. We're about to find out. Semantic slow.
And down. ST Gaming won the set. EGPG.
with 12 gems. This is the SK that we all know and love. Starting to fight back, and I don't know whether there's enough time for this one, honestly, but Livy is going to give it his best. He does get the
Oh yeah.
gems are dropped.
In spawn though, so Chaos is able to just spawn in and pick those straight up. Tyrant's forced away, Semantic wants to dive, he's low. Tyrant, it's a strafing run with the bombs. It's gonna be tough for him to get to Chaos's position, and he's a one-shot. Chaos deftly dispatches his foe, and Zulan can't get around this barrier. SK Gaming, even
पोको वेरी बैड पे अगेंस्ट कार्ड। भाई मुझे समझ में नहीं आया कि पोको लिया किस लिए था, ना वो टीममेट्स को हील कर रहा था।
Start the shout off. Smiles all round and what a difference as that makes.
लोग ट्राइब के जीतने से ज्यादा ट्राइब के हारने पर ज्यादा खुश हुए, देख लो। व्हाट द चीयर, व्हाट्स द चीयर अबाउट।
Towards the end of the round, right? That's when the risks start.
एसटी को तो कितना लोगों ने सपोर्ट किया जीतने पर।
Really get value out of this slowing toxin here. And again, Gear always a threat. As soon as you catch it, is Livy without the phase shifter available. Those gems are getting spilt on the ground.
Semantic, almost breaking the desk. But yeah, Gear just timed those Carl runs absolutely perfectly. I mean, and you've got to play in Carl. It's not just a good and aggressive brawler that can get a great deal of kills and map maneuverability, but just being able to come out with the goods. And that reset was there, but again, no finer place than leaving the gems in your spawn, especially when you've got that many in the pocket. What a game for Guille!
I mean, look, the Poco is great, but that's the last pick. That's the pick you really want to be the difference maker. The thing that really characterizes your team comp. Instead, you spend most of the round getting absolutely flattened by Gear. Every time he steps up, Zulan had a really difficult job. He has
Semantic is so cringe. Oh
There are people that
yeah.
can do that. Most of the time, the ones with stuns and the like. Yes, Poco is scary, very much so in a 1v1 sense, but he didn't quite have enough to sort of give him at least a 50, at least a 50-50 in that lane is what you're looking for, and he couldn't even get that.
Gilly curried.
You really want to have something a bit more aggressive, you know? That's the thing. I can understand the strategy here, but obviously it's going to be very different going into knockout now. Bells rock. Bans surely coming in to follow. Tribe Gaming and A banning out the Rico. And I don't see why that is ever a bad thing. And the Bonnie, I think they've read this really well, actually. They really have. Banning the Gene as well, the Tick, the Brock, and the Piper. Banned for SK, but Buster could come in.
छपरी गई Semantic.
Mind it, but it has got a bit of a
Wow.
You break open
Wow.
the map, then, you know, you are a bit of a sitting duck, and brawlers
2 मिनट रुको, मैं आ रहा हूँ, ठीक है।
And again, Buster really
Washroom break, nature's
sort of
call.
side lane are able to use the horizontal as well as those vertical lanes to pressure with sharpshooters. The Sprout comes in here for Tribe NA first. This is SK Gaming's far and away best map type. They have an 86% win rate on knockout over the course of this year. It is unequivocally their specialty.
It's a bold move, though, to bring in Sprout as your first pick. Not really a third pick, but we saw yesterday, didn't we, just in dueling Beatles against Navi, how much Tribe Gaming NA can make that brawler work. The value is Livy gained from it.
Yeah, it's
Otis.
great at shutting down these tight lanes, and Transplant is actually really troll on this kind of map because you can sort of shut down one lane and then shut down the next one basically straight away once that brawler sort of rotates. So it's really good at actually giving you an isolated 3v2 situation.
And the Bell here, the reload gear, it's just going to have such a good time, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, especially those
It's
later
a home
rounds.
round, basically. Come on.
I hope Tribe have got a good response for this, honestly, because Sprout would be great for control, but even with that, you've got to combine it with some aggressive,
What do you feel
some
about
range.
B? Does that work for you here?
I feel it would, yeah. I mean, B packs a sting, no pun intended, it genuinely does. Gus, though, for the shield, and
You know, maybe if you didn't say packs a sting, I wouldn't have thought you intended the pun, but I'm convinced you did. Yeah, I actually don't believe you are. Don't trust this man, ladies and gentlemen.
I've heard your jokes, though, so...
Fair play, moving right along. Now, obviously, we know how scary this Gus has been. Kooky Popper, it brings this level of burst damage that you just don't expect a sort of support-oriented brawler to be able to produce. It catches you by surprise because you don't know what the fourth shot is. As the opposing brawler, you can't tell necessarily, unless no one's counting this stuff, but there's that B that we sort of foreshadowed there. Oh, yeah, well, I just picked the one sharpshooter that wasn't banned, so, you know, you don't need to follow me on Twitter at Ubershouts or anything for that. That's not necessary.
The self-promotion. Right. Third and final pick for SK. And to be honest, I mean, it's going to have something which is lacking right now, which is a bit of control for me, but Fang is a staple die here. Surely that's the aggressor they're going to go with. Grom, though, an underrated one. A very underrated one. Actually, much the sort of thing that I'd expect to see in North America and LATAM North, actually. It's like they've kind of moved away from their own meta, actually.
We're going to talk about this.
Yeah.
First Grand pick,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, of this entire World Finals. You said control, so that often means that maybe there's a thrower that, you know, could be good at filling that role. Why Grom here?
Again, for the controlling element, you've got the Sprout on the other side of things, which is going to have a great deal of side lane control, or mid. Looks like they're going to be going mid for it.
There's a lot of crisscross on this map, so it actually suits the way that his projectiles expand out from that center bomb really effectively. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it's going to be a little annoying for Eslivy to deal with here. Grom can have a bad reputation.
क्या हो गया भाई, क्या हो गया अभी तक?
Legitimate contender here.
And they're ready to check Gadget as well, as I'm sure it's going to be being
Okay, nothing much.
It can just secure those takedowns that you need in the later parts of the game. Let's see though.
Here comes the big boom.
The amplified shot, yeah, but juked perfectly from Tribe. They've read that really well.
And again, obviously playing outside of the cardinal direction, so trying to play diagonally from that center bud is really important. But you have to predict where the bud's going to hit, and sometimes based on the skin, it can actually be a little bit hard to tell to get yourself in position early. But Eslivy looks like he's done this before. So again, here you go. You are shutting down a good portion of the map.
Oh, nice.
Guess someone's been
Sprout OP, guys.
in their diet. Eslivy just force-fed them a handful of space carrots. And it's well, they're not going to have scurvy, but they're definitely looking a bit woozy.
They need to pick me up, don't they? Try make that look so good. Locking the whole thing down, and as soon as the weaknesses, the cracks started to show, finalizing it beautifully so.
I mean, again, funneling your opponents into a small space with just one hedge is kind of what this map lets you do on that Sprout. It's so scary.
Denial.
And I think Eslivy picks that up. So he transplants that bush out here. Doesn't fancy it. Maybe Tyrant wanted the sight line. Either way, he'll have another...
Yeah, Eslivy must खेल रहा है यार.
Someone out. And then pull the bush
He's
out.
playing really well. Shot है. Oh, बच. अरे भाई, क्या ज़ुलोन भैया क्या कर रहे हो? अरे भैया ज़ुलोन भैया क्या कर रहे हो?
Fire there onto Zulan. Good connections as well from Guille, and maybe this is starting to itch a little bit more in favor of SK, just playing it slow, waiting for that gas to start to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, no one wants to get caught, though, between a hedge and...
अरे किधर मार रहा है भाई, ये किधर मार रहा है?
struggling hit. Oh, what has he done? Eslivy traps himself inside the bush. Incomprehensible.
Oh. भाई वो पॉइजन क्लाउड के बाहर खड़ा हुआ था, फिर भी मार दिया.
For that moment from Eslivy.
The Grom
Nice.
the gas was actually lovely from SK, but I've got to ask how Tribe were able to come out of that one on top. I wasn't sure it was going to happen. It looks like Eslivy didn't either.
Maybe trying to protect it. It looks very unclear what the point was behind that hedge there. Benefit of the doubt, though, we're going to give that to him. He obviously isn't pleased either way with the outcome of that round, but Tribe still get it. So here we go again.
Good jukes.
Again, Eslivy making sure he's on the diagonal every time one of these buds gets thrown in. Pretty hard to hit. I mean, Chaos is trying, but Eslivy, he's able to get some progress now, moving up. Because he's not taking any damage. That super is now online. And we have a lane swap here, so Semantics actually wanted to try and go here in towards Tyrant, but Zulan also swaps to medium.
Good connections there from Chaos. Eslivy is going to be forced back here, but now the transplant will come in, and good connection shots. Beautifully done. Almost all three there. Almost a disastrous situation for Chaos.
Zulan, seen better days there. Semantic really started to put on the pressure. Here comes the gas arc, and Tyrant is down.
Everyone low there.
Ow.
Shot to finalize it.
Close game हो गया है.
There's still some fight left in them in this set.
That was pretty close there. Chaos and Eslivy struggle to really interact with each
भाई ज़ुलोन क्या खेल रहा है? उसको शॉट ही कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है.
Here coming up from Chaos.
पिटाई हो रही है उसकी, पिटाई हो गया. This match is gone.
Gets absolutely nuked.
क्योंकि स्प्रूट तो जा चुका है भाई.
That hell Tyrant is waiting for the hedge to disappear now. He's in a tight corridor, so it's actually a little bit harder to dodge those Grom bombs.
Hello Sophia, what's up? How are you doing?
Bad though, they want to collapse. So
Oh, nice.
Tyrant shields himself. Can
Ah.
Beautiful by Chaos.
too sharp.
Hello there, what's up?
The Gus shield not enough to get him out. SK Gaming on the precipice here of evening things up. They're going to take their time now. Azulan trying not to feed anything over to them. That'll be
Boom.
What a way to end it. I mean, they had both rounds, so why not
Arey, look at that, the cheering of ST Gaming, bro. ST Gaming is having more audience as compared to Tribe. They are having more support.
Make this Grom give the best run for its money against Sprout.
Even after Tribe is having their own team there, like 30% of their team is already there to support, but still we can hear more cheers for ST Gaming as compared to Tribe.
Mostly trying to avoid these shots from Gia, who definitely has a more comfortable time. I like the reverse polarity shot. My God.
एट द फ्रेंड बनोगे, अरे 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 अनोनिमस भैया, ऐसे तो सख्त लौंडा बट यहाँ पिघल गया हैं.
That's a 2000s meme. Sorry.
We are but humble boomers, Zuba. But I gotta say though, I do prefer nest egg. I do. I mean, it's definitely great for flair and it does serve a purpose as well. I mean, you see Gia is connecting with it, keeping Tyrant low. Slow though, does not quite land for Zulan. It's like Chaos doesn't connect either. With the
अरे भाई कैसा शॉट मार रहा है ये जूलॉन, भाई एक भी शॉट कलेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है इसका.
A bit of a breather there as Livy cuts off that lane by the hedge.
भाई क्या ही खेल.
Gadget use from Chaos. Tyrant's going to be caught in the gas here, and that's going to be that.
ना
SK Gaming, one round away from going up 2-1 here. Knockout favouring them solidly.
a night and day difference when you think back to that first set where they had 0 kills on every player.
अभी आई एम सख्त लौंडा, दैट्स व्हाई. वाओ भाई
Momentum shift is starting to get
जूलॉन के शॉट ही कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहे हैं.
Zulan just looking to get the amplified shot to connect with Semantic.
He has
He's
to,
making him work for
he
it.
really has to pressure this lane. Like Zula needs to turn this like objective advantage into some other map presence. He has to materialize the advantage for Tribe outside of just him having the better lane assignment. So that means pushing Semantic so far back that he can't have an impact or just eliminating him.
He's being so cautious. Rightly so. Shift a hand.
जुलान गेटिंग आउट रेंज, दैट्स व्हाई. ऐसा नहीं है, कहाँ से आउट रेंज भाई, बल्कि उसके पास ज्यादा एडवांटेज है.
Going down too late towards the end. A great slow there from Zulan again, but not able to finalize it. That's where Tribe is struggling.
But the problem is that as Livy
Poison
tries to
clouds.
get Grom out of his lane, because Grom can still do whatever he wants, even if there's a hedge in the way like this. Chaos can still fire, as Livy still needs to respect, and here comes the gas, but Tyrant's going to win that battle against Gia. What
GG's.
stuff? Getting rid of the bell as Gus on that lane assignment. No easy feat.
पिंक तू तो खुद पिंक है, गर्ल फेवरेट.
To eat it up.
One round to decide it all in this set. We wouldn't want it any other way. Zulan got a heal here, but again, reading the Grom like a book, and Gabe's pushing down their Tyrant towards the lower end. Matthew with the mute ready at hand as well. We're going to be very cautious around him, and if you manage to connect that.
Yeah, this wall break
नेट विथ फार्ट को तो देखो,
of the land here. Is Livy and Chaos still preferring to play on the
मैं नहीं देखूंगा.
Semantic flashes super there, he doesn't connect it. Zulan able to breathe a sigh of relief as he wants to continue to pressure the Otis away. One shot, no empowered connection there. He had a second chance, still no good. Iron Hive now coming out. Semantic is dodging all of it. Man, this guy's got light feet.
He's been great all time, but the cookie
Oh!
almost caught him off guard. He's still alive.
But he has to back up, he needs to heal. That's going to give Tribe an advantage there to start to move up the map just a little bit more. Chaos in that back left corner of the hedges.
Nice.
The gas chokes him out. Here comes Tribe getting in there.
GG's.
And North America takes another step towards a semi-final berth.
Everyone on their feet. And it
अरे तू जा रे.
support that is there behind
पिंक क्या लगता है मैं कौन हूँ?
is enormous.
भूत हूँ मैं.
Isn't it? We see SK, which is always constantly reminded as to how loud they are, but this is what I love so much, bringing the crowd in for 2022. This is the best of Brawl.
Remember what we said at the start of that round? Zulan being in, a quote-unquote winning lane against an Otis has to turn that into something for the rest of his team. And it's actually Tyrant that gets involved with the kooky popper there.
ये गेमिंग विद चप्पल वाला है क्या मित्रों?
Livy has a fantastic very
ये गेमिंग विद चप्पल वाला है क्या?
finally he gets value with it, catching IK.
लेट्स गो ट्राई.
Gas. So much patience from Livy, but that's what gives him the win in the end. Really impressive mental fortitude from Tribe Gaming NA to take away that set. You said it doesn't get any better than this.
I feel like Cody is going to cry if a Tribe get this win. Every time it just feels like he's got tears brewing. But the stats say it all for me, don't they? You know, Tyrant with a fantastic game, but DPS was pretty low actually. When you consider things, it was
a lot of poking, right? A lot of like, I take a hit here, I back up and heal up. But I mean, you can see like the Semantic versus Ulan matchup, right? That's again what a winning, quote unquote, winning lane gives you. There's much more to Brawl Stars than just sort of, you know, beating a 1v1 opponent. So I'm really glad we got to see how you manifest an advantage on a side lane, or a middle lane as it was in that case. Turn it into a win for your team, but no time.
7 करोड़ सही जवाब.
Moving on to Brawl Ball already.
now this is of all the game modes an SK gaming mode, isn't it? It really is. So in terms of the draft, I hope that Tribe Gaming NA do ban out some of the. They haven't.
Anonymous जानता है.
What should they be banning here?
Should we be banning Gale? No.
Anonymous सब जानता है भाई.
Slow down the game, or they're feeling so confident to face Gale they don't care, or they dropped it first themselves. It's one of the two, I feel. But
ऐसे ही थोड़ी सख्त लोंडा बन गया.
Max on the side of SK, on the side of Tribe Gaming NA, Barley, Squeak, Surge. I mean, you can also, I've seen SK combining the Gale with the bow so many times over, because you place Mines on the ball, you place the Twister on the ball, you just basically lock the ball down into the corner. Janet though coming to come in first for Tribe Gaming NA.
And again, we saw the Barley band. We realized that teams have probably been working on this in scrims, right? We actually got to see it from ZETA Division in that previous game, right? Just how terrible it was for, you know, Ash to deal with that primarily. SK banned that Ash away, but obviously maybe concerned about something that could counter their Carl if they opt to go that way. The kind of brawler that really, there are very few maps and game types that he's not going to be sort of valued quite highly on. Penny here for SK Gaming, an absolute classic choice from them.
Yeah, the Penny turret, you know, the mortar can just help out so much. You don't have to, you know, rush your attempt on goal then. You can just place down the turret and let your opposition just slowly, you know, crumble in that spawn side. And then pick up the ball and just score it very quickly, or bring it back from the corner if you're SK.
Absolutely. Yeah, at the end of the round, you know what I mean? Just wait it out and then pick up the ball once all the architecture disappears and go for it. Otis here again for SK. We saw that from Semantic. He had a tough time dealing with B. This time, SK won't have to worry too much about a skewed lane assignment. This map much less linear than the previous.
It's interesting though. I've got to say, you know, SK have been so much more aggressive in this World Finals. We saw it yesterday, we're seeing it again today. Maybe they're going to be playing less passive. Maybe they feel like people are starting to read them a bit too easily. So they're trying to mix up their strategy, or they'll bring, you know, Gale at the last pick. Tribe Gaming though, now, going to bring in Stu, and that was what I was thinking in terms of...
In previous match of ST, I am telling.
Side lanes, having a bit more going on there.
I told ST would win.
Complemented quite nicely with the drop the base as well. Maybe the speed zone as well.
हेलो मेलोडी इतनी चॉकलेटी क्यों है? क्योंकि उसके अंदर एसिडिक चीज़ें डाली जाती हैं जो कि बॉडी के लिए ज़्यादा हानिकारक होती हैं, इसलिए वो इतनी ज़्यादा चॉकलेटी है और काफ़ी सारी कंट्रीज़ में बैंड है. बट इंडिया में इतना ज़्यादा हेल्थ कॉन्शियस नहीं है कोई, इसलिए अभी भी चीज़ें बिकती हैं. लाइक भाई विक्स, तुम सर्च कर लो जाके. विक्स जो है पूरे वर्ल्ड में बैन है बहुत सारी जगह. इंडिया में खुलेआम बिकता है विक्स. हर स्टोर पे मिल जाएगा तुमको विक्स. विक्स वेपोरब. मेलोडी इज अ हार्मफुल चॉकलेट. वो एक्स्ट्रा चॉकलेटी उसको बनाने के लिए उसमें एक्स्ट्रा प्रिजर्वेटिव्स एंड केमिकल्स मिलाए जाते हैं, जिस वजह से वो एक्स्ट्रा चॉकलेटी लगती है. सच में एक्स्ट्रा चॉकलेटी है वो, बट बिकॉज ऑफ दैट प्रॉपर्टी ओनली. चलो, if Tribe wins this one, they move to the semis.
Electricity in the air, you can taste it, but they are behind at the moment.
Oh my goodness, Tyrant. All right, stuff. Does have breakthrough, right? So it kind of jukes out the super there from Gear. And now it collapses on Chaos. And Gia can't do anything. He's still sat back in that corner waiting to heal up. Oh, this is devastating for Tribe.
Fancy footwork, but no super to hand. As Livy tries to pass the ball, wouldn't have been able to get the shot off. Taking it slow and steady as Livy now with a beautiful angle. I don't know how he even connected that tap, but he did. Now another breakthrough there. Salty barrel though to the face as IKEA starts to stand his ground, and now the curveball as well as Livy is forced back.
Yeah, no clear shot there, no super available. Zulan looking to rattle the cage a little bit here as he returns now to the left-hand lane. Tyrant now looking to maybe clear up the other side of the map with a couple more of those breakthrough activations, but he's hit by the mute. Semantic was hoping to try and capitalize, but Tyrant is left alive with 60, having to dodge a shot coming in from that penny turret, but he does so. And he's back in the game.
I love the way that Semantic just placed the ball there perfectly. One shot from Chaos if he gets a super and Tribe out of position, they could get a nice snatch on the goal. But Tyrant not really able to do much on this right-hand side. Now the turret pushing him away as well, and Zulan very, very low. This is exactly where SK like to be. Just able to shut things down once the penny turret is rolling in and just squeeze the life out of their opposition.
Yeah, it's Levy dealing with a lot of AoE damage on the ground here, whether it's from, Fat Splatter or, of course, that penny turret, which is a real pain in the neck right now for Tribe Gamer to deal with. Honey Molasses got thrown down, was instantly destroyed by that. And you mentioned Tyrant possibly playing breakthrough. We know that's the case now. He's got no charges of that left though. So
very low.
A lot of that architecture for the rest of the round.
Yeah, they just like to demoralize their opposition, don't they? Just keep throwing everything at them, including the kitchen sink. Zulan now has to take to the skies just in time. And Kie might go down here as Livy does connect. A great time for Tribe to start to push their way forwards, going in to overtime.
Chaos unaffected by Iron Hive there is Livy with a bit of a dissatisfying miss on that one and not able to connect with Semantic either. Tyrant though manages to get up in his face and find the elimination now. 3v2 for the time being. Tyrant wants to surge forward here, but Chaos is rather durable for a long-range brawler. Again, super use. Chaos is struggling to keep up with Tyrant as he moves across the map. Tyrant thrown down. Removed instantly now.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's leaving SK already quite vulnerable here. They're going to have to go for the corner, and try to avoid these shots because this Livy is so dangerous. Lifeline goes down, it will keep them running just for a little bit longer. But as that slow connects as well, the taps to follow are on point for us Livy. Everyone on the side tried pretty
Nice.
slow, and that might go against them now.
Pretty nice shot there, to pick up as Livy. Looking scary on the beat here. Playing back from Semantic now as Chaos goes awfully low. 15 seconds are left in the round. Tyrant not healthy enough to make the play. Trying to dodge the curveball here, and that's the last life plant expended for Gia. Zulan wants to push up on Semantic and he gets the kill. He's trying to fly in. Chaos slowed down, and Zulan, can he get there? He doesn't have his
Nope.
super available. By the time he
Draw.
comes down, time is run out.
पेरेंट बढ़िया खेल रहा है.
I mean, for the majority of the time, they
Typical SK Karna's ball strategy.
towards the end just really started
This is how they win.
to get the ball from the corner. But
Either we will win or make it a draw.
here today so far,
Easy funda.
to take that as a draw.
Look at that, Tyrant's forced Semantic out of position already. Getting with the outplay there. And now Tyrant, just a breakthrough to remove some of that architecture. Probably hoping to get that bottom part of the fence as well, but he'll have to use another gadget to get that. It's going to be a trade on the right side.
Okay, I would like to get that turret rolling. He's probably a couple of taps away now. And ultimately it will start to just help out a lot when it locks on to the drop the base and everything else. It's Levy with the amplified shot, just being patient with it, but now we'll have to earn it again. Semantic creeping forwards. He would love to get the beat off on turret, and he does. But the response from Levy was absolutely on point, and that boy knows it.
Oh, he's hitting him with the pin. Semantic not going to be happy with that one. That was Semantic's window to win that fight against Tyrant, right? Hit him with that super. Not expecting one to run into a face full of bees. And he's well and truly rattled the hive now as Tyrant tries to back up on that right-hand side. Chaos gets the better of him. Drop the base used by Zulan, but Gia now starting to really ease into that role on that left.
This is where Tribe had to survive last time, but will they survive this time? Throwing everything down, they've got to get the takedown, they do. Semantic got him.
Oh!
There's Levy off to the line, but he's the last man standing. Beautifully done, but is it enough? No! Gia gets the pass to
GG's.
SK Gaming off the mark.
Panther plays.
Yeah, that was looking dangerous as soon as Gia's able to come in there and use stick around on that left-hand side, cutting off half of the goal for Tribe. They have to filter out the right-hand side. Semantics have to
भाई आज के मैच तो पूरे 5-5 सेट के जा रहे हैं.
game over from there on out.
फिर से आज एक तो बजा ही देंगे.
They've been happy to bide their time in the early parts of the round, but overtime is currently not on the menu. They need to find a way to even a score here. As Livy finding it pretty difficult to line Chaos up here. He's been very cagey hiding behind those three boxes. Tyrant doesn't have any breakthrough uses left, but they get the turret. Here goes Zulan.
It's the moment that Tribe have got to make count. The meat though is there for Torrance. The pass can't be made. Zulan goes in. Oh, the super shot is there. It's off the line, but Zulan.
Oh yeah.
Pick it up. And Tribe tie it up.
Yeah, nice to see that Tribe can switch into a more aggressive gear after falling behind in score. Now the question is, how well can they maintain that as overtime is upon us? Chaos sends the ball downfield here. Tyrant busy dealing with gear, so opts not to pick it up. As Livy has a charge shot there, but he's not able to connect it either. Zulan a little bit low with Semantics starting to turn up the heat. Tyrant in gear's face. Oh, with the win. As Livy down, but he passes off just before he falls from the grave. He keeps his team in it.
What an incredible defense. It really was. Tribe were in such a vulnerable spot, but they survived. And that's what matters. They're going to have to regroup at the side of SK. Get the footwork working. Mute there. Lovely done from Semantic. This is still a goal-scoring opportunity.
Zulan needs to heal. He's firing. I don't know why. Maybe trying to keep Semantic away, but he's at 120 right now. Semantic firing back in his direction. As Livy also needs to take a break, but there's 15 seconds left in the round.
This is going to be draw once again.
One shot away from
Looks like it.
Tyrant does have super. He can start to close the gap, and he does. Tyrant, no lifeline available. He gets the super, but here comes
Oh, nice.
Livy has done it. And
Finally.
are on the precipice of a semi-finals berth. What a way to end the round.
खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा भाई.
What a goal. What a finish for Tribe. And ultimately, I was thinking that both teams surely thinking that a draw here would be nice. Yet again, not for Tribe. They want to get straight back in it, straight back into the thick of things and tie this one up. Imagine the history all being tied up into a neat bow.
Oh भाई बहुत लो.
It was Tribe Gaming sent home by SK in that MSI. They've been stewing on it all year, and now they have their chance to reclaim the crown and have a shot at the semis. The question is now, who wants it more?
It's the last team left in the EMEA region at this stage of the competition. And SK have got to hold on for dear life. Guille goes down like Chaos though, looking to earn another turret for safety. Everyone on Tribe just starting to move around a bit more to heal up accordingly to then get back into the thick of things. But more or less everyone trying to earn
Tribe ने ZETA 0 को भी हराएगा.
the 1:20 mark.
Let's see. पहले पहुंचे तो सही. पहले खुद का तो कंफर्म हो जाए.
Chaos has to use Salty Barrel there.
Or in the corner, I think that's wise. Tribe do need to buy some time. The penny turret is where now they have the problem. Down goes Tyrant as well. That's going to put even more pressure onto the backs of Livy and Zulan. And they've just got to hang on, buy some time, get the momentum back, and then try to take it to overtime. They got the beat in overtime.
Yes.
That's a great matchup for them.
Tribe just need to make sure they don't give up complete map control, and that's why Tyrant keeps peeking this corner here.
Oh, great jukes.
Yeah, just sturdy. Look at the guy. Untouchable. He's letting him know it too.
Penny turret locking him on, and he's still just not dropping a single HP. Now the breakthrough, now the aggression. Oh,
Panther क्या है तू?
time, but now punished as Semantic does get the pickup and finalizes things out. But SK are still not going for that goal-scoring opportunity, but taking it a bit cautious, a bit overly so.
The breakthrough opens up the right side of the map, so for Semantic to risk coming to get the ball exposes him to Livy, especially. So Tyrant there, you might thought, that's a bit strange. I mean, he's shorter range than Semantic. Why would he take those boxes down? That's likely the reason why. Definitely securing overtime are Tribe. This one is going down to the wire.
It's not a very good spot though for Tribe in this position.
एक और draw आने वाला है क्या?
Singular kill to have it be enough to start moving forward, but here we go. As Livy's the first to take the front, but tries to fire back and just missing 3 consecutive shots down to IKS. The fourth now connecting. Tara goes down. Now the ball will start to come in and make its way forwards a little bit here. They can start to juke more of these shots though, as they need to. Otherwise, SK are going to be a perfect opportunity.
Tyrant gets caught amongst the maelstrom of fired shots though, and as Livy is a little bit low, trying towards Semantic. Oh, the star power! The second chance allows him to get the kill. Another towards Livy, and a huge way to relieve some of the
Good shot by Livy.
out of time.
भाई
27
साहब.
seconds are left, and this ball now has started to get moving. The hopes of two continents on the line.
Tyrant has super as well. Amplify
Ah.
shot, but doesn't quite connect here. Second either as well. The mute missed everyone. Just struggling to connect as the tension is getting to them. Tyrant though can get a pass of potential or go for the glory himself here. Zulu
Is it going to be goal? Is it going to be goal? Oh no!
Levy goes down though. Will Torrent get it? The shot
Oh no! Shit! 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 Very close.
SK just held them.
Just a 2-second difference.
A little bit out of position in those last few moments. When he's the brawler that you're trying to play around for the late game, losing him there is an absolute devastating turn of events. Tribe still wanted to threaten, but Zulan was busy in the air. You don't get to decide when you come down there. You stay up until that super is over. So Zulan could only look on as the ball fell out of their hands.
It's great stuff, isn't it? It really is. Both teams really making each other work for this, and you've got to. You're on the world stage. This is your shining moment of glory.
That's two salty barrels already, used by Chaos. The pressure's starting to mount now. Tribe are frustrated. They want to try and get the win, and they might just have it. The goal is going to be good.
GG's.
Locks it on in.
Tribe better win.
An opening statement and a half, and now the bracket
Hopefully they are winning.
with SK. No more seconds.
Now they are on aggressive mode.
Land this mark here. They've got to score. They can't leave the scoreline now. The same
Nice.
way it is and has
Good
been
backup.
for the majority of the matches. They've got to go on the aggressive, get back to their roots, stay alive.
Oh, good backup.
The last salty barrel isn't enough to save Chaos's life there. The turret's still a concern. And again, this is Tribe. They have the lead. They're not even playing for overtime. They're playing for the win. They've done the hard work. It's up to SK Gaming to answer the call, and so far they are coming up short.
If this ball stays in that corner, how poetic would that be? As that's the place where SK have had the ball for the majority of this year. Not like this, SK, not like this. They need to get that ball out. They need to get a pass through. They need to equalize this, or it is over. And that is a great tap from Aslivy on to Guille.
And that's perfect. Two big eliminations there for Tribe. The ball stays where it was left.
Livy is like तुझे हराऊंगा तेरी स्ट्रेटजी से.
Play safe, play solid. Even if SK somehow able to dig the ball out of the bottom right, it'd still be a draw in that case. Semantic struggling to keep up a Tyrant. Call him fleet of foot. This guy is twinkle toes everywhere. 32 seconds left in the round. The crowd is
People crowd is cheering for SK, not Tribe. Wow.
But SK have still got time. 25 seconds on the clock, and Guille now going to bring the ball out. Chaos has got super as well, but the ball goes to nowhere. It goes straight to Tyrant. That's not what 15 seconds, and surely this is it. Surely.
GG's. With that, Tribe goes to the semis.
season invitational. Frustrated in the last 2 months of their
ऐसा क्या है पंथर के पास जो मेरे पास नहीं है?
vanquished Europe. They will advance. Only NA and East Asia remain.
The arena is on their feet. What a result,
Nice. A taste of your own medicine.
boys in red. And that is what we're
ऐसे खुश हो रहे हैं जैसे भाई वर्ल्ड फाइनल जीत ही गए हो. अभी जीता नहीं हो भाई.
at is.
अभी सिर्फ एक स्टेज फाइनल आपने क्लियर किया है. इतना बुरा परफॉर्म करोगे तो एक स्टेज जीतने पर भी इतनी खुशी हो सकती है.
The kind of attention, the kind of scrutiny that would be on this team. He knew what he was signing up for, but I don't know if he knew how it would feel now to beat your arch rivals, to give yourself the matchup against ZETA Division in the semi-finals. And like I had mentioned, with STMN on the other side of the bracket, ZETA Division 1, Europe is done. It's only NA, it's only East Asia.
I don't know whether I should stay around or should I go home. I mean, is this like a sign? I mean, I'll bring it back to the conversation we had.
नहीं पंथर जंगल में रहता है.
And we got some stick from them, didn't we? They said,
और करो कॉर्नर द बॉल.
we said,
मजा आ गया.
but they said, prove me wrong. I would love for nothing.
ओ भाई ये बहुत ही क्लोज था भाई. अगर ये गोल हो जाता तो
We were in the wrong.
खत्म ही था.
That is exactly what they did. What a day. What a result.
Yeah, I mean, again, this
ये भी एक बहुत बढ़िया गोल होता लेकिन वो
tied, right? Both these teams
मरने से पहले उसने थोड़ा सा रोक लिया.
there were windows, small windows that were trying to take
और तो मुझे तुमसे दोस्ती करने के लिए जंगल में रहना पड़ेगा क्या? और क्या, फिर दोनों को मिलके गाना भी गाना पड़ेगा फॉर मेकिंग दैट दोस्ती कम ट्रू।
And he falls short.
और द गाना इज
Here, a lot of
जंगल जंगल बात चली है पता चला है टुरुरुरुरुरु। अरे चड्डी पहन का फूल खिला है, फूल खिला है। जंगल जंगल पता चला है, चड्डी पहन के फूल खिला है। जंगल जंगल पता चला है, चड्डी पहन के फूल खिला है।
Such a testament to Tribe because dodging those penny shots.
ये कंपलसरी है गाना भाई।
And you can see on the other side of things exactly where they're going to be leading. Tyron there picking up the MVP, and I for one agree. I mean, he's been so aggressive, and he's been a bit more refined this year. He's not getting overconfident too soon. He's just taking it calm and slow and making it play through the plays, you know?
Yeah, his mechanics have been actually.
And we are to the semi-finals now. ZETA Division 1 versus STMN.
On Semantic or Chaos quite often on the right lane or in the middle to give them the power play. I mean, they broke their script. They sort of, broke their sort of normal streak of sitting and waiting. Tribe did at the start of that last round. They just pushed up the middle. They knew they had a brawler advantage, and they just brute forced their way into the goal, putting SK in a position basically you'd be unable to come back from. I think this game really delivered. I think, SK definitely was suffering a lot of scrutiny early. They managed to bring it back. But now, I guess the title, the NA-EU rivalry, it definitely is over in the NA direction. There's much more to be decided here at the Brawl Stars World Finals, so ladies and gentlemen, 2 semi-finals to come. So don't go anywhere. This is the 2022 Brawl Stars World Finals, and we are just getting started.
And here it is now. ZETA Division versus STMN. And secondly then ZETA Division 0 versus Tribe Gaming है ने। मतलब प्राइज मनी पे कब्जा देख रहे हो, ZETA का कब्जा देख रहे हो। मतलब 2 टीम बना लिए भाई, और दोनों ही सेमीफाइनल में। और सोचो अगर दोनों फाइनल में होंगी तो $600 तो वही ले गए आउट ऑफ 1 मिलियन। बाकी टीम बस देखने आई थी सर। अगले साल देखना पूरी 4 टीम बना के लेके आएंगे लोग। Sophia, do your name reveal. Yeah. हेलो अर्जुन, कैसे हो? व्हाट्सअप। अनोनिमस से पूछ। ये भाई अनोनिमस की एक्स गर्लफ्रेंड है, इसलिए अभी भी उसका पीछा छोड़ा नहीं है। एनोनिमस से ही परमिशन ली जाती है अभी भी। हेलो अर्जुन, कैसे हो? कैसन बा? इसी बात पर गाइस, डू मेक श्योर टू ड्रॉप अ लाइक, सब्सक्राइब इफ यू न्यू हियर। लेट्स गो। एनोनिमस, ये सोफिया कौन है? कौन है? कौन है ये लोग? कहाँ से आते? टॉक्सिक एक्स है मेरी। अरे अरे अरे, कितनी टॉक्सिक है। हेलो जॉनी, डू यू नो जॉनी सिंस? आई डोंट नो जॉनी सिंस 2014-15। बता, मैं सोफिया हूं ना। अरे वो तो तुमको पता होगा। एक्साइटेड अबाउट द सेमीफाइनल्स। चलो भाई, बूम। यू डोंट हैव राइट टू टेलीकास्ट दिस स्ट्रीम। अच्छा, और ये आपको किसने बताया ब्रो? I have fully right to just telecast this stream anywhere, anytime. तू आके देख ले जाके ब्रॉल स्टार्स के एग्रीमेंट में। आप क्या जॉब करते हो? वही जो आप करते हैं जॉनी भैया, जो आप जॉब करते हैं ना, बस वही करते हैं। अब आप समझ लीजिए आप क्या जॉब करते हैं, बस थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस होगा, बस जॉब वही है। एनोनिमस ने आईफोन नहीं दिया। एनोनिमस ने आईफोन नहीं दिया इसलिए ब्रेकअप कर दिया। और क्या भाई, आईफोन इज मच मोर इम्पोर्टेंट। बंदे का क्या है, 10-20 मिल जाएंगे। एक किडनी बेच के ऑलरेडी दे चुका था मैडम को आईफोन 12, बट आईफोन 13 रिलीज हुआ तो मैडम को चाहिए था। अरे क्या कर सकते हैं, मैंने मना कर दिया इसलिए ब्रेकअप कर लिया इसने। दिल पे पत्थर रख के मैंने ब्रेकअप कर लिया, मेरा सैया किससे है, मैंने ब्रेकअप कर लिया।
Semi-finals matches locked in, and ahead of that, the grand finals.
Wow, so much has happened today, and in the last couple of days, to be fair. But those finals were so exciting. No more EMEA teams in the competition. I am heartbroken. I predicted.
देख लो पेंथा, इसको पता था, बताया तो बड़े खर्चे हैं। बेचारा गरीब एनोनिमस।
In the semifinals as well as the two East Asian teams in those semifinals. Our first semifinal coming up, ZETA Division 1 versus STMN.
बच्चे इधर अब छोड़ता हूँ, तुझे क्या करना है।
Surely will not disappoint. Once again, it's a culmination.
पेंथा तू देगा आईफोन 14 प्रो।
Yeah, this is gonna be crazy. Who out of SMN or Tribe Gaming NA might take down a ZETA Division team to secure their spot in the finals? I think we're gonna go check out our predictions, even though it didn't really go too well for me so far. Okay, well, today wasn't a great day for EMEA, but it was better on your end.
It was a little bit better on my end. I'm not sure what happened exactly there where maybe I
ड्रेज का ट्वीट तो देखो, सिंपैथी गेन कर रहा है, हैं?
victory. And of course, we have some different opinions as well on how these next two semifinals are going to go.
ट्विटर खोलना पड़ेगा इस चीज के लिए।
Good stuff from NA all day. I'm going with STMN, but it looks like you and the rest of the casters also went with ZETA Division 1 actually.
Yeah, I feel like with Stetempo's performance today, I don't know who will stop him. Honestly, if he performs like he did for the rest of the weekend in both the semis and the grand finals, for me he's gonna.
I am sorry बाबू, it's all my fault. Okay, ठीक है भाई। I am so f shit. ठीक है भाई।
So much is on the line, so much crazy, so much history writing itself here.
I love Azlivi. वो तो बोलना पड़ता है भाई, खुद नहीं जीता तो कम से कम दूसरे को तो बोलना पड़ेगा। Sorry बाबू, it's all my fault.
For going with ZETA Division 1. I really do feel the NA vibes flowing today. Second of all, they went to the final set versus a team that not a whole lot of people expected to do so.
उसका ट्वीट देखो, देख तो लिए।
Yeah, no, certainly so. I mean, ZETA are looking
Let's go.
strong at the moment. And on the side of STMN, I mean, let's be honest, they popped off at the end of that match against Team Queso, but on the way there, it was a little messy. They lost the 2 first set, nearly ended up going down because they had to face some match points, and that would have been quite unheard of, to be honest. But either way, let's get our teams on the stage. Semi-final number 1.
De retour pour les demi-finales. Encore beaucoup de matchs.
क्या बोल रहे हैं? तुकु फुकु लुकु लुकु।
Il y a eu beaucoup de brossards tout le week-end, mais encore 4 équipes en lice, une seule évidemment.
ए भाई तू गुटका थूक के बात कर भाई, ये ऐसा नहीं चलेगा भाई, ये गुटका थूक के बात कर।
बोलो जुबान केसरी।
इन्हीं के वजह से जुबान केसरी हो रही है।
ZETA Division 1, they have swept through their bracket in the previous days and today as well. Very convincing games versus Reply Totem, an extremely strong team in EMEA and eliminating the second to last representative from the EMEA region. Now they're here to knock out one of the NA teams as well. And
Me Brock living with one kidney. If I give kidney, it will be very dangerous.
Wow! Very dangerous!
How many times have Zeta 1 and Zeta 0 faced off in the monthly finals? I guess 4 to 5 times तो ऐसा हो ही गया होगा. 7 times. अरे भाई साहब.
Going to be joining them on the stage right now.
Et leurs adversaires, pour une place en grande finale, ils représentent évidemment l'Amérique du Nord. 3 joueurs qui ont un super parcours pour l'instant, mais un gros client en demi-finale. Un max de bruit pour STMN.
Stamina Esports, that's Bobby, OG, Czar, and Sans sitting on the bench, rather probably on the couch at home right now, as he couldn't quite make it here to the World Finals. They got top 8 last year. They just come off some big wins. Team Queso, that was a very close match, but a full-on reverse sweep. If any team is, as ice cold.
फॉर्मूला में दोस्त हूँ. मैं दोस्तों से संन्यास लिया हूँ. सही बात है. सिर्फ अब गर्लफ्रेंड से बातें करता है. अभी इसकी गर्लफ्रेंड का नाम बताया नहीं किसी ने, लेकिन सबको पता है. गर्लफ्रेंड का नाम पिंक पैंथर है.
We've heard people talk about how Zeta Division 1 play and just how it's like robotic. It's as if they are AIs. They are made to play Brawl Stars. They're just that good. And STMN in those first couple of sets that we saw versus Team Queso.
पैंथर में नहीं आऊंगी जंगल में ब्रेकअप.
That is not an option.
अरे उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड ऑलरेडी है भाई, पिंक पैंथर.
Very few reverse sweeps in BSC history.
अरे कुश्ती वाले पाजी आ गए.
When you look at World Finals in front of a crowd on the biggest stage, it's unbelievable how good STMN have been able to handle the pressure so far in these World Finals 2022. But this is
अब सैतमपो का इंसेन प्लेस देखने मिलेगा. देखते हैं क्या होता है.
as favorites pretty much, and so far they have not disappointed, taking down teams like Totem just earlier today, which honestly, I mean, most of us thought Totem really stood more of a chance than that. And right now, SCMN, looking that they did struggle against Team Queso earlier, they really need to bring their absolute A game against Zeta.
Well, there's one thing that we've learned from the two Zeta teams. It's that going to a match point versus the other team in one of the earlier match days doesn't necessarily mean that you're off of your game. And we saw that proved by Zeta Division 0 and Zeta Division 1. They also went down one set versus their match day number 1 opponent. STMN going down a couple of sets to Team Queso. Maybe we shouldn't think to ourselves that we know so much and just let the players tell it to us themselves by the gameplay.
That's what I'm counting for, already. That is what I'm counting for. But yeah, we need just to see both teams show us their absolute best gameplay. Zeta Division 1, I think one of their biggest advantages obviously is going to be Tempo, but it could be a weakness too that he has been so instrumental, and such a big part of the success. Because if maybe SCMN figure out a way to single him out and sort of grieve him, disable him from playing at the level that he's been playing so far at the World Finals, that might be what makes the difference, but it's really hard to tell at this point.
It's a fascinating dynamic to think that the strongest point of your team can also be your biggest point of weakness if you rely on them too much. And Zeta Division 1, really the one standout player for me that would step up to take that spot has got to be Moyagoku. He has been popping off today as well, just in my opinion, barely outshined by Shetampo in today's competition. If Shetampo gets singled out, I am very confident that Moyagoku will rise up to the challenge. But what happens if STMN just plays diff today? As far as the STMN roster, it's hard to single out a single player either as well. They are all doing very, very well today, but as far as a Shetampo situation, I don't think there is just a single brawler, or rather a single player on STMN that we can pick out as a point of weakness or a point of strength.
Oh wait a second, guys.
It's not quite as clear cut, right? Because if we looked at their performances so far in the
World Finals this year. Stetempo statistically has just had literally every set had the most kills, the most damage, and sometimes by a long way while losing sets. You know, they've lost a couple, I think two actually so far, which is not that many, let's be honest. But in both, you know, what most of the players I was talking about were saying is like, you know, how do you lose when Stetempo is doing so much of the work? And I'm not taking anything away from his teammates, but he has been just on another level as the rest of the competition. I think the closest to that for STMN, to me, is going to be OG in some of the games we saw earlier against Team Queso, but Bobby also had some amazing sets. So Czar, I think, has been a little bit more quiet, which is unfortunate because he is an incredibly talented player, and I want to see more from him. I'm still waiting for him to really bring the highest level that he can bring, because we all know he's capable of that.
No doubt, he's a very skilled mechanical player, and it'll be interesting to see how he performs throughout the day. But if we even progress beyond just a player standpoint, we can talk on like kind of a team record standpoint, because this isn't the first time that we have seen these teams face in a major competition. We saw that them at MSI, so this is a grudge match. There, STMN took one set off of Zeta Division 1, but ultimately Zeta Division 1 did win the match with
Android telephone.
Then they went on to get the victory. It seems
Nahi
like
OnePlus Day.
you guys coming in are relatively confident in the Zeta Division 1 department.
Nothing chalega, nothing
Let's get
phone.
this one started. We're moving into Hard Rock Mine, and the bands, they're already up on the screen. From the side of Zeta Division 1, Colonel Ruffs, Buster, and Penny. From the side of STMN, already a notice bit coming out. They've also banned out Carl.
Hello ABC. Zeta stills are next level. Yes. It's always much more fun to watch Zeta matches as compared to other teams.
Also, you know, brought him on a couple times. SK a lot actually. Just earlier, not with the greatest success, but I don't think it's necessarily just the fault of the brawler. It just depends on, you know, the larger picture, the bigger picture, and the comp that goes with it. It is a very strong brawler at the moment.
So who will win? Zeta or STMN?
Incredibly strong as well. Now,
मेरे एक्स को बुला पहले टैक्स भरो फिर एक्स को मिलाएंगे.
decent bit of damage, especially if you pop a gadget as you hit your opponent. But also, you know, it's a support brawler that can keep himself up in case he really needs to stay alive and maybe win his lane, or help his teammate win theirs, which can be absolutely game-changing.
Anonymous are there, bro. है तो सही.
Especially Gus, but also Crow as well. It looks like they don't really want to play versus any sort of max ideas from STMN, because they know just how valuable it can be in that department. Also, Max hasn't been banned out. Zeta Division 1 probably wouldn't mind having it for themselves. Speaking from an NA perspective, a pretty popular pick here in North America on Hard Rock Mine is actually either Gene or 8-Bit. Either one of those is fairly popular. Here's Gene. I don't know if it'll be combined with 8-Bit. You don't exactly want to pick two mids, but that's a popular NA pick. They're going to be going with something comfortable, and typically going with comfort picks works out for STMN in high-stress situations, but this isn't just any team. This is Zeta Division 1.
Yeah, they are the final boss at this point, still undefeated. But yeah, I'm thinking Max for this final pick, maybe of STMN, as you mentioned. I think it would be a risk to leave it open, because, you know, Max is quite decent at juking those Gene supers, and we will see the Max indeed as our final pick for the side of Stamina. Zeta Division 1 have a final answer, a final solution to try to counter as many of their opponent's brawlers as possible.
Well, it's going to come down to countering out the Max, because they already do have Crow. So I think this is a wise draft by Zeta Division 1, because they can either force STMN into picking Max for themselves or get it for themselves. Now they have to figure out what they're going to do versus some of these other brawlers. OG is probably going to be the most straightforward to counter on the Gene. He has pretty much one of the most game-changing supers. Max might actually take the cake here. Here's Janet as well. And I really like this pick because you're able to throw down a turret to block a Gene pull with it. And I think that's going to give them tremendous value. It's also a mystery as to which lanes exactly we are going to find these people on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I agree, but at the same time, are we really expecting a Janet Jam carrier?
No.
Probably not. I think Gus is probably the most straightforward answer here, but even then, I don't think it's necessarily...
And here we go.
A gem carrier on this map. I personally do prefer Stamina Scum by quite a bit, but if Kenji keeps snapping the way he is now, I might have to change my mind.
Not only that, and Moyagoku has slows at the ready, and he's laned up versus Zar. Meanwhile, on the right side, OG's going to be taking on Shitetampo. Already getting some damage down on the ground. Here's the turret immediately dispelled by Bobby. Some damage from those Vengeful Spirits, and Shitetampo actually does fall. OG now finds himself deep in Zeta Division 1's defense, but the same case goes for Moyagoku, who, despite fighting a 1v2, is very difficult to get rid of, and Bobby might actually just abandon ship here and instead go for Kenji. Meanwhile, OG is just as well locked very, very deep in Zeta Division 1's back lines, but it doesn't really stop him for now. Almost goes down to Kenji, but will find a point of comfort on the left side where he can pinch out Moyagoku. There's a kill from Bobby, and Zeta Division 1, aside from all of this, have the lead.
OG has been flanking Zeta for so long now, not quite able to find as many kills as he would have wished, but he is creating some space and he's able to Zeta from picking up too many gems either. Bobby does have his pull, needs to be careful, he's getting pushed by Moyagoku, and that is gonna be a free kill there for Moya. And this is looking excellent for Zeta Division 1 as they are getting awfully close to a countdown.
Just one more gem needed, and Moyagoku
और वो खींच लेगा उसको, पीछे जा,
this entire time he's threatening Bobby, he's threatening Zara.
नीचे जा, 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 नीचे जा.
Particularly hard to take down. He does actually shield up Shitetampo so he can stay on the aggro, and Moyagoku's here to be his personal bodyguard around the left side.
ये
Bobby OG is the last hope here. Almost some damage on a Kenji, but he's just out of reach. And Zeta
GG's.
takes the first game.
That was close for
Zeta, 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 Zeta.
reset, but either way, the gems were being way too far into Zeta Division 1 spawn, so they had a strong countdown, were able to hold on to it.
पैंथर 30 एनोनिमस को बोल दे.
Game, let's see if they can turn it into a set.
Zeta Division 1 once again approaching mid with nasty intentions. They are trying to get some early game damage onto Bobby, and Kenji's going to do just that. Bobby's forced back. Moyagoku also tags him up with the, there's a slow as well and some poison to keep him down for even longer. So a super popped by Kenji. Good kill from him onto OG as well. And once again, Zeta Division 1, they're deep in the back lines, but the same case goes for STMM.
Right now, positioning is still quite good for Zar. See if he can make something out of it as Moya and Kenji try to pinch him out. Will get him out of position, but now the healing buffs come into effect and max speed helps Bobby reach an extra gem. Really wants those two other gems, but it's going to be Kenji to pick them up as OG struggles to take down that gadget from Shitetampo. He's been a threat on that Janet. Not quite as dominant as in most games we've seen Zeta play, but dominant enough that they have the lead in this one and already a game up.
OG on the right side is trying to do something, gets exploited by the
Oh, nice.
No way, all the way in the back line. Shitetampo is going to get a heist of 3.
नीचे आओ, नीचे आओ, हो गया 10, हो गया 10, हो गया, नीचे जा, नीचे जा.
Moyagoku could get pinched though if he's not careful. Here's the shield Zar. He has to use that final phase shifter to get
Oh, yeah.
Shitetampo with the super away after a kill onto OG. This one's chalked. It's a runaway for Zeta.
GG's, easy peasy.
I mean,
Oh yeah, nice.
I was just saying that we haven't seen as much of Shitetampo in that opening set as we did in the previous.
सच बता पैंथर, तेरे दिल की धड़कन तेज हो गई थी ना जब सोफिया ने पूछा था फ्रेंड बनने को.
Gem carrier in
अरे उसका कलेजा फट के बाहर आ गया था, बिल्कुल ऐसा मुंह तो कर रहा था, डिचिक 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 डिचिक.
process as well.
फिर उसने हथौड़ी लेके आया, बोले धड़ 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 धड़. हाँ अब ठीक है, बोलो भाई क्या हो गया.
Has perfected playing Brawl Stars.
I mean, call it a flex if you want, but that's simply just good gameplay and, you know, being that good at this game.
थोड़ा सा बस बाबू शोना जानू हो जाता ना तो बस फट ही जाता है, जब बूम कर.
Very surgically played by Zeta Division 1, and despite us being more familiar and more comfortable
दूसरे
with
न्यूज़पेपर
what
में आ रहा
was
होता.
running, it was, like I have been saying, robotic. It is just
सोफिया के प्यार में बंदा हुआ दीवाना,
Division 1.
गोल्डी की लाइव स्ट्रीम देखते हुए फट गया दिल.
As Shitetampo and
लोगों को कुछ और फट जाता, लेकिन बेचारे का दिल
allowed
फट गया.
they have some good plays, and overall, I definitely feel like SCMN had an absolute chance with this draft, but Zeta Division 1 just
लोगों में दहशत का माहौल.
well calculated
कहा नया वायरस निकला.
for mistakes.
स्ट्रीम पर आती है सोफिया बन के
Catch that in this opening set.
Well, set number 2 will be upon us very
और लोगों का दिल हो जाता है बूम.
on over favor for Zeta Division 1 because STMN, I think they looked very confident headed into that first win.
कल किसी और को पकाते हैं.
Every single department, and we saw some good approaches. And to reiterate,
बाप रे भाई इतना हंस रहा हूँ क्या ही बताओ. अरे 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 इतना क्यों हंस रहा है भाई यार.
locking himself in there for as long
की
as
हो
he
गया.
could, and despite fighting 1v2 and despite surviving for a very long time, it really didn't give them any advantage, unfortunately, simply because of how
गोल्डीरॉक की शायरी राइमिंग नहीं हो रहा लेकिन कोशिश जारी रखो. अच्छा 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 शायरी थी क्या वो. मैं तो न्यूज़ सुना रहा था. That was not a शायरी bro.
Where they're like, we can coexist on this side of the map as long as you don't, take down our gem carriers or fragilize our lanes. We're fine with it, and somehow they were. That's the worst of it. Zeta really just feel like on another level again, and right now stamina.
इसको भाई अब ट्यूशन देनी पड़ेगी मुझे कि शायरी किसको बोलते हैं, न्यूज़ किसको बोलते हैं.
As possible, and I think the draft is about to kick off.
I was representing the news.
something to keep in the back of our heads is that
भाई कल अगर लैपटॉप रहेगा तो आऊँगा.
one's best maps, or rather, one of their best modes. 70
गिव अवे का लाइव स्ट्रीम में.
heist is
Wanna see the next Saturday?
is not really a standout for either
Wow.
team here actually. So
Very
this has
dangerous.
potential to be that much more of a scrappy matchup in the second set.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll see if that is going to be enough to give more of a fighting chance to stamina as we move on to some heist action. Man, we've seen a lot of interesting things here lately. I feel like Safe Zone has become a very...
Get to the safe zone.
We saw Colt earlier brought in by Team K, so nearly worked out for them as well. The Nani from STMN to counter the 8-bit. We'll see if we see some of those similar IDs brought onto the picture again, as they will be the ones going for the 8-bit this time around, compared to their previous match where they were facing it.
Yeah, and I would call this a risky pick if this were not the World Finals, because to pick 8-bit first, the counters are extremely clear. If STMN's picking this first, they have to have a very good idea that they're going to get countered and know exactly how to counter the counter. Zeta Division 1, though, are also acutely aware of this and need to plan out their next two picks according to that plan.
Absolutely so. Is it going to be more along the lines of matching energy or going straight for counters? And Griff is a bit of an in-between, bringing some wall break to the table as well as a decent amount of both DPS and sustain as he gets those heals every couple of seconds with his star power. That is the way to go at the moment. So I don't mind it. I think it's an absolutely decent pick. I prefer Brock when it comes to wall break, but it was their own ban, so I really think they wanted to avoid it being...
गेम एप्पल भाई कहाँ हो. याद आ रही है वो अभी सोफिया बनने गया है.
Have to see what the
Everything's for sale.
this as well. Lola, not only does she offer great damage on lane, but she can block out a lot of damage with that freeze frame too. And I would say it's more than likely that Shtetampo and Kenji aren't going to have any issues switching up lanes here once things are broken down. It'll be wide open for them. Zeta Division 1, though, they have not picked a mid yet, and STMN could swipe up really the best options here if they are playing smart about it, and also make sure that they don't provide any good counter opportunities for Zeta Division 1 with their next couple of picks. Pick number 2 for STMN is coming in. It's going to be Penny, actually.
All right, I mean, I don't mind it. It's not necessarily something I think is necessarily the most meta brawler when it comes to Safe Zone.
Is this finals going on? Semi-finals going on, bro.
Bring out some sort of distraction. I would assume...
Semi-final चल रहे हैं. Semi-finals.
I think it's alright. I think the risk is that you get a bad game where you are not quite able to set up and...
Otis.
That is an interesting decision. That means that there's a lane that's pretty much just going to be free for Zeta.
Well, I mean, in that case, I suppose STMN is just really hoping that they can get those wall breaks out of Kenji before they have sort of any turret up as well, because OG will be able to throw his turret down on the right side. And that
Who is qualified in finals? Both the Zetas, Tribe NA, and Stamina. So first semis going on right now between Zeta Division 1 versus STMN, and Zeta is leading by 1-0 for now.
Looking at the draft, I kind of prefer the ideas of ZETA because it's a bit more traditional, but I do think the Penny pick here has some decent opportunities to counter the Lola, for instance, and covers nicely the A-Bit's weakness of, the turret, which Penny can annihilate. So I think it's very even, at least from my perspective. But let's let the gameplay speak for itself. As set number 2 has just started, and Genji is pretty much just by himself on that left lane. Does have some cover to play with, and even if he were to go down, there's no easy access to that lane for SCMN.
Well, OG has moved the slow significantly over to the right side, but that has caused him to lose his mid lane for a good period of time. Thankfully, he's not completely forced off of it and is able to push up once again. Meanwhile, on the right side, Shtetamo, he has broken open the wall, and he's doing a fairly good job versus Zar. Neither person really folding here, and despite the attempt at pinching Shtetamo, the guy just refuses to fall and continues to push up on the right side. He also has heals coming in at every given second. First turret comes down from OG. It's a boosted booster situation. No speed desired from that plugged in star power. The first turret also going up as well. They're just turret stacking up here, and they're hoping to get a win in the mid lane or on the right side. And Zar barely survives, just taken down by Shtetamo. Response from OG, but no damage dealt to either safe so far.
Yeah, right now the positioning could favor ZETA into getting just a single tick of damage. We've seen in some matches in the past that sometimes that can be enough, and now that is going to be 2% damage on that red safe, which means that Stamina can no longer only play defense. They'll need to eventually go for a push of their own, but they have plenty of time as of now as we get into the final minute of this game.
Not really much damage dealt so far, just 2% on the side of STMN. Here comes an aggro turret. It's going to get focused down by Kenji. Moya Goku also still standing by. Aggro turret again. OG has to be extremely careful. Big damage in from Shtetamo. Elimination of the turret as well, especially thanks to the ego of Moya Goku. And on the right side, Zar continues holding off Kenji, but it doesn't seem to be lasting for long as Kenji continues to move up. Here's a super in. Not any damage off of that super onto Zar or any member of STMN for that matter. 30 seconds remain. Not a scratch from STMN on ZETA Division 1 safe. It could be a 2% victory, but with how far pushed up ZETA Division 1 is, that could not be the case at all.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. It's a very narrow lead for ZETA. A single tag on that safe could turn things.
Now they need a damage.
They do need that one tag on the side of SCMN, and they just don't have the HP to make it happen. Bobby left alone will get another kill, but I don't think he'll get
GG's. Nice one.
ZETA Division 1
बाबा इनकी लैला अरे 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 अरे
straight in a row now.
Talk about a scrappy game there as well. It was so even throughout the entire game, and it really only started to fall apart there towards the end, where SCMN no doubt said, wait guys, we need damage on the safe. We're behind by 2%. We haven't even touched theirs. And then it all just started to crumble from there. They have to take a different approach this time, and it looks like Zar is going to be starting off on the left side, hoping to get some easy pot shots up mid. Didn't seem to work out for him either. And things have doubled up on the right side in an unfortunate way for STMN. They're going to lose this mid fight at the beginning of the game, it looks like, unless Bobby is able to hold off a lot of people on his own.
OG trying to get towards that first damage booster. Already some damage on save. That's quite a bit faster than the previous game. But is that gonna be enough? As the tempo gets a clean kill.
Oh, nice one.
On the right lane, Bobby is trying to find an angle. They should be able to find a pinch on the tempo, but he gets a super down and
ओ भाई क्या डैमेज दिया इस ग्रिफ ने
finds the kill, gets a ton of damage on save, and out of nowhere, almost 40% lead now in favor of ZETA.
And one more takedown on the right side as Bobby falls. Moya Goku just barely alive by the skin of his teeth. Kenji, meanwhile, on the left side. This is why we saw the squeak pick. It was very clear that Zar was going to try and place his turret in a place where it was very hard to reach, and Squeak is able to shoot through those walls, but Zar's going to get some solid damage on that safe. Meanwhile, it's Bobby and OG's responsibility to defend things, and they're getting so much damage in here, but their safe is crumbling as we speak. 54% left on SCMN safe, and ZETA Division 1 are only behind by 2%.
What a comeback from Stamina. Nearly out of trouble, but not just yet, as Bobby takes a lot of damage, gets shut down, and that is a big elimination to find for ZETA. The tempo with another super on safe, giving a 2% lead to ZETA Division 1 for now. A beautiful barrel from Zar there to just one-shot that ego from Moya Goku. The tempo looking to get some
again just a 2% difference
out of opportunities for
छपरी ने भी रख दे.
2% behind again. Shtetapa on the left side is able to help Moegoku take down this turret. Zar needs to find some area to enter. Bobby continues to charge forward as OG has a super. They can rain down so much damage, and they don't have much time to do it. Shtetapa, he's silenced, but down goes Bobby. Shtetapa continues to take damage, but Zar is just not going to be able to do this. Here comes the freeze frame on the right side. OG takes a lot of damage. Shtetapa falls, just a few seconds left, and only a 5% differential. Bobby's going to go for it. He's charging for it, but Moegoku wants this. Here comes the damage through. No, Shtetapa arrives just in time.
Oh,
And
GG's.
an 11% differential towards the end gets the second set victory for Zeta Division 1.
Zeta Division 1 back-to-back victories.
The verge of
पापा जी परी रिया रख दे.
as Zeta Division 1 secures a second set. And now there is literally no more room for mistakes for the North American team. This is the highest that the
Zeta 2 good man. कोई मुकाबला नहीं है.
top 8 is where they placed last year. They really wanted to go all the way, or at least to the grand finals. But right now they need 3 sets in a
Bro, they keep their cool. भाई
the powerhouse of the Zeta Division 1.
Well, we know what that could look like for STM, and we know what it's looked like in their very last match as well, except that was versus Team Queso, which is not Zeta Division 1, and I would not really place on the same level as Zeta Division 1 either. To be frank here, yeah, unfortunately, much respect to the guys. However, Zeta Division 1, they are just different.
कैसा है?
Stats seem to tell a similar story, but when we look at STMN, by and large,
उसको बोलना मैं तेरी स्टेप से सुन.
I think a lot of that just came down to Zeta Division 1 getting that damage when it mattered the most.
Yeah, I think it's also about the positioning, right? The most part, the fights were on the top side of the map, which means that STMN, even if they go down, they respawn quicker, get quicker back into the action, get more damage. But they don't get any sort of damage on save from those sort of encounters, right? Because they're in defense, the time that they get towards the enemy safe. We saw in the first game, they didn't even hit the safe, and in the second one, they did. But, I mean, it still was Zeta Division 1 that took it.
अरे ब्रूस को छोड़ दे भाई. ब्रूस को छोड़ दे.
Ton of momentum and stamina. They need a miracle here in this third set.
They really do. Well, thankfully, maps like these kind of offer those knockout as well. Unfortunately for Zeta Division 1, this is actually their least consistent map. 44% win rate for knockout. And for STMN, nothing really special to speak of on knockout. Not the best, not the worst. And knockout, of course, it's one of the newest in the game. It is the newest mode in competitive. And as a result, once again, a little bit less consistent. This is where STMN can bring it back. The odds, I think, are really, really in STMN's favor here compared to other maps and modes that could be approaching.
I don't disagree there. We'll be starting off with our draft here as we have a both first pick from STMN. They also banned out Grom, Tick and Sprout.
और कितने सेट्स होते हैं? बेस्ट ऑफ 5 है.
North American side,
2-0 से लीड कर रहे हैं.
Nani, Brock and Tick.
तो सिर्फ Zeta Division need just one more set to win,
Irritating to face where
while Stamina needs 3 sets if they want to qualify for the finals.
is trying to go for. In this case, STMN, they're not taking any risks. And
रिवॉर्ड्स कैसे लें? event.brawlstars.com पर आपको जाना है. वहां पर आपको अपने सुपरसेल अकाउंट से लॉगिन करना है.
Division 1 now considering their
और लॉगिन करने के बाद आपको यहाँ पर अपना नाम दिखेगा इस तरीके से. वहाँ पे आप अपना प्रोग्रेस चेक कर सकते हो. जैसे जैसे आपको पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे आपको ये चीज़ें मिल जाएंगी. लेकिन अगर आपने अभी तक लॉगिन नहीं किया था तो अब आप रिवॉर्ड्स नहीं ले पाओगे, क्योंकि ये जस्ट तीसरा मैच बाकी है. 3 मैच ही बाकी हैं इंक्लूडिंग दिस वन. तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आप पॉइंट्स पहुँच पाओगे 700. 700 इज़ द हाईएस्ट पॉइंट्स जो कि आप पहुँच सकते हो. और 700 तक देख सकते हो कोई इतना ज़्यादा खास रिवॉर्ड्स है नहीं. 700 तक आपको सिर्फ मिलेंगे ये टोकन्स और 2 पिंस.
It's one of the most picked brawlers, most banned brawlers too. in
अगर आपको ये स्किन चाहिए थी तो उसके लिए आपको 2 दिन पहले आना चाहिए था ब्रो. अभी तक लोगों ने स्किन अनलॉक कर ली, खेल लिए, सब कर लिया है. यू आर लिटिल बिट लेट.
or just from the pure damage and mechanics of the brawler itself.
हाइपर.
There's the STMN Piper, and that's gotta be Bobby switching onto that brawler. But I mean, it wouldn't be the first time in history that we've seen another player from STMN switch onto that brawler instead. That said, once again, a comfort pick for these guys. The bow definitely raises some eyebrows for me, however, but I think it can still be quite viable if they're, playing things quite carefully and trying to go.
रिया मैं इतनी सुंदर हूँ, क्या करूँ? पोछा लगा भाई.
From STMN, very, very soon.
पोछा लगा,
To make sure that they don't leave too many vulnerabilities.
एक दाग नहीं रहना
Here
चाहिए.
comes the penny as a final pick from STMN. Though I don't see a whole lot of things to deal with some close range brawlers. Not even going to be a concern, however. Zeta Division 1, they go with the squeak once again.
All right. I mean, I like the squeak again against the penny.
फिर से रिवर्स स्वीप करेगी क्या STMN? उम्मीद तो नहीं है.
It has a bit of an edge to that extent, and I don't mind the bow, but I also don't.
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एक सेट अगर जीत गए तो बहुत है, but I don't think so.
Division 1 that are incredibly focused and so good at the jukes in the first place.
Well, we got to see some jukes here because STMN, they do have a lot of range to work with here. Moya Goku also pushes up around the top left side. Meanwhile, Bobby faced in a 1v1 towards the bottom side, it appears, with the squeak just off screen, but that's exactly how Zeta Division 1 like it. They have to lock down this lane the entire game because that's simply how Squeak operates. You can consistently spam your shots at one area and deny it for the entire game unless you make a mistake, which unfortunately for STMN, Zeta Division 1 simply don't do. And we see it in the positioning as well. STMN, they have backed up so much.
Right now, OG needs to be careful. His positioning is the weakest out of everyone on both teams. Does seem to get away with it for now, but he takes a decent bit of damage. Bobby going for a wide flank on the right-hand side, but no target available, and it is going to be Zar instead. That is the first to fall as the tempo is over. Finds another kill. Bobby
GG's.
will go down to the gas, and that means that Zeta take the first round.
And just like that, they are one round away from heading on to a match point. It's not looking fantastic for STMN. Thankfully for them, they do have a super to work with now. A little bit of damage dealt by Bobby as well with the homemade recipe. OG also trying to flank around the bottom side. Poppin used as well to break things open, but not the biggest wall break in the world. Kenji and Moya Goku still have something to work with. Turret also trying to lay into these enemies, but Kenji knows exactly what to do here. 1, 2, 3 shots, and it's down just like in Heist. OG continues to try and get some damage on the bottom side, but he's simply outranged by Stetampo and won't be afforded any mines.
STMN desperately want to find some sort of opening. As of right now, any opportunity has yet to present itself. And it's still very much a max range game and a couple of tags here and there that help you get towards some supers. Bobby nearly gets that elimination, but Moya Goku survives with 500 HP and stays in the mix.
It's closing in now, and that damage advantage that Piper gets
Okay.
is diminishing. 1-2 kills traded out, and it's a 2v2 now. Zar needs damage. No, here it comes. Jump in.
Hey.
This one's chalked, and it's a Zeta Division
GG's.
5-game.
And they just need one more win and they will move to the finals.
Yet to take a game, and now they are facing match point in favor of Zeta Division 1. That is a terrifying look for Zeta. Let's see, for STMN rather. Let's see if they manage to do something about it, or if Zeta will go unchallenged to the grand finals.
Well, here's the approach around the left side this time. STMN switching things up. And Zeta Division 1 continue to reactively play very well, but they have taken a lot of damage. Could just be a bait, though, as they back up and STMN begin to go forward. Abandoning post of that turret on the back left side. Bobby also has a super to work with. Little damage dealt there by Moya Goku to force the guy back a little bit more. Destruction of the turret as well as a fat splatter comes out. Kenji continues to push things in towards the bottom side. And Zeta Division 1, oh wow! The big tap from Bobby. And now it's brought to a 2v3.
How does he hit those as Zar finds the tempo, and finally something seems to be going the way of Stamina as they are in a 3 versus 1, and Moya Goku chooses the gas, does get some tags off onto Zar and unlocks his super that he can carry over to round number 2.
Looks like the Oda Super was not too much of a concern for STMN because they had to know that that was going to be afforded to Moya Goku if they decided to push in. They really do need this Penny Super in order to get good control. That's the last fat splatter from Moya Goku, and it's really going to be only Kenji that can effectively take down a Penny Mortar if it comes up there. The bow mine's down as well. Zara continues to push through mid to try and get some shots in, but Zeta Division 1 know too well exactly what fate awaits them if they let it charge up, and here it comes. Turret going down on the left side, and Zeta Division 1 run for cover.
So far, it's looking fairly even. The tempo aggressing a little bit, and is gonna take it into the skies as we get some damage over onto OG. A gadget to tank that shot from Bobby. Doesn't tank the next one, but will survive with 600 HP. There is that super still available on the Otis, a mute that could be game-changing, but so far is being disciplined and not wasting it.
ZETA Division 1 still patiently awaiting their moment. Takedown onto Moya Goku. Still two more for STMN to start taking this back. A takedown to Shidampo, and Genji's the last one. Takedown with the Piper Super.
GG's still alive.
It's like
Match points, match point.
same thing that we've seen versus Team Queso.
Ready? I know you are North American and you're very enthusiastic and optimistic, but that's one game. There's been 5 for ZETA Division 1 before that. I want to believe you already. I want to be with you for this one. But until they take the set, I'm not going to call it too early because it's still match point.
Nice.
It kicks off with a man advantage in favor of ZETA Division 1 as Shtempo opens the scoreboard.
STMN, their best bet at this point is just to get their supers and cut their losses. They're going to have to win 2 rounds in a row. Missed gadget there for Bobby as Moya Goku ducks and covers at just the right moment. And another shot baited out by Shtempo, but he does end up wasting a turret along the way. Not too much of a loss for ZETA Division 1, though, because they pretty much do have this round here in their back pocket with such a heavy advantage. Though, STMN, they're not giving up just yet. Another turret falls from Shtempo, and he only has 1 left for the entire game. OG also has his mines. He might not use them just yet, as it feels very outmatched for STMN at this point.
Yeah, they want to just save their supers for the next run, but they also want to see if they can get any sort of opportunities. Like, wow, Shtempo nearly going down. Bobby will, in fact, fall. OG follows up next, and now ZETA Division 1 are 1 round away from making it to the grand finals. Once again, all they need is this 1 round.
Well, it's not over yet for STMN either because they are fighters. Zar towards the top side has that turret down as well. It's actively seeking a target on the right side of the map. And
Kenji used the super.
need to win 2 rounds.
Sorry, gadget.
Take this one back, and they feel
Gadget use करना मेरा भाई.
Moya Goku also is firmly locked in mid, trying to get some diagonal shots in, not too much so far. Aggressive mines are going to break open some important walls as well. And ZETA Division 1 have to continue falling back.
They need something on the side of STMN, anything at this point, but they cannot afford to lose this 1 round. Mine will be finally defused, and right now, Bobby needs to tread things carefully, gets a nice tang onto Moya Goku, but that ends there.
Bobby has a super as well. If he wants to break open some walls, great dodge of that super, rather that shot from Bobby from Shtempo. He's looking for damage. 1 shot onto Bobby. The landing. OG goes down. Bobby jumps onto Kenji.
Oh,
The clutch from STMN to win this round.
भाई साहब.
Wow, Bobby saves it for STMN. Let's see if that is gonna be enough because they need another round to secure this set. And Bobby off the bat here, low HP. Needs to fall back and heal up as Zar goes for a bit of a flank, but decides to reveal himself now as OG places down some more mines down in the mid. And STMN are focused like never before. They know that this could be their chance to start a comeback.
Unfortunate loss of the turret for STMN as well, and ZETA Division 1 appears to have the advantage in this match as long as they're careful about these mines. They know that there's no tripwire active, so they can bait them out, but Bobby is patiently waiting that predictable movement when you bait out one of those mines from Bo. Still though, ZETA Division 1, they can't really walk on this mid area, and STMN are trying to keep them at bay as long as possible. This is a golden moment for Shtempo. 1 tap from Bobby, but it's not enough to take down the likes of Shtempo, and only 1 mine remains.
Fly, 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 fly. Fly, 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 fly. Fly, fly.
ZETA Division 1 moves on to the grand finals. Big damage in. Shtempo's the one remaining. He's going to have to make it happen again. Bobby looks for it. Here it comes.
Oh,
STMN, they're going on a round 4.
GG's. और लंबा खींचेगा.
Playing out of his mind. The close range Piper hits again for the 2nd round in a row and saves STMN from a certain demise. They take a set, and now suddenly there is some light at the end of the tunnel.
They say NA hope, and NA hope has come true, but only for one more set, as they were at the brink of defeat 2 times in a row, facing that match point, and with only one
Reverse sweep incoming.
Amazing clutches that we've seen from
Nah.
STMN, but for ZETA Division 1, it's just another day at work. STMN, they're really, really on the ropes.
Can we just talk about how ridiculous Bobby's gameplay is on that Piper? Like, it's not just that he's hitting ridiculous shots, which he always is, but Piper is supposed to be weak in endgame. It's not supposed to be the closer, it's not supposed to be the one that closes out those rounds for your team, and he does it twice in a row to bring his team just a step closer from the grand finals, a step closer to remaining relevant in this match. As we see there, the instant tap as he lands, I'm sure he's never spammed his auto aim as much as in that moment.
Look at that one as well, pop in to clutch up that final game there. Just amazing stuff. And when we take a look at the kills as well, it's looking very, very good for ZETA.
Canada eliminated from World Cup. मैंने कौन सा कन्नडा का वीजा ले रखा है? एलिमिनेटेड तो एलिमिनेटेड, वैसे भी आई एम सपोर्टिंग इंडिया.
Looking good for this guy. If he continues to pop off, then STMN might actually have a chance.
Yeah, he's been performing at the World Finals so far. So as OG, to be fair, 6 kills to his name, matching the tempo and Moya Goku's. But now, STMN, they need to, slow things down and make sure they get everything done right, especially in this draft process. When you are trying to achieve a reverse sweep, the worst thing that can happen is to draft yourself and mess things up in the draft process.
Well, hopefully they don't do that, at least for their own sake. But for the side of ZETA Division 1, I doubt they would mind. Here are the bans from their side. Buster, Sprout, and Brock eliminated by ZETA Division 1 from the side of STMN. Otis and Janet and Gus are out of the question. ZETA Division 1 coming in with their first pick, and it is going to be Penny. And with the Brock banned out from them as well, this is exactly what they were hoping for. You have to make sure that wall break does not screw up your Penny and turret positioning. And STMN, they're certainly aware of it, but we don't see the squeak pick just yet. And as we've seen proven by ZETA Division 1, that could be a fairly strong pick into a brawler such as Penny.
Yeah, what I do love a lot about Penny on Dueling Beetles is that the areas where you typically will put your turrets on the left and right side of the map are areas that even if they get broken up, you don't really care too much. Sure, your turret is going to be exposed, but it's not an area where you care about those walls, you know what I mean? So it will require some sort of utility to take out, and in a way is a waste of that. And Griff is not really going to be capable to do that in the first place, as he's not going to walk all the way there. So he's great on this map, great in this position. You can decide to open up your own walls or your opponents, depending on what you want to bring to the table. But I think Squeak is something that, again, is going to be directly related with dealing with that Penny and making sure that no mortars are going to be a huge threat.
And I think ZETA Division 1 really did force STMN's hand here, because you have to do something versus the Penny here, and the wall break is simply not an option in this respect. And this means that ZETA Division 1, they can go some brawlers that they're relatively comfortable with, especially when we see Stetanfro on that Carl. That's something that he's very comfortable with, and it's also something that does fairly well into Squeak, especially if you gadget in and then immediately super. Here's the Meg, though, and that's a big one.
Yeah. This is much more unexpected, to be honest. I mean, we've seen it on Ring of Fire a decent bit, but this is a map where we don't really see it all that often. However, it's probably Stetempo playing it. He played it on Ring of Fire earlier today against Reply Totem, and he was doing absolute wonders with it. Had even an entire team wipe just on his own, and I wouldn't be shocked to see the Meg work on this map too.
Well, we have to see what they pair up with it as well, because Poco's still an option. Wow, and yeah, there it comes. But you have to see the response of B on the opposing side. In fact, I think this is pretty much a gimme for STMN, considering that they have Griff to break open walls and they have B to lock things down as well. It might be a hazard for them to face versus Kenji, because he can block out some shots with that spawnable. But aside from that, this might just be an invitation to play B. We've seen how B can fare at land, though, when you're able to dodge out those shots more effectively, because there's zero ping and all of that kind of business. ZETA Division 1, they got to be confident. No, actually, a Carl pick, actually, from STMN.
I think it's not bad, you know. It has a pretty decent matchup, actually a great matchup against the Poco. Against the Meg, it's a bit more complicated because in the end, Meg has kind of a great matchup against everyone inside of her mech and a bad matchup against everyone outside of her mech. So it's a much more situational, and it does quite well against the Penny as well. So I like what I'm seeing on both sides. I feel like SCMN might have a slightly better draft, but ZETA Division 1's is more unpredictable.
Well, here comes a wall break already on the side of STMN. They got to be cautious about this as well. OG on the right side, he cannot afford to feed those supers to Stetampo, who's an incredibly skilled mechanical player when it comes to these aggro brawlers. And of course, he's going to be on the aggro Poco, but the aggression gets the best of ZETA Division 1 here. 1-2 kills. Stetampo, no, Zara abandons ship. I'm not feeding you a super for free. Not today, Stetampo. STMN, they are going to be trying to take back this lead, and they are about to match the capture percentage of ZETA Division 1 so far. Now coming barely ahead.
Stetampo is playing Da Capo on the Poco, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, he was shooting at his teammates, so that might be that. Stamina, though, in the lead so far. And I love the idea of opening up your own walls. It gives you more space to dodge and navigate through the map. Moya is in his mech now, but already half HP. Let's see if he can find some more value with it, as he is getting up close, but not really finding any sort of success just yet. Zar goes in, finds a kill. Genji trying to get the trade with the mortar, but not quite able to do so just yet, and Stamina are building up more and more of a massive lead. Genji is one shot, but he survives for now.
OG taking major damage. Shinstapo taps him up for 1-2 shots in a row, and ZETA 1 begin to take back the control. Moya Goku also now in the mech, getting a ton of health from using that super. Bobby can try and slow things down. 2 taps onto Shinstapo. He tried to counter it out, but that's not how the gadget works, man. Genji also on the left side, barely hanging on by a thread. Moya Goku on the right, forced back very effectively. STMN, they are in the lead here so far, but it could just be temporary. ZETA Division 1, they prepare for that final push in. Nazar looks for the kill. Shintampo barely stays alive. Big value, though, from the super from OG. A little knockback on the Moya Goku. Shintampo stays alive. Another super in from OG. Here's the wall break as well. ZETA Division 1, they are incredibly close, but STMN seem to have the mid control.
Zar is popping off now on the call as well, and that team wipe is gonna secure it for Stamina. They are now 1 game away from tying things up, pushing things all the way to a 5th set.
What did you say about a reverse sweep? Huh? What did you say about a reverse sweep? Okay.
I said I wanted to believe in it. I said I wanted to believe in it. I said I'll wait until they take the first.
I will, you know what? I will patiently wait. That said, ZETA Division 1, they are still in this game, but I think for the first time in a while, starting to see some blunders arise on ZETA Division 1 and some unusual things as well. DeCapo, also the use of the Poco gadget was a bit interesting as well. Here's a takedown of Genji on the left lane as well. Shintampo is very low, but Moya Goku's going to be his personal bodyguard, trying to tank a lot of that damage as well. Can't really risk getting too much supercharge to your enemies because Bobby already has his, but Moya Goku is tanking like a madman, and STMN has not even stepped foot on this point.
Yeah, this is a much more convincing game here from ZETA Division 1, as they've had so much early control and been able to absolutely dominate down in the center of the map, past 50% now, and Stamina has yet to step into the zone, and Moya is not gonna let Zar get even a single percent. This might be 100-0.
This is the most dominating game of Hot Zone that we've seen for the entire World Finals, and it could end at 100-0 as well to bring ZETA Division 1 to a match point. Zar's looking for anything and everything, but he's not going to get it. OG is really the last hope here. Does manage to step on the point and get just a single percent, and that's the last percent they're going to get for this whole game. ZETA Division 1, they bring back the momentum, and it's a match point incoming.
What a way to answer from ZETA Division 1. Go from a loss to 100% to 1. That's a 99% lead for ZETA Division 1 in that game. And STMN, they absolutely need to reconsider their plans this time around. This cannot happen again because it's once again match point for ZETA Division 1.
Zara takes it all the way up into ZETA 1's backlines, getting some solid damage from the back as well. Moya Goku immediately dispels that turret too. A little bit of piggy bank action on that back left as well. Genji gets great stuff in close range as well. Zara goes for 1-2 kills. There it is! Barely hangs on by a thread, but a victory is a victory, and STMN regain mid-control.
Zar has been insane on the call in this series. He's going for another one. This time around, we'll be patient. We'll get out of there, keep some discipline, and so far it is Stamina in the lead. The tempo is pushing forward. They need to be careful on the side of Stamina as Moyagoku does have a super as well. He's going aggressive, gets out of the mech. The tempo one shot, Zart takes care of him, and so far still so good for Stamina, but Zeta Division 1 are really close percentage-wise and now taking over the lead.
Moyagoku uses super to negate the slow from Squeak Super. Brilliant plays here, and now he's forcing Zar into that back right corner. Zeta 1 take a very convincing lead over STMN so far by the point perspective, and Moyagoku is actually about to pop out of this mech. OG continues to force things back. Good taps from Bobby, but Moya's not done yet. There he goes. Here's the super in from Zar. Denial of Shitapo. STMN, they have mid-control once again, but it could only be temporary.
This is where things might get turned around as Stamina now have a good foothold in the mid, but Tempo does have a Poco super. That heal can be incredibly clutch. He's trying to get some damage dealt overall, but he goes down to Zar without using his super, and Zar does end up getting traded out, but in the meantime, Stamina have overtaken the lead. OG still trying to create some space. HP-wise, it's a bit miserable on the side of Stamina. They're forced out of the zone, and Zeta Division 1 are getting closer and closer to the finish line. The super from OG as well. Is it gonna be enough? It seems like Zeta Division 1 will end it right here, right now. Stamina are out, and Zeta Division 1 are going to the grand finals once more.
The world finalists are back at it again. They have their sights set on the grand.
Yo, well done by Zeta Division 1. Let's go. Well played. No chance for the reverse sweep.
Dominating team here, and as much as we can believe in the NA Hope, not this year, at least not in our first semifinal, because our second semifinal has a bit more of that East Asia versus NA vibes. But for now, Zeta Division 1 remain victorious.
Yeah, you can still have some hope, ready.
Okay.
Unlike me, who is heartbroken forever, you are still allowed to have some hope, as Stripe will be playing in just a bit. But what a phenomenal performance from Zeta Division 1. Just a huge thank you to Stamina as well for this unbelievable match and for showing up with such a performance. After losing 5 games in a row, they do still manage to challenge Zeta Division 1 and make them sweat. And there's very few people in the world that can, actually say that.
And what a challenge it was, evidently, for Zeta Division 1. Okay, this isn't really the best example, okay? 93 to 1%. Okay, yeah, maybe we sweep that one under the rug, but yeah, a bit of sweeping action there at the beginning for Zeta Division 1 too, right? STMN, however, I mean, what a scrappy matchup for the guys. They really did bring their all, and the 3rd seed in North America, what a strong showing for such a team.
Absolutely so. I mean, no one, ever considered Stamina as a 3rd seed. Zar, man, I told you, he was popping off. I was asking for it all day long. I wanted to see Zar play at his best, and he delivered in this final set. It wasn't quite enough, unfortunately, for Stamina, but he can go home with his head proud, because until then he had struggled more than his teammates, whether it was in this or in the other matches. So I think they can all go home very proud, and they made the entirety of NA proud.
Shitapo, Kenji, Moyagoku in the grand finals. STMN bringing the NA vibes to the semifinals. Really no complaints here. However, one thing has been decided so far, and that is that Zeta Division 1.
बस जीटा चल रहा है भाई. जीटा वर्सेस जीटा की तैयारी चल रही है. मनु ब्रॉल स्टार्स बस पहुंचने वाले हैं जीटा वर्सेस जीटा पे, और फिर सबको पेटा खिलाएंगे.
It's more East Asia vibes versus NA vibes.
Man, I talked to the manager of Zeta Division on the first day, and I told him, who do you think is making the finals? And he was there like, Zeta versus Zeta. and I was there like, nah, there's no way, right? Like, the odds that they are actually both undefeated. It's a single elimination bracket. One team makes a couple mistakes, it's over.
Yeah.
And it's looking realistic now.
It's actually looking like a possibility for Zeta. I mean, we talked to Zeta in the finals, this, that, but I mean, could it just be another East Asia monthly finals where we've seen Zeta versus Zeta every single month? Maybe so, maybe so. It's going to come down to one match because it's not a chalk decision just yet. Tribe Gaming NA and Zeta Division Zero have a say in this matter, and so far, Tribe Gaming NA, they did get a bit of an upset versus SK. Certainly not an upset for the NA folks among us, but for, I think, the rest of the world, high expectations set for SK in that previous grudge match.
It was a big grudge match, right? Because if you look at Worlds 2021, it was Tribe NA that beat SK Gaming in the first round. SK did get their revenge at MSI, that time breaking, you know, NA fans' hearts. But this year, it's back to SK being heartbroken. It feels like Tribe Gaming win the ones that matter.
Pretty much, yeah, well, we'll see if
that matter the most.
Okay, we'll see if they can matter when it matters the most, right? Which is right here. They have the potential to deny a Zeta v Zeta in the grand finals, and that's a huge opportunity. But of course, I mean, there's prize money at stake, there's fame and glory at stake as well. But we have to see how things have been going along on the prediction side of things.
ZETA on side teams को खुश करने के लिए एक साइड दे देती है. हाँ भाई, बड़प्पन है, ऐसी काम होता है. Thank you for subscribing, True Jim. Welcome to the channel.
Against Zeta 1 and Zeta 0 against Tribe NA.
Yeah.
It's like you're supporting the homies, but not too much.
Hey, you, well, I did vote SK. I don't know, maybe the NA vibes just weren't really flowing today, but
fair enough.
If the team I predict doesn't win, then that means that NA takes it, right?
Well, we'll see. I'm not sure about the logic there, but yeah, this is gonna be an incredible semifinal. Tribe Gaming NA, I mean, not only did they look absolutely insane against Navi, like they actually destroyed them. Now, after that match against SK where they were also quite dominant, I could see them taking down Zeta Division Zero because they're the best hope that, you know, any other region has to do so.
It is very, very realistic that Tribe NA could take this team down, but it's certainly going to be a close match. We have to get this match underway. Let's welcome this all to the stage.
Et oui, on est de retour sur la scène au milieu de la foule. Est-ce qu'on est chaud pour la demi-finale? Toujours, depuis le début. La première demi-finale a vu la première partie de la Zeta Division se qualifier. On va peut-être avoir une finale entièrement japonaise.
Hello, Ness Junio 3 can play with you. We can play tomorrow. Right now we are watching World Finals, but we can play tomorrow for sure.
Un max de bruit s'il vous plaît pour Zeta Division Zero.
The sister team of now a grand finalist in this year's World Finals. Tensai, Achapi, Kuru, 2 world finalists already. And Kuru, the new addition to the roster, who has also been blowing us away so far.
Yeah, this is a fantastic roster, and they've proven to us as well that they didn't need the tempo to be a successful team. They were able to carry their own weight and get here independently, and it's a beautiful story actually, the Zeta Division. They wanted to play with their friends and decided to split despite being world champions, and now they have an opportunity to reunite again at the grand finals. But first, they gotta take down Tribe Gaming NA. Speaking of which, let's bring Tribe Gaming NA on the stage.
Évidemment, on est avec nos supporters préférés. Il fallait bien, on est chaud au milieu de la foule. Un max de bruit, parce qu'on va en avoir besoin. Voilà, encore. Allez. Tribe Gaming NA!
Incredibly enthusiastic Tribe fans, and we all know how much their support means for the guys in red. They are all that stands between, you know, it being a full-on Japanese grand final. They are the final chance to, you know, make something happen against that. But they're legendary players in their own rights. We have the notorious Tyrant, obviously the land demon Zulan, and the rookie as Livy, which has surpassed himself through and throughout this year. Those guys are incredibly good at this game, but are they gonna be good enough to beat Zeta Division Zero? It's a difficult question, ready?
Two world finalists from last year, plus Ez Livy, this new addition to the roster who has been just popping off, especially on certain brawlers, which I am sure we will get the chance to see today. An absolute powerhouse of NA and the single most consistent team in that region as well. If STMN is able to make it this far and Tribe Gaming NA is the most dominant team in North America, that might be something to say. But that last match that we saw was quite dominant on the ZETA side of things. And you said that the ZETA division coach said it himself, ZETA Division 0 being the dominant team of the two. Will that come to fruition in this showdown between them and Tribe Gaming NA?
I think dominant between the two Zetas is a big word to use, right? Because they are literally like so evenly matched, it feels like. But I guess we got a bit of a ZETA Division recap to give a look at, see how they got here and some of their best plays.
Let's check it out. So far, I mean, amazing stuff today.
क्या हमें ZETA वर्सेस ZETA ही देखने को मिलने वाला है?
Really impressed us versus Tribe Gaming EU. Certainly a fan favorite on the side of Tribe Gaming EU.
अभी तक तो हमारे जितने प्रेडिक्शंस थे सब के सब सही गए हैं. क्या ZETA वर्सेस ZETA फिर से होने वाला है?
This was a close one right here as well, but the beginning of the games, they were very strong for ZETA Division 0 on such a map like this.
Yeah, this match is also going to be an opportunity for Tribe Gaming NA to get revenge for their sister team, the European Tribe roster that just lost to ZETA Division 0. It wasn't the closest match. It really felt like ZETA woke up after a bit of a scrappy day one. They are now really warmed up, and Tribe Gaming NA are going to have to show their best performance to just be competitive.
Well, they're not the only contender in the showdown here. Tribe Gaming NA has had their fair share of good plays today, especially versus SK Gaming. And guys, we were in the green room, and each of us was cheering for our own region's teams and cheering for our predictions to come true as well. And this one,
Let's see.
was going to go to a set number 5.
क्या ZETA वर्सेस ZETA हमें देखने को मिल सकता है?
It really did reveal just how strong Tribe Gaming NA stacks up against the rest of the world, and it's something that they need to prove, and it's something that we need to see to believe in them in this matchup versus Z0.
Here's the thing. I predicted against Tribe Gaming NA twice in these World Finals. That proved me wrong twice. I'm not making that mistake again. This time around, I'm putting my money on Tribe Gaming NA, and I'll be cheering for the North American side of thing while remaining totally unbiased. But man, what a semi-final this is. Are we going to see the all ZETA Division Grand Final, or will we finally have a North American team in the Grand Finals?
Well, that's
I'm back. Welcome back, Rajdeep.
Shortly, but this one is going to be really interesting. Once again, we've seen Tribe Gaming NA. They're a very passionate team. They're a very skilled team. They're incredibly intense when it comes to ZETA Division 0. One of their biggest strengths also is
I am back. Welcome back, Anonymous.
at their backs, but also that they play just mechanically perfect. We see almost zero mistakes. They've been described as just robots. It's the exact same case for ZETA Division 1, but with ZETA Division 0, just
Come on, guys, do drop a like and subscribe if you're new here. We just need 23 more subscriber for
more faith in Z0.
2.3k.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Nice.
It does feel at times like ZETA Division 1 relies maybe a little bit too much on the tempo performing when he has an off day, when he's not quite feeling in his element, then suddenly they start losing much more consistently, whereas ZETA Division 0 are just more.
मैं पिछले 40 मिनट से देख रहा हूँ बिना चैट किए. बहुत बढ़िया.
It's pretty much just as
Very dangerous.
just as much to the table. You have less of
इसी बात पर
बोलो जुबान केसरी
बोलो जुबान केसरी.
players by their own rights. Crow is going to be our first pick here on Open Zone, and it's going to be Tribe Gaming and they bringing him to the table. They will ban Max, Squeak, and Meg. Taking some learnings from our previous match for sure. As ZETA Division 0 also banned out the Meg, but also
लाइक किए कि नहीं स्ट्रीम को?
Here comes another pick from ZETA Division 0 as well. And Crow on this map can be very dominant. Otis' response from ZETA Division 0 is simply an all-around consistent brawler. One that I'm a little surprised to not see so far is actually Amber, a very popular pick in North America. She hasn't been banned out either, so I wonder if that is to come later in the draft. But the same old consistent stuff from ZETA Division 0. They've been rocking it lately with the Gus and with the Otis. overall, strong brawlers, strong players mechanically on these brawlers.
मन नहीं कर रहा था चैट करने का तो वो बैन कर लेता. बात तो सही है.
Definitely
Point to be noted.
strategizing on the side of Tribe, and they'll be bringing out
Chamber.
which I think is quite a strong pick. I mean, it's a very North American pick too on the hot zone. Just very often brought to the table for its aggressiveness. When you pop a gadget, you'll have that extra movement speed. The super reload as well is just incredibly strong, and this is a good way to deal with some of the more aggressive ideas that Zeta might want to bring to the table. And Bell is going to be the final kill, whether it's the mark or the bouncing shots. A lot of value can be found on that brawler. Very versatile brawler that doesn't really have too many, big time counters.
Well, Zeta Zero have to get creative with
कुछ भरोसा नहीं भाई, कलयुग है, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
down to the lane match if they can get some more range in here. Bonnie is going to be
भाई कौन है बंदा मॉड को पूछ रहा लाइक किए कि नहीं? मॉड तू लाइक करेगा ही ना.
can feel at times like a free kill as long as you land at the perfect
बात तो सही है भाई, कलयुग है.
for Tribe Gaming NA, but the counter is clear here for Kuru. We could see some switch ups as well on some of these particular brawlers, but a brawler that stands out to me, a brawler and player pairing that stands out to me is Tyrant actually on the Amber. At least anecdotally, he's very frustrating to play versus on this brawler. I expect to see exactly that.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Bonnie brought into the mix because it's a brawler we have just barely seen so far in the World Finals. It used to be a staple of the meta that has changed quite a bit, but let's see if it pops off here as Tyrant is going to be traded out for Kuru, and that gives the opportunity for Zeta Division Zero to just remain in that zone and extend that lead nearly at 40% now before Tribe even step into the zone. They'll get their first percentages now, but as Livy falls, Guru found one, he finds the second as well. The fire will take him out with them, but right now it's still Zeta in the zone, it's still Zeta dominating.
Incredibly dominant so far for Zeta Division Zero. Tribe Gaming NA, though, they are starting to fight back, but it might even be too late. Achapi takes major damage. Down goes Tyrant as well. Kuru looking for anything as he extends the lead over Tribe Gaming NA. And here comes Zulon up the right side as well, but he is outranged on some of these matchups, and he's getting largely ignored by Tensai. Great use of the fat splatter by Achapi too on the right side. Good stuff from Tyrant as well as he continues to burn down the bushes. Missed mark as well by Azlivi, and good taps from Tensai too are looking quite convincing for Z0.
This is still a massive lead for Zeta, even though things have been looking even just a little bit better now for Tribe. I don't know if that is going to be nearly enough, as Zulon is incredibly low HP and Zeta are back in the zone. That mute is going to be deadly for Azlivi, not enough HP to tank it. Tyrant falls next. This should be a first game locked in for Zeta Division Zero, and Tribe honestly
And
not
GG's.
their game just yet.
Zeta versus Zeta incoming. खाओ सब लोग मीठा, because Zeta versus Zeta.
Are on that different level because that sort of lead where there was only really a little bit of percentage brought in there towards the end by Tribe Gaming NA. It's not a good look at all in spite of what seemed to be a pretty promising pick phase.
Well, let's see if Tribe Gaming NA can start things off better here in game 2. At least they have the lead for now, but it's only 10%. A couple nest eggs already placed down in the mid. Tensai low HP, Tensai falls to Azlivi, and things are finally going in the direction of Tribe Gaming as they're starting to build more and more of a lead. Achapi trying to catch Tyrant off guard, but the burn connects and Achapi falls with it.
And here are all these nest eggs as well at mid. Tensai's going to start baiting them out. On the right side, Tyrant as well, looking for anything coming his way. Achapi is going to be looking for it, but he knows that Tyrant's in here. Big damage as well. Achapi has the silence. Tyrant needs a kill right here, right now. There's the burn as well. Achapi will fall, does bait out the last nest egg in the process. Zulon gets the kill on the left lane as well. Tensai looks for something. A lot of damage blocked. He could get 1-2 kills here, but he needs to line up these shots perfectly. And Tribe Gaming and A are staying just out of reach. Good tap there by his Livy. Final damage there from Achapi as well on the fat splatter. But Tribe Gaming NA are about to take back this lead. Not so fast, says Achapi as well. With the jump in from Zulon and a kill on the left side, it is incredibly
Oh, bhai. Tensai. What a shot.
For Tensai.
straight back in the lead, almost twice the percentage count that Tribe Gaming has locked in that.
Alright, nice one.
I don't think there's any sort of recovery from here. Zeta Division, unless Tribe finds some sort of miracle, are going to be taking that first set.
Good explosion there. A jump in from Zulon, immediately destroyed. It's just Tyre. He's the last hope for this roster at the moment, but gets disintegrated by the team.
GG's.
From Zeta Division 0, that's set number 1 under their
10 सा aimbot activity.
2-0
और क्या भाई, जेटा बहुत बुरी तरह पिट गया था वैलोरेंट में ऑप्टिक गेमिंग द्वारा. That is a different game and there is a different player.
Able to find anything. Game 2,
जीटा को ट्राइब हरा नहीं सकता.
it still was miles off.
जीटा का तो पेठा बना दिया भाई.
So, what is required to challenge
जीटा बना रेली पेठा है सबका. And we are heading to the Zeta versus Zeta.
in our second set. We see some
भाई इनको खुद ही का टूर्नामेंट कर लेना चाहिए ना, खेलने क्यों आते हैं. जीटा फाइनल्स खत्म.
this is the moment where they need to
बोले तुम लोग देख लो सेकंड थर्ड पोजीशन जिसको खेलना है, बाकी जीटा वर्सेस जीटा हम कर लेंगे.
comes down to the draft.
घर में ही कर लेते, इतना खर्चा करवाया भाई इन लोगों ने.
Whatnot, but something here needs to change before it's too late.
Tribe Gaming NA, they put up a valiant effort, but there's just not much you can do versus people who play this game.
और मजे की बात है कि ये टीम पिछले बार एक थी, एक ही जीटा थी. उनको दो पार्ट में डिवाइड करने के बाद भी दोनों टीम सेमीफाइनल्स तक चली गई, उसमें से एक फाइनल तक भी चली गई. अब क्या ही चाहिए बताओ. मैं बोल रहा हूँ अगले साल ना भाई ये 4 टीम लेके आएंगे, टॉप 4 पोजीशन पे कब्जा. वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स की जगह जीटा फाइनल्स करके आया करेगा.
Yeah, that is
जीटा फाइनल्स 2023.
in total. We do have quite a significant kill lead, as well as damage on the side of Zeta Division 0. They're just much better, and I don't think that was really up for debate considering how dominant that opening set was. Real question here is how do Tribe Gaming NA answer? How can they challenge the Zeta team that so far really only gets challenged by its own sister team? It's a tough ask, and I mean, as we asked you guys at home for your predictions, still 32% went for Tribe Gaming NA, but so far it does seem to be much more in the direction
Out in the
It
open.
might just be a Tribe Gaming in a diff on the sort of consistency of these game modes as well, because when it came down to that first set, it was not too convincing for Tribe Gaming in A as far as the monthly finals that we've seen over the course of the year. Hot Zone is their weakest, and Knockout is one of their strongest, but unfortunately for them, Zeta Division 0, their strongest mode is Knockout, an 83% win rate. We'll see if they're able to get it done as well once we hop into the game, but we're already getting underway with this draft. On the side of Zeta Division 0, Nanny, Gene, and Eve banned out. On the side of Tribe Gaming NA, Max, Fang, and Brock banned out, as well as our first picks flying in with the Piper from Tribe Gaming NA and a Bonnie and Otis from Zeta Division 0.
I like the Piper first pick. I think it's a valuable brawler here and can be justified as a first pick, but Bonnie, with the amount of pushes, even though it's not something we've seen as much recently, used to dominate here, and we saw how solid it was for Zeta in that first set. I'm a little bit scared, I'll be honest. I'm a little bit scared for Tribe Gaming NA right now, and they'll bring Griff to the table, which I think is a good idea, as it has a good bit of damage, which is going to be helpful against that tanky Bonnie that will be sitting at a distance. But it's going to be complicated. I'd love to see something really out of the box, because Tribe Gaming NA, they need to take some sort of risk. They need to find some sort of natural advantage, and this draft needs to be absolutely...
जीटा डिवीजन 1 या 0 जीतेगा. अगर जीटा वर्सेस जीटा होगा तो 1 जीतेगा भाई, क्योंकि वो बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव खेल लेते हैं. ये थोड़ा अप डाउन चले जाते हैं, बट अगर इनमें से कोई होगा तो भाई जीटा डिवीजन 1 के साथ में जाना चाहूँगा.
Continuously and consistently from both of the Zeta teams is that they largely pick the same brawlers over and over, and where they get the diff is on the mechanics, and I wonder how that comes in. Is this the same exact comp? It's not the same exact comp. They did not go for Gus.
There was... Yeah, no, they didn't have a Gus. They didn't have a Gus. You caught me off guard with your question, but yeah, it's interesting for the least. Let's be honest here, they're also just bringing so much Bonnie to the table, which is not something we've been seeing much in the last couple of weeks. It's a brawler that has kind of
Let's
disappeared
go.
in game modes where you know, you wanted to have a tankier long-range DPS. We see 8-bit now instead, so it's been outclassed a bit by the 8-bit. It's interesting to see it so much on the table here, brought in by ZETA Division.
अरे भाई बहुत लो, बहुत लो, अरे बहुत लो,
as well. Gonna
अरे भाई क्या एग्रेसिव भाई साहब, अरे 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 चटनी बना दी भाई, जीटा ने बना दी है चटनी.
It's only Tyrant left alive, and definitely not the start that Tribe Gaming and A were hoping for.
Yeah, not really convincing so far. There's a
सुपर चार्ज करने के लिए दे भाई उसको.
for that jump on the jump pad, but isn't quite going to get anything off. But meanwhile, ZETA Division, they're not only have they taken away one of these rounds, but they've taken away a couple of supers as well. And Guru could get shielded up if Tensai wants to contribute to that sort of combination. As Livy gets some good damage to force Tensai back. Luckily, he is able to shield up to keep himself alive as well. Zulon also on the left side is forced back. ZETA Division 0 continue to push up and gain a lot of area control off of the beginning of this push. Down
What? GG's.
after getting a little too aggressive, jump to the backside by Guru and a destruction. Being very low on health. And it's
बना दी है ये चटनी.
Once again, this is gonna be a third game in a row, unless as Livy has something to say about it, but still quite optimistic to consider this. Even the possibility of this getting turned around, as Livy very low HP using another homemade recipe, but surely he'll be going down here and
Easy peasy.
waiting for him. Treat
ट्राइब तो छू भी नहीं पा रही जीटा जीरो को.
of ZETA Division
ऐसा ही है भाई, जीटा और से जीटा ही होना है.
really have yet to enter the scoreboard.
If anything, it gave a little bit of time left there with as Livy kind of drawing things out for Tribe Gaming and A to think of a new strategy, which they're going to need to bring to the table. Whatever they were doing in that last game, it simply was not working out. ZETA Division 0, they've gotten good, consistent pushes up to mid every single push so far. We'll see Tribe Gaming and A starting off very, very aggressive on that left side, and Kuru trying to the best of his ability to tank a little bit for Choppy and Spearhead.
Oh, connection भाई, connection तो है.
Has to make sure that he does not get left alone on that left side. Tensai is taking major damage along the way as well, but so far no significant advantage for either team.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably the best position Tribe has been in yet this match, which says a lot. But really, they need to find some sort of confirmation on any of the plays they were getting.
नाइस, सुपर हो गया चार्ज उसका.
Still looking for some sort of opportunity on the right side. A very low HP as Livy, but so is Tensai. Zulan does still have the super. That is going to be a kill onto Tensai. Man advantage now in favor of Tribe Gaming and A as a Choppy is trying to find some sort of angle. The gas is going to reach his healing, and that is going to be around for Tribe Gaming.
भाई क्यों नहीं यूज किया उसने सुपर, मार देता दोनों को, बहुत लो थे.
Going right for Tribe, but they need a whole lot more.
पता नहीं जीटा लोग को क्या मजा आता है भाई इनको अप डाउन खेलने में. बोले नहीं नहीं, दूसरे को भी एक मौका दो भाई जीतने का, ऐसे अकेले अकेले नहीं जीतने का. ये देखो, मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई इनको बड़ा मजा आता है. फ्री पॉकेट लंबा खींचते हैं मैच ये लोग. इनको चाहिए ज्यादा फुटेज कि हाँ भाई देखो हमने इतना घंटा मैच खेला. ये देख लो, ये देख लो भाई, मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Tribe find something, but man,
शरारती बच्चे हैं. अरे भाई
they need more.
बड़ी शरारत करते हैं.
Just a little bit of momentum, 2 really good rounds here in a row to lock in their first game of the match. ZETA Division 0, if they still win this one, Tribe is going to be in a ton of trouble. But as Livy, we talked about him popping off, and he's definitely getting a big entry kill there as Tribe kicked things off with the man advantage.
Tribe Gaming in A have to make sure that they play very carefully. Now Kuru has a super and Zulon's not going to be baited. Oh, there's the shot from Livy with the gadget to finish things off. In ZETA Division 0, they're down 2 brawlers here. Final kill onto a Choppy.
मैं बता रहा हूँ ये हारेंगे, उसके बाद फिर बोलेंगे चलो चलो और हो गया, चलो खत्म करते हैं.
They can get another set under their belt as well.
Nerves on both sides now as they know what is on the line. Chappie is low, but he's still alive for now. Kuru has a jump in as well, but he's not in the best HP situation. He's still gonna go for it. It's a
Okay,
one-on-one
trade off.
Could be much worse. His positioning is potentially favoring ZETA Division 0 here as Tensai has that super. Let's see how this ends as we are in an interesting 2v2.
Still, as Livy has no gadgets left, it's going to be hard for him to finish off some of these kills, especially when Achapi has a decent amount of health, and Tensai also has a super that
Poison
gives
clouds.
himself an extra around 3,000 health via that shield. Tyrant is looking for some value here. He also has a gadget remaining, but they only need to win one round here. It looks like neither team really wants to make the move. That poison is going to have to be the contributing factor to make them move in. Tensai loses a lot of health here, needs to see more damage from his Livy. Another tap onto Achapi. Tyrant's on very, very low health. Achapi looks for it, gets taken down by the poison. It's Tensai versus the world. As Livy has to pop off, there's a spooky boy explosion with the gadget and Tyrant. He survives with
जीजिस
just 1K health left, and it's a set victory.
पता है भाई इनको लंबा खींचना ही है, मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Tribe fans can't believe it. That is gonna be the set for Tribe Gaming NA, and they tie things up. Smiles at last back on the boys' faces. I mean, deserved as well, but they need to keep some restraint here as well. Not let it get to their heads too quickly, because we know how quickly things can escalate from here on if they are getting overconfident. But some good signs of life here from Tribe that they desperately needed.
And that has to be nerves as well for ZETA Division 0, because as we've already gone over, Knockout is their most consistent mode, 83% win rate, and that has to feel like a pretty free one. It has to feel like a pretty free set for them if you were in their shoes, given that they win 83% of those maps.
No, you're right. Absolutely right. Looking at the stats now as well, it's better on the side of Tribe, and that's a welcome change because it really wasn't in that opening set. But those two final games, Tribe just started popping off, getting 4 rounds in a row, which is going to help cement that momentum.
एक साइड दे दिया, उसके बाद खेलेंगे रियल गेम.
Just ride off that momentum and, you know,
एज लिवी अच्छा प्लेयर है, फिर जीटा अप एंड डाउन कर रहा है. अरे ये वाले जीटा भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ, इसलिए मैंने बोला जीटा 0 है, जीटा 1 में से कौन जीतेगा, तुम पूछ रहे थे. मैं इसलिए बोला भाई जीटा 1 जीतेगा, क्योंकि वो मौका नहीं देता भाई. वो उसको खेलना है, ख़त्म करना तो करना है, इतना लंबा नहीं खींचते हो. बट ये भाई इनका पूरा 5-5 सेट तक जाते हैं मैचेस.
Consistent for Tribe Gaming NA, but it was such domination by Z0. Here comes Shooting Star though, and it is the most long-range oriented bounty map. This is where you usually see picked or banned Nanny, Piper, the like, and we see Piper banned out, but no Nanny banned out by ZETA Division 0 either. Tribe Gaming NA, they seem to know what they're doing, and Nanny pick, it's got to be coming through.
I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a strong option, but where it shines the most is against the Piper. And since the Piper is banned, I don't know if it's as much of a must pick as it usually is. I like the Sprout first pick. I think it's all right, you know, because Stick is banned out, Brock is banned out, and those are some of the scary.
जीटा 0 में कुरू थोड़ा वीक प्लेयर लगता है मुझे, इसलिए जीटा वालों ने साइदम्बो को Z1 में डाला तो बैलेंस बोथ जीटा टीम्स. भाई और कितना बैलेंस करेंगे हैं? दोनों टीम को सेमीफाइनल तक खींच के ले आया है, एक टीम फाइनल भी पहुंच गई. If you're watching the stream, then don't forget to like and subscribe the stream. Yeah.
Something is up, and they must have some kind of counterplay for it. Otherwise, this could be a big blunder.
Well, we'll see the Gus as the second pick for ZETA Division 0. We've seen what they can do with it. It didn't quite pay off just earlier in knockout, but it might now. Tribe Gaming and they get 2 picks in a row now, and you can tell.
अगर टेंसा, एचपी एंड साइडम्पो एक टीम में होते तो एक साइड भी ड्रॉप नहीं करते वो लोग. पिछले वर्ल्ड कप में साथ में ही थे ना. पिछले वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स में तो तीनों एक ही टीम में थे.
Yeah, B can be very, very strong against that particular brawler, can get hard-walled in some situations. Another consideration, I suppose, is Colette, which is, like, I think the #1 hard counter versus that brawler because she just gets so much damage, especially considering Bonnie's health. Only a few seconds left before we know what that brawler is from Tribe Gaming NA, and it's Lola, actually.
That's an interesting one. I mean, Lola is not in a bad place. It's just kind of, you know, around the middle. It's playable.
उन्होंने सिर्फ नावी के अगेंस्ट एक सेट ड्रॉप किया था बिकॉज ऑफ डिले लास्ट ईयर.
I can see it being very dominant against literally every single matchup here. Maybe not quite as dominant against the Bonnie, but it's still, you know, definitely at best a neutral matchup. So I think that is a really good option here that ZETA are bringing to their comp. And I don't know, I feel like they have the edge.
Here we go.
But I'm hoping to see brawlers like Sprout here pop off and find a lot of value.
Well, let's see if Livy's able to line these shots. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots. Oh my gosh, 4 shots already. That's the easiest super that Livy's ever gotten on this brawler. Tensai only barely stays alive with 120 health left as well. But Tribe Gaming NA, they don't have that blue star. They might have mid control, but they don't have the advantage just yet. And they need to start things off with the first kill.
Well, a big hit there from a Choppy onto Livy. Not enough for a kill just yet. Very patient on the wall as Livy, not placing it down anywhere, and eventually going for a more aggressive wall here to try to line up an angle against Tensai, but maybe a little too late. There's not all that much value from there on. That is gonna be a nicely tanked P with the wall on Livy's side of things, and that means that for now it's still ZETA, which was just that 1-star lead.
Is this a plan for the whole match? Is just to throw the Sprout Wall on top of the Peep? If so, I'm definitely here for it, but it's not something that we really see in this mode or on this map. And even then, it doesn't even give the advantage to Tribe Gaming NA just yet, because with only 50 seconds left on the clock, ZETA Division 0 still have this blue star and they have the man advantage. However, Tribe Gaming NA have their Bonnie super at the ready. Kuru can shield up, and he might even opt to pop it just now because Tyrant is getting very up close and personal. Achapi's on low health too. One more tap on the guy, and he could.
GG's.
Tyrant gets exploded by the spooky boy from Kuru plus the gadget, and Tribe Gaming NA are now 3 stars in the hole.
This is looking good for ZETA. Tribe have yet to find a single star. They do have some utility to work with.
अरे भाई साहब.
Beep, and as Livy survives, but ever so slightly, 15 seconds left in this one. Tyrant popping his final gadget, trying to find some connections before going for a desperate last-second jump. All they need is 2 kills, but that's still a lot to ask for, and they might not find any, as that is going to be a clean game from ZETA Division
5-0.
not dropping a single star.
And not giving a single kill to
इस मैच में जिसके पास नानी वो जीतता है.
so convincing from ZETA
तो भाई
Division
पहला
0.
पिक तो
And I
इनका ही
don't see
था.
the game starting
और
off
इनने
any
स्प्रूट लिया.
differently in the next one.
वो इनको सोचना चाहिए था. क्यों लिया?
Sprout doesn't get 4 easy shots off the beginning of the game. We'll have to see if it happens. Tensai's already getting the dodges out here. Not even a single connection either. There's the first one as well. But as Livy's taking a beating along the way. In ZETA 0, they have that first star. Once again, the blue stars on Tensai, and it appears to be safe and sound for now.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. I don't even know if it matters all that much if he's feeding some shots onto Livy, because the walls from Livy were really not all that impactful, I feel like, in the previous game. And he is going to place it down earlier this time around, which helps him get some better positioning, and I like these ideas more for sure. He centers it as well and extends the timer as Tensai is starting to get low HP, but he'll back up. But Chappy, however, finds the connection onto Zulan, and that is going to be a 3-star lead again in favor of ZETA.
Tyrant getting really beat up here on offense as well between Kuru and Achop. He might as well be a rock in a hard place as well. So far, so good for ZETA Division 0. Tribe Gaming NA, not a single star, not a single kill to their name despite their best efforts. As Livy's still going at Tensai on the left side. Kuru getting focused down by Tyrant. Got to play carefully around this Peep as well, as Livy's going to be the target
Nice.
as well. But 5 stars have been claimed by Tribe Gaming NA with their first kill.
Yeah, they have the lead for just about a second, but Zulan goes down, and Tensai should be able to escape.
Oh yeah.
That got close, but it is going to be extending the lead to 6 stars now in favor of ZETA Division 0. This is still looking incredibly dangerous for Tribe Gaming NA. They need a lot of kills, and this might be too much to ask. They need to find a Chappy and one other player. Can they do it? Ready?
It looks really unlikely, but as Livy is going to start things off with something convincing on this final push. Countdown is active. Crew has a shield up. Tyrant has no super. Got to see something as far as Tensai. Need to see damage from Tyrant or Zulon.
अरे जी जी इजी पिजी
Take a 21-star victory and win.
डॉजिंग देखो जीटा की अरे भाई देख ही तो रहा हूँ
ZETA Division 0. The call is something that Tribe absolutely overlooked here. It gets the blue star, it's dominant against the Sprout, and has really good matchups against the Lola. Absolutely not bad against the Bonnie. It was just a brawler that was perfectly drafted in by ZETA Division 0. That Tribe Gaming, I don't know if they either forgot to consider it or just took the gamble. It just didn't pay off, and now this is when it gets really tough because ZETA Division 0, they are one leg into the grand finals, and Tribe Gaming NA, they gotta throw everything they have at them to stop that from happening.
Hopefully they have something at the ready.
नाइस वन खत्म टाटा बाय बाय गुड बाय गया अभी वन मोर जीतना है भाई उनको
For ZETA Division 0 as we head into set number 4 momentarily. Tribe Gaming NA, one thing I will remark about these guys is that their drafts are looking a lot better than they have in the past. Typically, they went with stuff that they were comfortable with, and it wasn't necessarily the meta. Now they're coming out with really inventive things, like using a Sprout Wall to deal with an anti-super, but that didn't really provide them enough value to get them a win in the end. We'll see what kind of interesting stuff they have cooked up for the next set. What we can expect from ZETA Division 0, if we're just going by their track record, is the same old brawlers that they just do well on and are good in the current meta.
Yeah, so far they haven't had to take really big risks anywhere, which just says how confident that team has gotten with how much they have achieved in the last year and a half. Let's see what is in store for some pit stop. It seems like Carl is going to be our first pick for Tribe Gaming NA. Their bans are Max Buzz and Barley. ZETA Division 0 ban out Otis.
Hello mysterious gamer my dream come true both Zeta finals Let's see.
For themselves. It didn't exactly work out so well for them in that first one, but I guess it's out of the question for now. Here come a couple picks in a row, and these are lightning fast coming at you already. The M's and the Daryl as well. Very aggro picks from ZETA Division 0, and I think Daryl is a pretty decent counter to Carl as well, especially when it comes to close range things. He's also going to get just a lot more damage locked on that safe too. So Tribe Gaming NA need to be pretty cautious about what they pick here because they need some tank counters out here, and Otis has been banned out by ZETA Division 0.
Yeah, I mean, interesting approach here from ZETA Division 0. They're taking a risk here.
ऐसे तो मैं भी जीटा के लिए खेल रिया होता सब जीटा के लिए ही खेल रही होते तो वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स कौन देख रही होता जीटा फाइनल्स देख रही होते
It hasn't been as successful as they hoped. Most of the time I saw it at the World Finals, but I'm sure that in the hands of Tribe Gaming NA, they can make something happen with it. They have to if they want to even stand a chance in this match.
Well, we have to wait and see what Tribe Gaming NA's final selection is, because if it's not good enough, it will be their final selection for this entire match. There's the Gale as well, and that's going to prevent them from having to face versus any more tanks. It's also going to be fairly good, specifically versus one tank. And
अरे राजदीप को चैट पर उसका रिप्लाई करा था मैंने अगर आईपैड होता मेरे पास तो मैं भी वैसे डॉजिंग करता अच्छा ठीक है भाई ये भी ठीक है
because there's no way they can defend effectively versus the Tribe Gaming NA selections.
That might just be the first bull of these World Finals. Let's see how it fares here against Tribe Gaming NA. ZETA Division 0 dangerously close to the Grand Finals now.
Tensai does opt to take this mid roll as well versus Tyrant. He's not feeding really much damage so far. Also, as Livy on the left side is looking for something versus Kuru, but Kuru is slowly going to be charging up that super as he takes damage. He needs to be careful about feeding that super to his Livy, which he already has. Tensai also gets a kill on Tyrant too, and Zulon looks for a kill as Livy shifts lanes for a moment onto the right. He's getting great damage versus Kuru, a bit of a whiff super there, unfortunately, but he's still getting damage onto Kuru and trying to keep him at bay, but Kuru has slowly crept up, and he hasn't gone down just yet.
Yeah, at last some damage onto that blue safe as Livy still was solid positioning as the super blinked it, maybe trying to bait some supers or gadgets out from Zeta Division's hands. Guru, the double roll onto the save.
अरे भाई क्या डैमेज दे के आ गए ये.
Incredibly on point, and even though they do find some damage, I feel like it could have been so much worse.
And Kuru now is going to look for cover on this left side. Does get taken out by Zulon, who's just one shot away from getting that super cycled out once again. Tensai saying just at range, but a few snowballs connect, and Zulon has it again. Achapi has very, very few odds of making it through this right side. A little trade out there. The old switcheroo as Tyrant now looks for some damage on that save. He has his super at the ready as well. Could get on top of Tensai, but he is taken down quickly. And Zulon now has to eliminate things on the right side. There's a pushback. What? It's a complete whiff. He expected Achapi to move in a little bit closer, but he still does get the defense. However, in spite of all of the stellar defense we've seen from Tribe NA, Zeta Division 0 still boasts the advantage.
A nice stun onto Kuru, but still not enough for the kill. The bounce shots from Eslivi do connect. Tensai is low. Tyrant takes him out. This is his chance to get some decent damage onto that save. No damage gear, sadly, for him. So not quite going to be enough to take over the lead. They have the double supers again on those tanks, and that is going to be the double roll onto the save. Massive damage connecting, but it could
अरे भाई
there's still a chance. They do need a big final push on the side of Tribe Gaming, and they only got about 15 seconds to do so.
There's barely any time, but it's drive time for Tribe Gaming NA. As Livy needs to make a big move here. Zulan has to push these tanks out of the way. Charge forward by Karus. Tyrant has to deal with it. They're going to try and get the out DPS, and it's up to Zulan to try and defend 1-2 connections. He's able to defend it, but now we need to see the connection on the back.
जीजीस.
Wipe out the defense, and we're headed to a match point.
और एग्जाम दावा बोल दिया उन्होंने.
Separates us from a Zeta versus Zeta grand final. Unbelievable. A region, East Asia, was only 2 spots able to get both teams all the way to the grand finals. Let's see if that is going to be the case, or if Tribe Gaming NA can shut that idea down, or at least delay it. And right now we have some decent angles from Eslivi, getting some big damage on the left-hand side. A kill from Tyrant onto Tensai. Kuru still trying to get all the way to that save. He does have a super now, but Tyrant does manage to get into some advanced positioning. Will fall there, unfortunately.
And a lot of damage in by Kuru as well, and now it begins to multiply too. Tensai does get forced back, but he's able to pick up a super along the way, and he looks for somewhere to use it, but he needs to get in range of some targets, and as Livy is punishing him around these corners, this is not
अरे अरे अच्छा आपी का सुपर वेस्ट हो गया भाई.
really anything that he can use. Meanwhile, Tyrant cycles over to the back lines. Tensai has to be the one to defend here. Surely Tyrant's going to be moving out of the way, but along that way, Achapi also looks for an angle to push in, and Kuru, much of the same. Solid stuff in versus Zeta 0 safe, but Tribe Gaming NA, they need to get their defense faces on as well, as Achapi just refuses to leave this aggro position.
What a beautiful bounce there from his Livy, but not quite enough to get the kill just yet. Tensai survives with just 34 HP again. Does get a connection, but not enough for the kill. Kuru is on the safe. He's finding some big damage. That is the lead now for Zeta.
भाई साहब.
Chapi is next to roll in. Tensai is finding some good damage as well, and that save has taken quite the beating. Tribe Gaming NA down to 29%.
It's almost like there's not much that Tribe Gaming NA can do versus this continuous onslaught. Tribe Gaming, though, they are going to get some damage on Zero safe, but Tribe Gaming NA's safe is melting down. Kuru
And done. GG's. जीटा वर्सेस जीटा. खाओ मीठा, जाओ अपने अपने घर चले जाओ भाई. मैं बता रहा हूँ कुछ मतलब नहीं है
Those players, Tensai,
भाई. तुम लोग आए क्यों थे? घर में ही खेल लेते.
were our world
भिजवा देते हम रिवॉर्ड भाई.
and they are all in the grand finals again, despite splitting up for this season. That is incredible stuff from the East Asian region. I mean, how much prouder can they be of themselves? They've made it again, and it's gonna be a full-on East Asian.
नो कंपटीशन. हाँ भाई, खुद ही से कंपटीशन करते रहते हैं यार. गलत बात है ये तो.
respective upper and lower brackets, only to meet at the last challenge in the grand finals together. Once again, it's the team reunion that we needed to see all year long, and it finally comes to fruition after some amazing matches as well. NA, they might go down here, but the vibes don't stop just yet. However, it's a well-earned victory for Zeta Division 0 through and through, even bringing out out some stuff that's frankly very outside of the box. The bull definitely blew me away, and it at points was not blown away by Zulon. You see, he wasn't even knocked back there, and maybe that's probably why bull was picked there. They knew that Tribe Gaming and A weren't picking that, and they were able to see the potential in some of these brawlers.
This is just such a crazy story.
What's the prize pool? $1 million. First position get 400k,
Moyagoku and Kenji, this is their first
$400,000.
finals ever.
Second
I'm
gets
excited to see how they perform in a bit. I mean, a shout out to his
200k
ridiculous amount of damage
dollars.
that he managed
But the thing is, both the first and the second team
isn't enough to save Tribe Gaming.
are the same. Like ZETA versus ZETA. It's gonna be ZETA versus ZETA. And
Top region.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई,
Not only right now, but
कुछ नहीं रखा है.
well, perhaps taken a while.
Time to change the title.
But man, it's a Zeta versus Zeta grand final, and Tensai is going to be our MVP for this second semifinal.
Tensai's my MVP too, man. I mean, this is a world finalist from last year as well. He is a standing world champion alongside a Choppy, and regardless of the outcome of this grand final, whether it goes the way of Zeta Division 1 or Zeta Division 0, some people are walking away as two-time in a row world champions for Brawl Stars, and that's something that we've never ever seen before in this scene.
अब तो क्वेश्चन ये वो पूछना पड़ेगा भाई, कौन जीतेगा, कौन सा जीता जीतेगा. पैसा ही पैसा. और भाई सब मंथली फाइनल्स भी जीत लिए, ठीक है, मंथली फाइनल्स का भी पैसा उठा लिया, वर्ल्ड फाइनल्स का भी पैसा उठा लिया, वो भी दो टीम से, एक भी नहीं, दोनों टीम से. भाई छोड़ना ही नहीं पैसा, पैसा अनलिमिटेड भैया.
On the bench, which I mean, he wholeheartedly deserves, considering how amazing of a year they've already had, and the fact that they're literally in the grand finals right now.
What a way to state that your region is simply on top of the rest of the world. Zeta Division 0, despite splitting apart into two separate rosters, they still managed to have this reconnaissance in the final, the final peak.
ऐसे करते हैं धंधा बाबूराव.
Grand finals, it all comes down to one best of 7.
गुंडे भी हमारे होंगे और पुलिस भी हमारी होगी.
Before we move along to that,
धंधा भी हमारा होगा और दंगा भी हमारा ही होगा.
just for you.
बताओ भाई, कहानियां सुनाएंगे अब दोनों.
Hello, everyone.
Hello everyone.
Bonsoir à tous. Nous avons une annonce à faire.
Did you understand? Because I didn't. What are you trying to say?
The truth is, I don't know how to speak French, so I need some help.
Bonsoir à tous.
So, everyone, this is Felix. He's an artist and animator in the Brawl team.
Bonsoir. Je suis artiste dans la team et malheureusement, je suis le seul français dans la team. Alors je suis là ce soir pour traduire un
मैं जा रहा भाई, मुझसे नहीं देखा जा रहा, मैं भी जाऊंगा भाई.
Thank you. So, before we continue with the show, we would like to give you a quick heads up of what's coming for Brawl Stars this year still.
Avant de continuer le spectacle, nous voulons vous donner un petit aperçu de ce qu'il vous reste à découvrir avant la fin de l'année dans le jeu.
So, on December 1st, we'll tell you how can you get the Omega Box, Zero skin, a lot of rewards, and a new way to collect brawlers.
Oh
Le
yeah.
1er décembre, nous révélerons comment vous pourrez collecter votre Omega Box, le skin Omega Box Daryl, ainsi que de nombreuses récompenses. Et pour finir, nous dévoilerons un grand changement dans la façon dont vous pourrez débloquer les nouveaux brawlers dans le jeu.
Now, on December
क्या अनाउंस हुआ?
7th, we'll release the new
सुन लो
Brawl
सुन लो.
Talk.
अरे 7 दिसंबर को ब्रॉल टॉक आने वाला है.
Traduire, mais le 7 décembre, nous révélerons le nouveau Brawl Talk.
And on December 12th, we'll release the update, which is the Brawly Days update, and also the Brawlyversary update, which means a lot of free rewards for you all.
Le 12 décembre, nous sortirons l'update de Noël, accompagné de nombreuses récompenses pour fêter l'anniversaire de Brawl Stars.
Au revoir.
Wait. We have something else, right? So we can wait towards the finals between the two ZETA teams. But before that, we'd like you to show you a new music video, which is a tribute to all the competitors right now. So enjoy.
Nous sommes impatients de regarder la grande finale entre ces deux équipes talentueuses. Mais avant cela, voici un petit clip en l'honneur de tous nos incroyables compétiteurs.
Now.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
बताना क्या अनाउंसमेंट है। अरे अभी तो एक कॉपीराइटेड म्यूजिक बज रहा है, इनने नया म्यूजिक निकाला है। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ओमेगा बॉक्स रिलीज़ हो रहा है जो कि 1 दिसंबर को रिलीज़ होगा, जिसके थ्रू नए मैकेनिक्स ऑफ द बॉक्सेस होंगे जिसमें अलग अलग टाइप के रिवॉर्ड्स मिलने वाले हैं। और उसी के साथ साथ क्या बोलते हैं अपना ब्रॉलर्स भी अनलॉक कर पाओगे अलग तरीके से। और वो कैसे होगा उसके लिए 7 दिसंबर को ब्रॉल टॉक है जिसमें डिटेलिंग में बताई जाएगी। अब देखो ओमेगा बॉक्स में क्या क्या मिलता है। रिवॉर्ड्स तो हाई हैं बोल रहे हैं। And just like us, Zeta 1 got most votes as compared to Zeta 0.
Zeta Division squad will stand the top of the mountain arc.
They're continuing to reign victorious over everyone, stamping down on every other region. They are just truly built so incredibly diff.
Yeah, I'm talking to many of the coaches and players. They struggle to put their finger on what sets these guys apart in terms of how they're able to achieve what they have so far. Incredible stuff from both our Zeta Division teams. We saw Zeta Division 1 first throughout the day, right? Both of these teams ultimately vanquishing a top North American squad to make it into the finals. Incredible really how the bracket ended up playing out and how we managed to get here. STMN first put up a really valiant effort, right? They had to reverse sweep to even be here in the first place, so we knew they'd experienced the difficulty of being behind in a series, but Zeta Division 1 never really wanted to let off the gas.
Yeah, they just had the ice in their veins, and
Ooh, nice.
it was such an enjoyable one to watch. Moments that will live with us for an entire lifetime.
Incredible.
Absolutely insane. The best Piper, I think there's no doubt about it, in the entire world after today. But my, oh my, you gotta just say, like, you know, Zeta Division 1, in the day, just stayed so calm and collected under the pressure, the might of North America and LATAM North regardless. It says a lot.
Yeah, that was that first semi-final of the day. Let's talk about the sister team in just a moment, because I think Zeta Division 0 really do deserve special mention of their own. Going up against Tribe just now, I mean, that was a match where we knew Tribe had what it took. They had the pedigree, but it just wasn't remotely enough against this Zeta Division 0 team. Kind of insane, really. You break up world champions, you've infused it with extra talent from that East Asia region, and you've got two juggernauts that make it through the respective halves of the bracket. This is just not something we really see. This is a true treat to see East Asia's best.
Yeah, and dangerous because we saw how Tribe Gaming NA were playing today. They looked so fierce. I personally felt like they were going to make it all the way to those grand finals, to be honest, but we were speaking to Inso backstage as well. He just was saying about how Tensai just moves in a way that he just doesn't understand, and it's resonated very frequently around the regions. Everyone just saying that East Asia, they just can't get their head around it. It's a complete and utter curveball for them.
Both these teams getting a lot of value out of Carl on their star player. Tensai, who by the way plays with his device flat on in front of him, not really up, he doesn't pick it up at all. He just simply plays at the top of it. A really unique approach, and maybe that's what allows him to move so uniquely as well. Here's the bracket again. First it was Chasmac Gaming EU to fall to Zeta Division 1, then Reply Totem, then STMN. They've gone around the world in terms of their felled opponents. And for Zeta Division 0, Chasmac Gaming BR, Tribe Gaming EU, Tribe Gaming NA. Tribe upon Tribe has fallen to Zeta Division 0 as they look to fall and found a dynasty of their own. Incredible storylines have all led us here, albeit via very different threads. And again, we have to ask ourselves, who is the better Zeta Division team? Zeta Division 1 with 4 monthly final wins. Zeta Division 0 with 3. So close you can really throw a tissue over the two of them in their home region, but now this is it, nothing left. Leave it all out there and be proud with what you've been able to do to get here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's going to be a Zeta win at the end of the day. But, you know, at the same time, it has been this back and forth rivalry all year long. On the day, who is going to take it all?
One more time, it's a chance now to welcome our competitors to the stage. Let's head down to Damascus and let's heat it up in here.
Et allez, on est de retour avec la foule. Est-ce qu'on est prêt pour la finale?
रॉय विवेक 80 इंडिया का स्पोर्ट्स टीम नहीं है भाई, मतलब इंडिया के प्लेयर्स हैं बट वो नहीं है, टीम नहीं है पूरी एग्जैक्ट। भाई यार बहुत एपिक बवाल हो गया ये। TNTOP भाई पूरा पैसा बता रहा हूँ मैं, पूरा पैसा जो है ना वो जीटा वाले उठा के लेके गए हैं। बाकी सब देखने आए थे कि अच्छा कैसे जीतना है। आज तो जीटा जीत के रहेगी और क्या भाई, जीता सबको पपीता बना देगी।
Is that Division 1? Let's bring out their sister team, bound by fate.
Et la deuxième équipe, il n'y a pas vraiment besoin de les introduire. Ils ont eu un premier match difficile, mais depuis c'est facile. Ils sont arrivés jusqu'en grande finale. 3.
आई एम सैड फॉर अदर टीम्स, और अगर एक जीटा हारती भी है, दोनों में से एक, तो एक जीटा सेकंड प्राइज ले जाएगा और एक साला खुशी। देखो उन पे सारा पैसा एक ही घर पे गया है। वही तो बोल रहा हूँ, अगले बार भाई ये लोग 4 टीमें बना के आएंगे। बोले सेमीफाइनल की भी जो पोजीशन है ना, वो भी हमको ही चाहिए। सेमीफाइनल का भी पैसा क्यों छोड़े। जीटा 0 1 2 3 सब बना के लेके आएंगे लोग घर से ही, मतलब पूरा टूर्नामेंट घर पे ही कर लेंगे और बोलेंगे जो टूर्नामेंट के मैनेजमेंट का पैसा लग रहा है वो भी हमको ही दे दो, क्यों इधर उधर जाने का है। भाई ये लोग बुल और डैरल से गेल वाले कॉम्स को पेल लिए, मानना पड़ेगा। एग्रेसिव खेले भाई काफ़ी, उनकी सिनर्जी अच्छी है ना, एक दूसरे को लोग कर लेते हैं डिफेंड। रॉय बेबे किट्टी बेकार है, जो भी है जीत तो रहे ना, बेकार हो अच्छा हो जो भी है। और अब लोग वो की जल रही है कि बैन करो वगैरह सब। चले तो चले, हम तो जीत गए, अब क्या है। उनको तो जीत मिल गई भाई, अब तुमको नहीं मिल रही जीत तो उससे उनको क्या लेना देना। इसमें तेरा घाटा उनका कुछ नहीं जाता। बेस्ट ऑफ 7 भाई, ये तो और लंबा चलेगा, ये तो पूरा लास्ट 7 तक लेके जाएंगे मुझे लग रहा है। मैं चाहता हूँ दोनों जीत जाएं। अरे जीती तो गए दोनों।
That are these ZETA division teams, and we get the treat. We got what we've experienced every single month in East Asia, except now it's for all the marbles, Ark.
Yeah, and we got to give an honourable mention, massively so, to LATAM South. They were the region that came the closest of getting an upset, but it wasn't to be. And ZETA be ZETA, as it has been all year long, is what it is going to come down to.
सही टेम्पो एपिक आदमी है।
ZETA Division 1 have a little bit of an edge. That 4 win in the grand finals this year, their best performance being that in October. Scary because they were clearly saving the best for last. It was a sweep in that respect as well, and actually every time I've got to mention that ZETA Division 1 find themselves against ZETA Division 0 in a grand final. If ZETA Division 1 win it, it is all
इन सब के बाल झाड़ू जैसे क्यों हैं? कंपनी पूरा पैसा वसूल लेती है, शैम्पू का पैसा नहीं देती, इसलिए।
Both of these teams, they practiced together. That was the whole premise with ZETA Division splitting into 2 rosters. These 2 teams helped each other become the very best in the world by day in, day out, practicing against one another, giving each other advice, lifting each other up. They know each other's strengths, they know each other's weaknesses, they know each other's tendencies, they know each other's temperaments.
अरे सिर्फ इतना नहीं, उनको एक दूसरे के चड्डी का नंबर भी पता है। तुम क्या बात कर रहे हो? तुम्हें कुछ नहीं पता, उनको ये भी पता है कहाँ चड्डी रखते हैं, कौन सी कलर की चड्डी पहनते हैं, जॉकी की पहनते हैं कि लक्स कोजी की पहनते हैं, ये तक पता है। तुमको क्या पता भाई? ट्रिपल लिख रहे हैं ECA मंथली फाइनल्स। ये भी ठीक है। बढ़िया, मैंने 14 विंस हिट किए दिस ईयर। आ जाओ साथ में, BSc क्लियर करेंगे नेक्स्ट ईयर। वाह 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 वाह।
Yeah, I love how you pointed out a year of blood, sweat, and blistered thumbs. Yeah. This draft is where it's going to kick off in just a moment. Again, these two teams classically led by superstars in Stitampo and Tensai, of course. Stitampo going up against two of his old teammates that he held this trophy aloft with before.
उनकी खुद की जीटा की चड्डी हैं.
It's a good time to be a Brawl
ये तो अंदर की बात है.
fan, ladies and gentlemen.
वाओ, ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़.
Map in his best of 7.
हमारे संवाददाता ने हमें बताया है कि जीटा ने अपनी खुद की चड्डियां भी बनाना शुरू कर दी हैं. बोले कोई भी पैसा बाहर नहीं जाना चाहिए. साबुन से लेके चड्डी तक, सुई से लेके धागे तक, सब बनेगा जीटा का.
One of those three is going to become, for the first time ever in Brawl Esports,
इवन जीत की बधाई देने के लिए पेठा भी उनका जीटा का है.
incredible stuff. The bands are in. Janet, Squeak, and Penny on the side of Zeta Division 1. Sheen, Otis, and Crow for Zeta Division 0. An early draft coming.
नेक्स्ट इंडिया का अलग रीजन होने वाला है. देखते हैं.
Another one to come shortly.
होने के लिए तो काफी सारी चीजें. सर्वर ही बना लें पहले, वही बड़ी बात है.
In terms of where they're strongest,
सर्वर ही बना दें अच्छा सा, वही मान लें भाई हम कि वाह क्या बात है.
on Brawl
उसी की बधाई दे देंगे हम उनको.
playing this kind of map. For Zeta Division 0, yeah, not so much the case.
हम उनको 40 स्टार्स बोलना छोड़ देंगे इस बात पर. और लो,
By Zeta Division 0,
इससे बड़ा और क्या हम दान कर सकते हैं.
idea of what they're looking to push back with that Gale Force Super.
Yeah, Gale and Max is honestly a devilish combo, isn't it? When you've got the ability to stun everything down, and the Max able to close the gap in that respect as well. It is going to be a tough one for Zeta Division 1 now to rebound off the back of this, and I would have gone for the Penny. They're actually chosen to ban out themselves, which is interesting to see. Carl, though, again, not banned. Punch coming in. I love it. Really aggressive stuff.
This is a Stitampo classic. If we get to see him on the surge, that's something well worth being excited about. As the game progresses, that surge is going to be even more difficult to shut down. Stitampo is going to ramp up in his effectiveness, his lethality. And he's the kind of player...
इंडिया घंटा पहुंचेगा यहाँ तक. ये गेम में दिमाग लगता है साला. पबजी वाला ये गेम में नहीं चलता भाई. इंडिया में कोई ई स्पोर्ट को सपोर्ट ही नहीं करता है. पहली बात तो इंडिया में सपोर्ट होता है एक ही चीज, और वो है पैसा. पैसा जिसमें आता है वही गेम सपोर्ट करने का रे बाबा. जिसमें मजा भी आए तो भी ठीक, नहीं भी आए पैसा आ रहा है तो ठीक है, किसी को भी प्रमोट कर देंगे.
For either of these two teams, really, is it? I mean, they just know how to demonstrate so beautifully the best of Brawl, and I cannot wait to see who has the edge. I'm feeling a little bit more on the side of Zeta Division 0, but here we go.
These two teams waste no time.
बैटल ऑफ द टाइटंस.
Kuru's got to be forced back first. Take cover, already popped there by Moyagoku. The bouncing shots affecting a Chapi now as the super takes out that box.
मार साले, खोपड़ी तोड़ साले का.
Kenji realizes he can't forge too much further ahead after losing Moyagoku, but the ball's in a good spot for Zeta Division 1. They're happy so far.
Yeah, I'm just going to play this one around a little bit. Try to earn some utility. A nice block there from Kuru. And
अबे यार ये क्या है, इनको अभी लैग होना है.
everyone really on the side of Zeta Division 1 going down here. The pass surely going to come through. Oh, the stun. And Shappy there just with the support.
एंड जीजी's. Zeta 0 dominating. Wow.
While Buster is using his super, he can also auto-heal if he's not taking that damage, right? So he's healing, he's deflecting damage back, he's charging at you, closing the gap. Nothing Kenji could do once Kuro got in his face, but Achapi's gone down early. Shitapo approaches the goal.
भाई ये 7 पूरे 7 तक खींचेंगे, मैं बता रहा हूँ. पूरे 7 तक खींचने वाले हैं लोग.
Monsters there.
1:30 बजने वाला है, मैं बदले बता रहा हूँ. 1:30 के 2 भी बज सकता है जिस तरीके से लोग खींचेंगे.
Here, bit more range. Could go a long, long way, but struggling with the back of that Buster shield now. But the push through for Zeta Division 0. All in the back. Shitapo.
ओ भाई साहब क्या सेव किया है.
Entire push.
ही ही ही.
Moyagoku alone, but now with the respawns coming in, a chance to redeem.
Look, he gives up his rank 4 in order to do that, right? But definitely feels like it's worth it.
पूरा रोस्टर देख लो जीटा का, कौन कौन खेलता है. कितने प्लेयर हैं.
Position, remember, one goal will end the round. Oh, Kuru moves up here with that montage. Kenji's forced to take cover inside the goals, trying to heal with that super. The ball's off to the
ओ भाई, ओ भाई.
full Gale force. Kuru now wants to keep the pressure on, but Achapi's low and has to back away. Supply drop comes in. Shitapo's down. Achapi trying to deal with Kenji. Moya Goku at 20 health is enough to hold Zeta Division 0. Absolutely everybody there.
गेम का पेस तो देखो, अरे भाई
Aggression never ceases. It never stops. They just keep going. Tensai now trying to bring the ball forwards here for Zeta Division 0. The help of Kuru with the shield as well. And we've just seen how much value he's able to obtain off the back of this. As 10 seconds go, as will the boxes. And it's a good position for Zeta Division 0 to hold.
Kuru's able to back away here, get some health. Supply drop being thrown down into Tampo's direction, and we are in overtime, so those goals now essentially not relevant. First goal wins with 53 seconds left in the round. Chappie has that super up here, but it's going to be tough to get value now as there aren't any obstacles to really knock his opponents into. He's low. Kuru has to go for the montage here as Kenji wants to harass from the right-hand side. Kuru back it up. Let's go pop by Tensai, and Moya Goku shepherds the ball forward slowly here. They collapse though. They found Kenji. 3 versus 2 now with 33 seconds left in the round, and Moya Goku's pushed out the way.
ओ भाई
Zero get themselves the round.
ये लंबा खींचेंगे भाई.
Everyone in Zeta Division 1 were all souped up as the result of those
मजा आता देखने को, कुछ भी बोलो,
to eradicate methodically.
चाहे मेरे को 13 साल का बच्चा बोलो या गवार, मजा तो आता है देखने में. हे
In a fantastic way. Now though, it's reset. Chance to redeem themselves. Tambo again though is going to have to really try to connect as quickly as possible.
इनका सच में अलग लीग होना मांगता है. अरे हाँ भाई,
Needs to get those stacks.
पूरा यही वसूल रहे भाई. इनको अलग खिलाओ, कुछ बचेगा नहीं दूसरों के लिए,
Supply drops out and boosting
सब ये खा जाएंगे.
doesn't end up being the case there as the Chappie's Gale pick has really been a difference maker. Titapo goes for the super, the immortality frame wasn't really enough to keep him alive. Kenji's in trouble, protected tunes aren't gonna help him if he gets collapsed on. Wow. The heal there is good though.
Oh, bhai.
Fantastic super from Kenji.
Zeta Division 1 now trying to push things to that next level. Getting this goal off this position here. So Chappie does not have super. The break, the rough timing. It's just never going to aim it. No, it's incredible.
No, what a save.
Chappie now bring it to safety. Kuru though is incredibly low. He's trying to buy his time, but Zeta Division 1 just continues to keep turning up the heat.
Chappie flashes the super there as well. A bit of a warning sign.
इतना तो ब्राउज़र खेलने में मज़ा नहीं आता जितना जीटा के गेम प्ले देखने में मज़ा आता है. हाँ भाई, तो पूरा फुल टीम है बढ़िया सा, और बढ़िया एक दूसरे को सिनर्जी देते हैं, तो वो खेलने में और देखने में मज़ा आता है. और हमारे साथ आते हैं नल्ले लोग, जिसको बॉल गोल करना है तो वो उठा के पीछे फेंकेगा, गोल नहीं करेगा.
Goku's been playing a marvelous game. He really has. He's just
ऊपर से सेकेंड रीजन
utility for his
डिले,
everyone able to benefit.
सर्वर एरर.
Those supply drops as Tensai there. Trying to find the spot for Chappie as well. Can do so much damage in this position here.
Dangerous.
That's the start. Bringing it forwards.
Kenji healing Moya Goku that keeps him alive, but can't handle Kuru getting in his face. That's the montage. Shitapo goes over the boxes. He's going to send the ball to the other side of the field by some time for Zeta Division 1 to respawn and regroup.
Time is ticking here. The Zeta Division 0. They need to get a response. With the amount of heals available to Zeta Division 1 with the Poco of Kenji, and he's got another one now as well. Straight over to Shitampo. Perfect person.
मेरे साथ आना, मेरे साथ होगी सिनर्जी बढ़िया. अच्छा,
We're all tied up.
Absolutely stunning stuff there. Moya Goku, a really standout player here, right? It's just insane that every time that rough super comes around, it's going to equal some environmental destruction. And that's really devastating when, the topography here really is supposed to help you defend as the team in red. Stunning stuff from Moya Goku now. We have an even set.
Tambo needs those the capo heals there from Kenji to really go on the
हे
aggressive.
बोय.
The tough thing, he's not actually even running speed.
भाई ये पूरा खींचने वाला है भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ तुमको.
Making it work nonetheless. Chappie's got to be careful. The pinch coming in. Moya Goku gets the clear up.
गोल 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 गोल.
To prevent this as best he can.
Dangerous. Still very dangerous arc. Moya Goku getting topped up here, like you said. Kenji trying to keep him alive. Chappie runs him over though. Now you're on the back foot. Kenji's not in a good position to defend here at all. Chappie pinking to the wall once more, but Zeta Division 0 no. The Z1 are going to spawn up.
Chitampo there just flashing his super, reminding Zeta Division 0 that a stun could be potentially inbound here.
Here he goes.
Offensively so far though, it's going to be said they are controlling the ball and bringing it forwards now. But Chappie with a stun, Shitampo vulnerable, Kuri pushing it through. Oh, Shitampo missed
Oh, बच गया.
but no finish to be had for Zeta Division 0.
Chappie had the stun there, but the ball was just short of the goal line. It wasn't able to get through. Kenji desperately trying to throw these heals at Moya Goku. Kuru's not able to convert here. He's going to be stuck in the corner, and Kenji gets the better of him. Now a chance to breathe to say
अभी इंडिविजुअल के लिए खेल रहे हैं, पैसा मिलेगा ना उस आदमी को जो फर्स्ट, जो टीम फर्स्ट आएगा. भाई पैसा इनको पहले ही मिल चुका है, ये तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में खेल रहे हैं. जीटा डिवीजन जो ऑर्ग है वो तो उसको पैसा मिल ही गया है. और जुबा केसरी हो जाए.
बोलो जुबा केसरी.
Kenji though is in position. Those hills ready. They can't push it too fast, too quickly. They've got to time their
Oh,
But that is a 3 versus 2 situation, and nowhere for Zeta 1 to go.
there it is, the double stun. That's what they were waiting for. Kuru's not healthy enough to walk it in, so it's going to be
oh भाई.
super pass from Shitampo away from the goal. That's going to buy some time. The twister though, that's a problem. The respawns are the only ones who could stop the ball, and Moya Goku Kenji able to walk in.
क्या बचा है भाई.
A lifeline.
Yeah, no trick shots, no
Overtime.
from Zeta Division 0. They just want nothing but pinpoint precision. Nice stun again there from a champion to Kenji. Survives it though as well. Protective tunes going out. But speed of 10 side now as a push is inevitable. The box is going down. This is a shining moment here.
ना ना ना, एक ही जगह इकट्ठे हो गए और गोल. इजी. First set goes to Zeta 0.
We said it, watch out for the Gale Super, and it turned.
Why he try trick shot?
Zeta Division 0 able to control the map, the Buster, so hard to shift. Even with Poco giving out so many heals. Surge, not the most durable brawler. Even with, of course, the gadget that lets him hang around in the fights a little longer. Zeta Division 0 starting off really well. It's not going to be a clean sweep for Z1 this time around. Zeta Division 0 looking a little diff today.
Yeah, breaking the mold, and this is the perfect time for it. You know, the comp for me just felt a bit safer. Surge is always a bit of a risk, you know, but isn't it just poetic for Zeta? You know, Max is
इस गेम में कौन
made them so famous.
इस गेम में कौन से स्पोर्ट टीम अच्छा है.
Who's able to gain
भाई स्टालवर्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स अच्छा था, लेकिन उनकी मेन टीम खेली नहीं. बाकी मेनली तो लोग ट्राइब को सपोर्ट करते हैं, लेकिन वो कभी फाइनल तक, जब से मैंने देखना शुरू किया है, फाइनल में तो इतना बढ़िया परफॉर्म नहीं करती है. तो या जीटा ही मेन है देखा जाए तो. यार कितना इंटेंस है. वो तो है, वो तो हाँ. चलो भाई, अब मुझे जाना पड़ेगा. स्ट्रीम चालू रहेगी, लेकिन मुझे जाना पड़ेगा भैया. और वो इसलिए क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू थी, इसलिए.
point out as well, Moya Goku's stats there with 13 takedowns. I mean, pretty commendable round for him. But it is Zeta Division 0 with that lead, and again, such an important thing, such an underrated thing to have in a competition like this. When it comes down to the nitty-gritty, you know, it's a lifeline, isn't it? It's to start the roll of that momentum potential. And
स्ट्रीम
Zeta Division 1, they're going to have to respond now in a big way. Everyone in the world is watching.
And it's kind of an unwritten, unspoken agreement between these two teams to just go absolutely freaking hog wild on each other every single time they play. Don't hold anything back. You know, to be training partners here, they're used to this pace of play, right?
Yeah.
Other teams, we've seen it today, right? Some from Europe and NA to some degree, might just try and slow the game down a little bit, compose themselves, gather themselves. These two teams ride the lightning. They thrive in a maelstrom of brawlers, of supers being thrown around. This is their element, and they're giving each other and us an incredible show.
Yeah, everything they've got to give as we go in now into Bounty and Canal Grande. I'm curious to see if we're going to see a call ban, because it's definitely the flavor of both of these two teams here, and this is what I love so much about a Zeta v Zeta. They both know all the tricks, and they're both banning out Janet, both banning out Penny, Buster on the side of Zero, and Ruffs on the side of One. The first draft is an Eve, an underrated brawler here, one that has, again, so much maneuverability, and after a recent balance change, really really coming into a nice position now.
Carl's open. You know, obviously flying hook to get yourself that blue star straight away. Definitely important. Clearly not the #1 priority necessarily for Zeta Division 1, but I really do expect to see that come up. Unless something between these two teams is like, you know, push them away from wanting to play that. Maybe both teams understand that there's like a counter. Because Otis is actually going to get snapped up right after.
It's interesting, isn't it? The level of priorities. And very map dependent. You know, Eve is one of those brawlers that just can really thrive here. Tick for control, but again, if you lose that mid ground, which a Max on the opposite side could well be something to encourage. It's going to be a struggle to gather spawn. Gene as well coming in for Zeta 1, and I really do like that. We see it a lot in other regions, normally actually as a first pick brawler.
Yes, the information game on Canal Grande is pretty darn important. You have really wide-ranging attacks, and you know, being able to light up enemies, whether it's like Vengeful Spirits or just your primary fire, making sure you're not getting crept up on, especially by Otis. Otis has super. You don't want him just walking at you out of a bush and getting an insta-kill. You just cannot afford for that to happen. Canal Grande is the kind of map where the fighting can get much more close quarters, and that makes sense to see Gale come up as a result.
Such an interesting draft, isn't it? It's inside the mind of the Masters.
They want to throw hands. They just want to throw haymakers at each other all game. I, for one, welcome our new overlords from East Asia. I welcome this kind of play style.
If you listen closely, you can just hear the sound of pencils all around the world as they're writing all this down. And
hey, step one, lose your sanity and become absolutely like hog wild in the game of Brawl Stars. 2, find a team that's willing to follow you down that rabbit hole and play this ridiculous brand of Brawl. 3, question mark. 4, profit.
5, win. Yeah. Well, Blue Star is actually kind of left relatively open there. Moi Goku will pick it up. Kenji just trying to keep Kuru low, and actually that's incredibly low. Thick head being ran on the gear side of things, and going out now to keep Kuru under pressure. Oh, he does get it taken down, but amazing start really, wasn't it?
Thick head, I feel so seen right now. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's incredibly powerful and hard to break down. Max can handle it reasonably well. You can just kind of auto-aim it oftentimes as it sort of runs at you. But that blue star is in the hands of Zeta Division 0 right now, and they're applying a lot of pressure, especially because of this Gene. I've got to say, a Chappie as well. It's really causing Shitampo some problems. Nothing better than his opposite number trying to lay down the law.
I worry for Shitampo there, because ultimately if Chappie wins that lane, he can then just go very quickly over to the right-hand side. Hatchling's coming in as well. The thick head goes out very swiftly taken care of, but it has broken up some of the bushy areas, and that will leave less space for their Zeta Division 0 to hide.
Kuru doesn't need to do this. He doesn't have to go aggressive. Zeta Division 0 already have the lead, but he realizes he has a golden opportunity to get even more of a star buffer. That's what I love about these two teams, they play each other. The best kind of show you could ask for. Chapu there wants to keep pushing back. He, of course, the recipient of the blue star in the first place. One of the safest brawls to have it on here, especially with the gadget that lets him jump away. Chitampo trying to get aggressive. Z1 are in trouble. Thick hair, jump away, and Chappie's got the moves.
Starting over, Chitampo, Kuru goes down. It's the blue star that's keeping Zeta Division 0 together right now. 10 side with the phase shift, and the response, 174 HP, and he's still going.
Chitampo could have got there, but that puts 1 in the lead now. Zeta Division 0 need to get value out of this magic hand, and they need it in the next 10 seconds. Boy, Goku has the mute. 10 side's probably about to run headlong into it, but look at the moves. The phase shift to get him out of the way. On the left side, though, the magic hand had to come out, and it wasn't enough. Zeta Division 1 fight back from an early deficit.
There really is nothing quite like it. There really isn't. Zeta and Zeta are just so enjoyable to watch. It's so back and forth, so aggressive. You really got to keep up because the game goes so quickly. And it's not just because of the max, it's because of the thumbs of both teams. Chappie pushing really aggressively here into the mid, trying to keep Chitampo against the wall, and he is so low. The hatchling might even get him if he wasn't taken down by the shots, and Kenji now way out of position. 5 stars, and that blue star in the hands of Zeta Division 1 0.
Better give the Devashi Kuru there as he's got that magic hand up now, and Moya Goku come in for a big hug, friend. Kuru greets him with familiarity. Tensai wants to push up here. Chitampo feeling the heat somewhat. Fat splatter on the left-hand side will keep Kuru at bay for the next couple of moments.
Kenji with the thick head going out. Chitampo trying to bait as many shots as he can. The Tensai does make quick work of it. Few little shots from Kenji into the mid, just keeping Chappie low, but again he's able to really maneuver and jump away. He's got that exit strategy, but I can't say the same for Tensai. He goes down in a lovely pull yet again from Kuru. The stars are starting to really rack up now for Zero.
Important for Kuru to find that, but again, the Gene, 6 stars on him right now. Definitely needs to be a little bit careful, but that means a Chapi Tensai especially can take some risks in trying to get even more stars. Even a trade here, if it switched to Tampo, is a net gain of 1 star, so keep that in mind. Might affect how Tensai gets aggressively. ZETA Division Zero giving up a lot of ground here though, Ark.
Yeah, they are, but they can't go back this early into spawn. The ZETA 1 are going to punish it. The Chappy is going to be the first shot. It's going down, and there's a double stun! A double stun for Shitampo, Kuru, and Tensai juking for their lives, and oh my, no! ZETA Division 1 are turning around, and they are retreating back, and rightly so.
Only 1 star in it. There's still a magic hand up here for Kuru. You can see a Chapi Tensai going aggressive. All their opponents have more stars than they do. This is a golden opportunity to try and even the ledger. But Shitampo was lying in wait in the bushes. And he has the perfect antidote. Now we have a game.
Well, to say that escalated quickly would be a massive understatement. My goodness me. The cold, cool exterior there of ZETA Division 1 really proving all it's worth.
Interesting to see Shitampo there on the Gale. I love it. He just waits in the bushes. Very, very patient from him. He knows, of course, that ZETA Division 1 have to come forward, and he punishes that so well. Kuru, that had 6 stars on him. You know, definitely a feeling like ZETA Division Zero start giving ground way too early in the round. Yeah, they can benefit by grouping up from Magic Plus, but they had to the backs to the wall, and it was just a shooting gallery for Z1.
It's exactly it. You know, you really want to reap the benefits of those heals, but you've got to still hold your ground a little bit longer, otherwise you've just got nowhere to go on a map like Canal Grande. Even a Chappy on the eve, you know, who has got that extra strategy. He was in that exact same boat. Look at Kuru's game there. 5 takedowns. Tensai was 0 actually, but Shitampo, Moegoku, Kenji, all split. Everyone doing their bit.
Tensai's on the max there as well, so definitely looking to be the aggressor and you know, at least create openings here for someone like a Chapi, for example, to get in there. Big deep breaths here for both teams now, as this is playing out like a classic Z1 versus Z0 matchup that, you know, we kind of got to see again in the East Asian region in monthly finals, just on a far grander scale. To reiterate, last time these two teams played, it was really one-sided. ZETA Division 1 were all over it, really looked very dominant from start to finish. It's quite clear that Zero put in the work over the last few weeks, really tried to take their run-up to these World Finals seriously, and I'm glad they did, because they're giving us an absolute banger of a game.
You got to consider as well the fact that, you know, ZETA Division 1, you know, they are the MSI champions. There was only 1 slot available though in this particular region.
Sit on the sidelines. ZETA Zero. Watch them go. Watch them dominate the rest of the world. Go, what about us? Well, they got their chance here to make up for that and some.
Double swoosh in the draft now coming in. Bands of Janet, Crow and B for ZETA Division 1. Carl, Otis and Gene banned out by Zero.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this. I think if either team is going to be more likely to go for the Carl, it's definitely Z1. Z0 has actually banned it on multiple occasions so far this tournament. They've also picked it, to be fair. They just didn't want to try and pick it up straight away. We talked about the Amber on double switch, right? Really important. Any map that's particularly verdant, want to try and clear some of that up, at least create an asymmetrical situation where you have more cover than your opponents. And the Gus is going to be there to follow it up. So that also means that whoever's playing that Amber can actually start to get a bit more aggressive, push forward a little bit more, because the more time you have in connection with that ability on your opponents, though, very quickly they burn down.
I think it's interesting as well just how much ZETA Division 0 value that Amber pick, and again it's the order in which they choose to draft that I just find the most fascinating. Fang coming in.
Oh my goodness.
For ZETA 1, and that is a brawler that we just have not really seen much of at the World Finals so far, and it's always going to be something that is going to have to keep your guard up. ZETA Division 0 now are going to have to really keep their firm eye on that whereabouts and have everyone on the communication ready to take care of it as swiftly as possible.
Yeah, Fang really scary in a pinch, right? Because it's not just one target that he can hit with that super. If anybody's too close, they're all going to get slapped for a base of 1,000 damage if they do so, and that only gets worse, of course, as you sort of level him up. Here comes Poco now for Z1. This is a pretty nasty setup for ZETA Division 1. Gem carry, of course, most likely to be max, but we'll be able to watch Poco get aggressive at times, try and collapse those side lanes here. We'll have to be very wary, of course, of both the Gus and the Amber, and let's see what Zero opt to round out their composition with. The Boogeyman returns.
Buster for Zeta Division 0, and we all know what that brawler can do. It's a very, very aggressive lineup, more so for Zeta Division 1 than 0, but at the same time, the support network that really is there for 0, you know, combining the Gus Shield onto Buster, he's going to be such a difficult one to shake, to take down. The positioning is really going to have to be considered greatly on the side of Zeta Division 1 to handle this situation.
All right, so Moegoku and Kenji, looks like they swap here. Kenji just defensive on Kuru, I love that. He knows exactly what he can get away with. Kuru thought he was dealing with Fang. Turns out the Fangs were even sharper as Kenji turned up. A Sharpie here, yeah, okay, so that matchup, Shitampo definitely not favored in it. The Buster's going to be a problem in those head-to-head matchups. Roundhouse kick there to try and start on Sharpie, it's not enough.
Yeah, Kenji as well has to retreat back away from this. He's now got to try and respond, but
oh my God.
Speed's going to come in soon. It is Zeta Division 0 that are really taking a fantastic position on the mid. Speed from Kenji there as well. Shitampo with as much support as he can give, but Chappie just locking it down. I love the position there, but it is going to be a Chappie that wins that lane.
Yeah, the numbers definitely don't favor Shitampo in that head-to-head, and especially with Tensai opting to give that shield over to a Chappie every now and then. There's a question about what they do about Kuru's lane, though, because that's been a bit of an issue. They still need to get Kenji to part with these gems. He narrowly escapes in that last fight. Shitampo he's running it down into a Chappie. Running it down time and time again, and he's coming off second best each and every one of those occasions.
Gems are very evenly split though. Moegoku lurking here, waiting for that shield to go down. He goes in, but he didn't quite get as much on the back of it as he would have liked. Shield for Tensai as well, and he'll soak up some damage. Kuri pushing forwards, and
this is scary now.
Kenji on his own with the gems on the right-hand side lane, not even in the mid, in a very precarious position here. Speed coming in for his entire team, and a chance to push to prevent this countdown.
Divine Soul's there for Moegoku, so it's a little bit hard to get that damage to stick, but here's the countdown for 0. They have so much map control, they've converted that into a countdown. Shitampo trying to chase after Tensai. He's healthy enough for the time being, and even Kuru holds onto the gems, and this is where the wheels start to fall off. The Zeta Division 1 bus. And Shitampo's going to struggle to get around the corner. Screeching Solar there is nice, but again, not enough to force his opponents to part with their gems.
Just goes to show though as well that it's not always about aggression, you know. Sometimes it's about longevity, about strategy, and just trying to make sure that you're always in a good position. For Moegoku, I'd like to see him just kind of take his time a little bit on this Fang pick. Try to really make those moments count, make it that 2 versus 3, and open up some space for him and his teammates to be able to capitalize. And going in now with a lovely time, roundhouse kick, gets the takedown on Kuri now, surely not far away from Super either.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trade in the end here. A Chappie now wants to encroach on Shitampo's territory. Moegoku's going to be able to return to ward him off. We have Kenji rotating out of the mid lane here. Tuning for, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not enough to keep Kenji standing. Kuru's able to burn him straight down with the help of that Gus shield. And here comes a Chappie, a perennial problem for Zeta Division 1.
Shielded out, but Kenji just trying to find a little bit of an angle here, connecting nicely now, but look at how much of that mid control they've had to give away in order to do so. Chappie is just always in a fantastic position, healing up now as well, and Tensai coming in with some lovely support. Kuru there, gonna just leave some of that oil slick to be able to potentially burn it whenever he wishes. Speed coming in for Kenji, and a lovely little spooky pop as well.
So Shitampo's little cubby there gets burnt down. He can now no longer hide in a location that's close to the spawn of the gems. That's a big advantage over to Tensai and Ko now. Shitampo needs to put himself in hard coverage. He gets there, Kuru goes down. Tensai now has to back away as his right side lane has collapsed. Still able to pick up a gem despite this, so fortunate spawn, but that's not going to stay that way. Zeta Division 0 need to reassert themselves, and a Chappie's coming through for the back line. Moegoku's in deep trouble now. Somebody get him a Senzu Bean. Tensai gets out of the action here, and Zeta Division 0, well, they're running the clock, and they're looking awful good.
Zeta 1 on the hunt, 6 seconds remain. They've got to get Tensai. He is the only one there. The patients are in.
Oh!
Kenji gets it! Oh, and Moegoku coming in behind! What is going on? Zeta Division 1 are doing wondrous work!
A Chappie's trying to keep them inside his side of the map. Going after Moegoku could be crazy. He's gotten so far away. Takes one Gus hit. Tensai has to shield himself. 3 seconds left. Kuru's bird comes in and it drops the gems. Kuru gets 4. A Chappie with 9. He has super. He's going to try and walk away. The utility belt healing. The montage block. Zeta Division 0 pulled off the grandest heist.
The unthinkable. They managed to return the favor. And I don't know whether Zeta Division 1 can do it twice. It looks like they're going to keep it. Oh,
torch comes out. He burns Moyagoku to the ground and gets away with all the loot. Zeta Division 0, a hair-raising recovery on that gem grab round to go up 2-1 in this series. It just doesn't get any better than that.
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, I'm at a bit of a loss for words, to be completely honest. Just what an amazing way to turn this around. This was fantastic. I mean, Kenji there, just superb. Moyagoku there with the perfect timing for this here, there, where Moyagoku was low. Kuru from the side, and Chappie, every single member of Zeta Division 0 just doing their bit and getting around the situation.
I love that from a Chappie in those last few moments. Look at his 362 DPS, absolutely filthy. Because he is 1 versus 2, right? Zeta Division 1 have the gems, but a Chappie is on Zeta Division 1 side of the map. So he's backing up, trying to contain them, trying to slow them down. Throws a montage even in their direction, and it does. It slows them down just enough for the rest of the reinforcements to arrive and to get those gems dropped. Moyagoku, despite all his damage reduction care of Divine Souls, is not able to stay alive after all 3 players from Z0 turn up and start snatching up the cookies from his cookie jar.
Chappie had 14 takedowns. 14. I mean, talk about the way to be well, Danny.
To be fair.
In the crowd giving us some love.
To be fair, Shitampo kind of inting on him at the start of that round, right? Running and trying to take these fights over and over again. Really just trying to keep a Chappie very much contained on that right side of the map. So a lot of those eliminations do come from Shitampo just serving himself up on a platter. Still, very, very impressive performance there. But Chappie's been one of the most exciting prospects on this Zeta Division 0 roster so far this series. 3 sets down, still only 1 set in it, 2-1.
It's the moments I live for, the moments I wake up every day waiting for. It's just incredible. It really is. Zeta Division 1 as well, you know, when you look back at this year, you know, they were MSI champions. They were also the Season 1 Snapdragon Pro Series champions in the grand final against this very team on the other side of the stage, Zeta Division 0. It does feel fitting. It does feel a little bit fitting that when it's all said and done, Zeta Division 0 starting to get back with a little bit of an edge.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how many bouquets they've caught, but I think they feel like it's their turn. Let's have a look at how this series has played out so far as these 2 teams deliberate on their next moves. We're approaching the halfway point in this series. Started on Brawl Ball, and again, these guys were straight at each other's throats immediately.
Yes, such an exciting round, and Chappie was getting so much value off the back of that Gale pick. And then Canal Grande, just a back and forth affair all the way through, and that moment there, great stuff, really was from Zeta Division 1 to capitalize down on that early retreat there from Zeta Division 0. But every single moment as Scott plays it really speak to the testament of how well both teams know each other.
Yeah, again, their tendencies, just how the tempo would be. I really love this this last round. Gem Grab always gives us some special moments, but again, we're seeing just how powerful these 2 sort of newer brawlers to the game can be. This Gus, this Buster combination. Very, very hard to slow a Chappie down. He doesn't have the highest fire rate either, right? But again, doesn't matter. He's durable. He has a heal for all of his team. And this was it. This was the moment. A Chappie and Kuro both able to get away. The fact that a Chappie walks back with that super available means that there's really no chance of getting those gems back off of him. Oh man, how much is left in the tank for these 2? Zeta Division 1 got to be feeling some degree of frustration here. But a close match between these 2. Nothing really out of the ordinary. I mean, we've asked everybody, players, coaches, pundits, you, whatever Teddy is, you know what I mean? They've all said the same thing. These 2 teams, like, a lot of teams in Scrims thought that Zeta Division 0 was actually looking a little bit better so far this week. But seeing him on the other side of the bracket, it's been so hard to say which one we expect to win.
That burning question that everyone has been asking in the backstage area is who is going to be able to take down Zeta Division 1? Well, the answer could well be Zeta Division 0. It's going to take their own organization potentially to bring them down. Either way, players getting themselves geared up for the next draft to come and having a little bit of a breather. As you say, just trying to reserve some fuel in the tank, and never a bad thing.
Yeah, again, look, I mean, these 2 teams operate without coaches on stage. So a lot of the discussion about, you know, how their draft is supposed to look probably happens in moments like this. They do know what the next map is, right? So they have a chance to prepare for that. There's also the question of like, okay, so the other team knows what we normally do. Is it worth really throwing a wrench in the works, mixing it up a little bit? And if we're going to do that, what is that? Have a chance to discuss that here I think that's exactly what Chitampo was doing to his two teammates there, as they are definitely having a discussion. 3 sets in out of 7. We can only hope that this is going to go all the way. We've seen a pretty solid variety of brawlers so far the last 3 maps arc, but I've got to say, definitely a few repeat offenders coming out. It's interesting that Carl is not getting banned and is still not being picked, so something that neither of these teams actually want to risk playing against each other. Maybe they both know how to counter it and they don't want to risk running into it themselves.
Yeah, well, it's banned out this time by ZETA Division 1 actually, and I think it's about time. But like you said, maybe there's something in it. Maybe it's just a brawler which they feel is going to dominate every other region except themselves, and that would prove to be correct from what we've seen. Colette going to be that first pick for ZETA Division 1. The bans on their side, Bonnie, Carl, and Max. For ZETA Division 0, Lola, Brock, and 8-Bit. And this is going to be a much different game, a much different pace. Longer range brawlers are going to be all the rage here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Colette obviously is a bit of a given at times because her super's so effective, getting free damage on the safe, forcing people back. Also operates as a tank counter in and of herself, so you're really satisfying 2 win conditions with the 1 pick. Really a no-brainer. She's been incredible in that role ever since she's brought into the game. But very, very quickly, we see Otis and Eve locked in.
The amount of play rates and win rates that we've seen for Otis in this World Finals. No surprise that ZETA Division 0 want to really prioritize that particular brawler. Eve as well here. Going to work out tremendously well, just being able to support on every given lane. Not going to need a wall break necessarily on that side for ZETA Division 0 for that very reason. And now, ZETA Division 1 coming in with some picks of their own. Will they be daring enough to go with something like a Private Bell? Going to be a bit more of a safer choice, and I like that one for me. The reload gear has really catapulted her into the forefront of the meta.
And we've seen B, Lola, even Rico at times on bridge too far. They're all completely reasonable options. I don't know if ZETA Division 1 wants to risk trying to play a tank here when Z0 have a final pickup. They did take out one of the most prolific tank counters, of course, in Colette, but there are still other options to try and shut that down. And it's also really easy to 2v1 lane when you have that Eve, right? Just cross the water. Nani getting picked up here. Okay, so double sharpshooter Colette set up here for ZETA Division 1.
Well, if Zero were thinking Piper, I don't think there will be now unless they're brave enough and bold enough.
There's no way.
To stare straight into their counter. I mean, we've seen crazier things. I wouldn't be surprised, but I feel like it might be...
I refuse to believe it.
...a safer bet to go with something else. But this comp from ZETA 1, it's very, very good. The Otis, though, and the Eve is going to be something to be trifled with. Buzz, I know even if I tried to think what the response was going to be, I would never have landed on Buzz.
Oh my God! Kuru locks the Buzz in. Let's talk about it, obviously, because Buzz, first of all, needs to close the gap. Now, he can do that with his super. Also, his gadget gives him a pseudo super without the stun, so it's very much for a gap close. You can get up in, and once Buzz gets on you, you're in deep trouble. You're definitely going to get blown up. I love the idea of putting Tensai on this role. Where do they put the Buzz? How do they get value out of it? That's the burning question. They're going to double lane on Moya Goku right now. Chitampo very quickly is going to about face and head to the right.
Yeah, I mean, rightly so. He's going to get more value there. Already connecting lovely shots off against both Chappie and Tensai.
He warped out.
Top there. Chitampo trying to defend this with Kenji, but oh my God, Goku is now going to be able to get some damage. Look at him go.
Some damage? Some? He's got 38%! And counting now. Moya Goku is actually going to get away with this. That is unbelievable. Tensai getting run over. Chitampo knows to come across on the mid lane, and now it's Kenji's turn to put some pressure down. That is, the audacity of that is just, I can't believe it. Warp blasting on the other side of the map at the start of the round. ZETA Division 0 took them a moment to realize what on earth was going on.
Can't let it happen. Tensai now coming in, but the defense beautiful from Kenji and Moya Goku. 2 nest eggs on the right-hand side by Kenji as well, just to be able to deter anyone that tries to contest and push that lane. Nice tap on Takuru. Tensai really struggling on this bus pick. I had some high hopes for it, but so far, I need to see a little bit more to be convinced.
Yeah, it's definitely been tough again. Even tried to play him in a 2 versus 1 lane, and it didn't work out. Chitampo on Kuru there. Tensai's able to get the connection with the super, but he's marked. And there it is, taken down instantly. Moya Goku finds the peep on him, and that'll be that. ZETA Division 1, unstoppable in that first round.
Getting themselves off the mark is exactly what they need. They are behind in terms of sets, but now ahead in terms of games. I feel like this comp is much more rounded. You know, it's much safer, more controlled. But But I think that the big mistake in that last round really was ZETA Division 0 leaving the nanny on the safe. Yeah, Tensai choke for ZETA. No surprises there.
Yeah. Okay, Tensai pops the gadget there. Shitampo wasn't born yesterday, so gives him plenty of room. Moyagoku already pressuring down that Eve here. That is a terrible matchup, I feel, for the Eve. It's got to be tough. Able to play over the water at the very least here. Tensai, oh dear. This might be chalk, Dark. This draft did not play out well for Z0.
Yeah, Tensai just knew that he couldn't really go in. Ultimately, he was probably going to go down regardless. He wants to be able to reserve that super at least now to have something of a high ground, but I really do feel like it's just not the brawler to make this draft work. It's almost like it's a bit of a sitting duck. He's not able to contribute really too much unless he really times this run perfectly. On the left-hand side, Kenji with a pickup, a nest egg there for insurance, and a couple of taps on the safe.
Kuru with the hatchlings here, able to get into a more commanding position. Moyagoku obviously can't help because the peak was there. Okay, overshot with the peak, but he uses Warp Blast just to change the style. Now he's in a position to harass down the safe. Tensai looking to do the same thing. He's going to do a lot of damage up close. Kenji has to respond to this very quickly. They get rid of the offending buzz, but a champion now turns up. This is starting to break down into absolute chaos. Kuru can't finish Moyagoku there. Maybe he expects that he's in the back of the bush. I'm not sure, but he stops firing anyway.
Oh, Shitampo!
How do you like those supers? How about two of them? He'll have a third one in just a moment here as the gotcha gadget looks like it's being popped. Shitampo in a pretty nasty position now. And still a lead for Z1.
Well, the score is actually incredibly close. Tensai goes in and does get the upper hand over Shitampo. On the left-hand side, Moyagoku trying to defend this, but Kuru and Tensai are now both on the safe, and they take the lead.
We thought this could have been over. We thought the draft was just bad for ZETA 0. But as soon as they're able to get some proper map control, start to work their way up, getting the buzz on the safe makes all the difference. Now ZETA Division 0 have got to come up with something a little bit more special to finish this off before Z1 have a chance. It looks like they've done it 1% to 0. We're even up here on Heist.
When I watch ZETA Division, it's like I'm relearning the entire game every time. It's just a constant learning cycle.
I thought it was chalks, man.
I think 1 minute something doesn't work at all, and it just is showing clear signs of being a potential miss. And then you see why all the time there was a strategy, a game plan behind it. But now, the reset. Will ZETA Division 0 be able to do that again?
Tensai flashing the gadget, gets the connection, he dies on his. Shitampo healthy though. He's able to get that super up, but Kuru snipes him as he backs away. Some damage on ZETA Division 1 safe though, is probably from Kuru, 4% to his name.
Chappie healing up now, and I was surprised to see him come back so aggressively so quickly, but the Bat Splatter is down, and Kuru, the egg, now going to bring out some hatchlings. Moyagoku doing his best to try and defend this, but struggling a little bit. But now Pete, maybe a chance of grace to be able to get forwards.
Oh!
Way forwards.
Shitampo healing up now. Pressuring down the hatchlings, but Kuru's going to be there. Kuru's been so important in this round. Nothing flashy from him, just constant pressure on that safe, giving the lead to ZETA Division 0. Tensai super, no connection. Gets the gadget in though. He wants to damage that turret, but again, Shitampo is there with the super.
Well, it's a really healthy lead so far for ZETA Division 0. Now ZETA Division 1 coming back with some shots of their own. Chappie trying his best to be able to 2v1 this right-hand side lane. Tensai missed, and there, I think a gadget onto the safe as well, so that's going to take a bit more time to get himself on it. Shitampo defending for his life and doing a fantastic job of it. If he can get down Kuru now and help his team.
Kenji! He went down to the mute, the ticking damage eventually got him, but Chappie is winning a 1v2 lane somehow. Moyagoku wants to pressure down, but ZETA Division 0 have the lead. Another time to collect as Tensai's failed. Kuru with some hatchlings on the wake here, constantly pressuring down that safe. Eventually a Chappie falls, a valiant hold on that right-hand side, but Tensai's going to walk up on this, you know he will. He gets brought down before he has a chance to lay a hand on the safe, but a Chappie's back in business, 30 seconds left.
Tambo here going to try to line up a super surely, bounce some shots forward, gets the safe down to 11%. It's a tie potential here, but I don't think it's going to end that way. Block, 20 seconds on the clock. Oh no, 1%! 1%! 1% is all that was in it! That couldn't have been more down to the wire, and they can barely believe it themselves.
Tensai body blocks the last few shots while Kuru's on the other side of the map, doing what he's been doing all round. Safe, long-range damage in small increments. It all adds up, Ark. And 1% separates these two teams, sending 0 to a match point set. Unfreaking believable.
Oh my word, I need to just reflect upon what I've just
Oh,
seen.
we don't have time. These guys aren't going to stop. Are you kidding me? These guys have one gear. Go!
Oh, it's just insane. It's just insane. There's just so little in it. It really is just beautiful brawl. There's nothing more you can say. It's impeccable, impeccable skill.
I mean, we've got to see how this sort of plays out. This is 11 to 11. Watch what Tensai does. Block, block, block. And Kuru walks up on that turret. No chance for the hatchlings, but he just says, I've got to go now. I don't know what my team are doing on the other side of the map, but I know I have one objective. It's to hit this damn fridge.
Wow, look. Shatampo, 14 takedowns. He tried his heart out, but a very even split. It's got to be said on the side of 0, 5, 7, 7. Nothing Shatampo could do. I mean,
how's that going to feel? I mean, he doesn't know this, thankfully. No one's telling him, oh, by the way, you got 361 DPS, still couldn't win Omega Lot. No one's saying that, of course, but he has to have felt it. Every single one of those 14 eliminations must have given him the feeling that, hey, we can do this. I can do this with you guys alongside me. Achapi holds that 1 versus 2 lane. He actually gets that elimination after getting the Otis mute onto one of his opponents. Makes it a 1v1. He eventually goes down, but he does his job there. Stalwart defense combined with Kuru. Love to see it. They ignored him. They ignored the Eve so much of that round. Big mistake.
What an advantage now for ZETA Division 0. Who would have thought it, honestly, of that draft? And it just blows my mind. It really does. Can't wait to see how this next one fares and whether ZETA Division 1 can start to bring themselves back in this series. It's unusual to see them as behind as they are at the moment, but nothing but love between these two teams. But when the game is running, they are against each other now, going in to Hot Zone. This is going to be epic.
These guys can be as friendly as they like afterwards, Ark, but right now, it's knives out. ZETA Division 1 are at risk of letting this one slip. Sharpie locking in the Crow here pretty much straight away. It's very hard to avoid Crow's primary fire. When you're trying to capture the point, you are going to expose yourself to slowing toxin, and that's when things can start to get dangerous.
I'm glad to see as well that ZETA Division 0 are banning out the Meg. You know, it's one of those brawlers which is so dominant in the current meta for Hot Zone. Squeak, Poco as well banned out, Penny, Otis and Max banned out on the side of ZETA Division 1.
I mean, you have to ban Poco Meg because ZETA Division 1 played that into Griff Squeak, a literal counter to that composition, and they still won the damn round. So if you can't counter them, just ban them. Just be done with it. B going to be locked in here for ZETA Division 1 alongside the Roughs.
Some slow potential then on the side of ZETA Division 1 now as well. That Pogo ban, they actually placed themselves on the side of 0. It's going to be very difficult to do much when the slowing toxin comes into play, and that does seem to be a bit of the strategy here of 0. Now, looking to have something a bit more punch maybe in the mid, but then again, I mean, at this present moment in time, ZETA Division 0 keeping the whole world guessing. Gusto going to come in, provide more of that support and that all-important shield, going to keep them on the objective for a much longer period of time.
So I'm looking forward to seeing who the other beneficiary of that Gus shield would be. Remember, Cookie Popper is so scary. Walking up, getting hit by that 4th shot, then taking an extra face full of damage is really very hard to anticipate. B is definitely going to have a range advantage here, but bringing Brock in will help answer that. Rocket Rain can also demolish the safe part on the left-hand side of the map for your opponents. Looks like a pretty robust draft so far.
Feels like ZETA Division 0 might be trying to really just ambush that mid, really just rush it in that sense, but let's see as ZETA Division 1 have a time now to respond. I love the Roughs side lane. Ultimately, anything that's going to feed in over time to help their team, that B. I would like maybe a Bell here myself. They banned out the Max, which would have been a fantastic brawler to have. Janet coming in for ZETA 1. I feel like ZETA 1 have the better comp, but we've seen what ZETA Division 0 can do with the Gus and just how they're able to make that support brawler just lend itself to the entire army.
Both teams here opting for rather long-range compositions. Again, as the round goes on, the supply drops from Roughs are going to be absolutely crucial. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ring of Fire. It's 3-1 as ZETA Division 0 are poised to lift that trophy. just one set away.
Rocket Rain there from Kuru. It's the perfect spot for it. Everyone just keeping their range. And I did feel like the comps may be all designed to rush the mid. It seems like that was the early intentions. Now they start to take their lanes. Great slowing Toxin, Machapi, Tampo jumping away, and now the objective just seeping itself in to Zeta Division 0.
You're not getting Janet, probably pretty frustrating there for Zeta 0. They used a Kooky Popper as well to try and secure that elimination. There's a Charpy's using shield gear here, where he wants to make sure as much as durability as possible, as Crow really can't handle the heat when it starts coming his way. There it is, Moya Goku falls, Tensai finding consistent connections, now going to shield himself out. Drop the base used on the left-hand side, but Shitampo on his own, it's not enough. Zero now, go up to 54%.
Look at the score, 60 now, and only 6 on the side of Zeta Division 1. They really need to get into this game. Time is not on their side right now. It's getting close to 70% now. The retreat is there for Zeta Division 0. Zeta 1 now take their mantle in the mid.
A lot of info here for Shitampa. They drop the beat to Noim, but they're going to be able to blow up those 3 barrels and get rid of that gadget as well. Shield up for Tensai. Perhaps they send a Charpy a little bit further forward. He still has slowing toxin charges available. Kuru's used all his gadgets though. 82, 83% and counting. Zeta Division 1 have to come up with something quick. They need some connections here from Moya Goku. They need consistent damage. They need a chance to take some map control, and that might have been it. Kenji now in a position to wrap around. Zeta Division 0 don't want to move, but they've been given no choice.
Now only 8% remaining, but Zeta 1 hold the mid. They cannot now lose it. There is no opportunity of error. Achabi jumping in, desperate attempt, and Shitapo will shut it down. Tensai will do his best to try to aggress, but he might well do it now. The shield pop is going to rush into the mid. This is going to be the round going the way of Zeta 0. No way for Zeta 1 to do anything about it.
And Shitapo knew that. That's why he used his crescendo there. He knows he can't contest the hot zone while he's airborne. He knows that it's essentially chalked at that point. The Brock gets a lot of value, a lot of wall break here on the side of Zeta Division 0. They stand on the precipice of becoming your Brawl Stars World Champions for 2022. One more round, and they'll be home.
Championship point. Such a daring thing to stare down the eyes, stare down the barrel here for Zeta Division 1. But if there is any team that can bring a comeback, it's got to be them. They have got a better start. It's got to be said. 20% now and counting, and it's actually this time Zeta Division 0 that are a bit slow to the mark.
Slowing Toxin there because the Charpy hits 2 members of Zeta Division 1 with primary fire. That's enough to force them away. Kuru wants to try and clear the map, but he still doesn't see Moya Goku coming out of the bushes. Just 18% accrued for Zeta Division 0 here. It's okay, but they're definitely behind the 8 ball so far. Tempo favors Z1.
Chappy now with shield, pushing his way forwards and slowing Toxin onto Shitampo. It's a great maneuver there, like just tick down all the way.
Kenji's got to go.
Yeah, he's so low, and now Chappy trying to finish him off. Oh, that's from the base from Shitampo. It was beautiful, but not enough now. Tensai still holding firm in the mid, juking Moya Goku there as Chappy will go down. He's slow, not going to connect there either. It's so close.
It's a 2v2. Kenji is still behind enemy lines, and he is causing a lot of problems. He has no sandbags left, though, so he has to hope the rest of this round he can get away without being able to take cover. Kuru comes out of spawn here. Shitapo gets slowed up. He has to use that crescendo now to stay alive. Looking to snipe a free kill on Kuru when he gets it. That's Value City, baby. But Zeta Division 0 are up on the hot zone, and they've gotten the lead.
Look at the timer ticking down now as Zeta 1 close in. It's 55% apiece. 1 minute 30 remaining, but Zeta Division 0 trying to find their way back in. A supply drop handover from Kenji to Shitampo. It's neck and neck. It couldn't be closer. The shield, though, available to Tensai is going to encourage a big, meaty push coming in for the objective.
Chappy doesn't have the durability. That's a problem. Tensai might need to think about using that super pretty soon. Zeta Division 0 playing it safe, but they need to get that percentage. It's even again. Zeta Division 1 bring it back to 62 apiece. Drop the base thrown down, but it's going to be dispatched just as quickly. Moya Goku misses the empowered shot. A second one going wayward here. Chappy going to get shielded now as he goes forward. The Crow is diving, and he can't find the kill. Kenji will tick down in health, though. That poison will tick. One more shot would have been enough to do it, but this gives Zeta Division 0 a chance to stay on the point. 82, almost for them. Zeta Division 1 now regroup a little more, but they move up once more. There is a Rocket Rain available here for Kuru. He's going to let it go to the right-hand side of the map. 87 now. We've got 26 seconds left in the round. Moya Goku's trying to push this right-hand side. Shitapo's down. This could be it. The dive is there for Zeta Division 0. And it turns out, when you divide by 0, you get a problem you can't solve. Zeta Division 0 victory they plucked from their sister team, but they were always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Now they've received a promotion to Kings of Brawl! What a journey. What an amazing achievement this really was. ZETA Division 0, reign victorious. There are tears in the arena. Everyone on their feet. What an amazing achievement this was. A moment here that may never be achieved by another player, a Chapi and Tensai with back-to-back World Championships.
Oui pour ZETA Division 0. Wow. Quelle journée, quel week-end, quelle compétition. Mais évidemment, les champions, ils sont là, ça fait 2 doubles champions du monde dans l'équipe. Donc prenons quelques petits mots du gagnant. On va la faire en anglais, l'interview, comme ça on peut la traduire en japonais. Very quick interviews, of course, with the winner and with the captain, Tensai. My first question is very simple. On your first day, you were against Chasma Gaming Brazil. You were 0-2. That was the hardest moment. What happened? You haven't lost, like you haven't been worried since then. What happened at this 0-2 moment?
初戦はね、まず0-2になったんですけれども、その時にどうやって立ち直って逆転できて、そして最後まで優勝できましたか？
もともと最初の2つのマップが苦手で、3マップ目からは得意だったんで、もうそこで絶対取れると思ってたんで、もう勝つしかないって気持ちでやってました。
So when we lost the first two, we went to the third one, and we knew we were super strong on this one. So when we got that 1 point, we knew that moment, okay, we're good, we can go all the way.
That's super good. One more question, of course. You know, round of applause, guys. Was it the plan to have Japan versus Japan in grand finals? There was one ZETA last year, they won, and the 2 ZETAs are in grand finals. Was that the master plan?
じゃあ決勝戦で日本チーム両チームは出場すみません。決勝戦に出場するのは最初から目標でしたか？
はい、もちろんそのつもりで最初から決勝でゼータ対決で戦って勝つつもりでいました。
Well, obviously, we wanted to go all the way from the beginning to the end for the ZETA Championship, and we did it.
And one last question for our champions. We know the Brawl Stars tour comes back in 2023. Japan just won it back to back. Can Japan go for the 3-peats? Can anyone stop Japan next year?
じゃあ2連続決勝できましたね、日本のチームは。来年も3年連続できると思いますか？それとも日本はもうずっと最後まで優勝できると思いますか？
もちろんこれからも優勝していけると思っています。
Obviously, we're going to go for the third one.
No one can stop them! It's ZETA Division 0. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us all weekend long. Please make some noise for our champion, ZETA Division 0! And see you, everyone, in 2023!